Chapter 34:21. After looking at it for a moment, Xueqi's eyes became a little dizzy. Those vortexes were spinning rapidly. Anyone who looked at them for a long time would feel dizzy. Damn it, Xueqi shook his head and closed his eyes, but there seemed to be more than a dozen vortexes in front of him. However, the vortexes in front of him were black and white and had already stopped spinning. Suddenly, Xueqi's mind lit up and he almost cried out, "Spinning?" Since the light shadow was in the vortexes and the vortexes were spinning, then the spinning was naturally the source of the light shadow. Thinking of this, Xueqi raised his eyes and looked again. He saw that the more than a dozen vortexes were spinning at different levels, at different heights and at different speeds. He couldn't see any pattern at all. Xueqi looked for a moment and seemed to see something. The rotation of the more than a dozen vortexes was changing at every moment, and every change affected the light shadow in the air. However, after Xueqi looked for a moment and even released his Buddhist sense to carefully observe for a while, he had no choice but to give up. After all, there were tens of thousands of vortexes. There were tens of thousands of spinning vortexes inside, and each rotation seemed to have an extremely subtle pattern. When these tens of thousands of patterns were put together, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a mess. Wanting to find a way to enter the array formation in a short time was indeed somewhat unrealistic. When Xueqi raised his head and looked at the light shadow and the three people who were concentrating, Xueqi smiled bitterly. Alas, this Xiao is a bit of a dead end. This Xiao isn't here to set up the array, let alone to break it. I just need to find a way to enter the array. Since this Xiao knows that the light shadow is spinning, I don't need to look at the changes of the light shadow like them. However, I also don't need to find the pattern of the rotation of these vortexes. With this thought, Xueqi closed his eyes. His Buddhist sense fell on the water like a cool breeze, and it was as if Xueqi's heart had calmed down. Xueqi had been paying attention to Xueqi. Seeing that he wasn't looking at the light shadow and was looking at the water instead, she had already frowned. Now that he saw that Xueqi had actually closed his eyes and only released his Buddhist sense to scan the water, he was even more puzzled. A trace of vigilance appeared in his heart. He looked at the light shadow and then looked at Xueqi. Xueqi's origin was a bit strange. Xueqi had also asked Xueqi about it through voice transmission. Although Xueqi had never seen Xueqi use Buddhist supernatural powers, based on Xueqi's Buddhist awareness alone, Xueqi knew that Xueqi's Buddhist supernatural powers might not be inferior to hers. This kind of person with an unknown origin and uncontrollable cultivation base was not a good choice to travel with them. However, Xueqi had also sensed Xueqi's deep roots of wisdom through the debate of Buddhist principles. He was not the kind of evil person that Xueqi thought he was. That was why she insisted on bringing Xueqi along. Seeing that they were about to enter the array and Xueqi's strange behavior, how could Xueqi not be vigilant? Senior brother Xueqi, you have to be careful. After another half a cup of tea or so, there might be an abnormality. Right when Xueqi was vigilant, Xueqi suddenly spoke out. Xueqi was shocked and anxiously asked, "You? How did you know?" Xueqi's heart had calmed down, so he could see more. In his Buddhist sense, the thousands of whirlpools were like thousands of spinning tops, spinning crookedly. After looking at them for a while, Xueqi understood that although these whirlpools had different shapes and sizes, as long as the rotation of the whirlpools reached a certain pattern, it would produce a special change. And the simplest part of this pattern was that it was the same. Since he knew that the rotation of the whirlpools was the same, Xueqi only observed for a moment before he made a decision in his heart and casually reminded Xueqi. He, this little monk's intuition may not be true. Xueqi didn't have time to explain. Moreover, he didn't know whether what he said was correct or not, so he vaguely replied. Xueqi slightly curled her lips. She wanted to look at the water, but she didn't dare to give up on the light shadow in the air. She simply ignored Xueqi and focused on looking at the sky. Since he knew that the whirlpools were the same, the door to the formation could be opened. Xueqi began to calculate where the entrance to the formation would open. Although Buddhist sense was the best at observing minute details and was very useful in observing the whirlpools, Xueqi also understood that the opening of the formation's entrance was definitely related to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If he wanted to know the location of the entrance, he could only use his divine sense to observe the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or even use his transcendence vision. Of course, Xueqi was now a little monk of the Buddhist sect, so it wasn't suitable for him to use his divine sense. If he used his transcendence vision, it would be somewhat overkill. After thinking for a moment, Xueqi released his soul sense. Sure enough, after scanning with his soul sense, Xueqi understood that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth above the water had been confined. Looking at the thousands of whirlpools, he saw spiritual energy of different sizes. However, these spiritual energies were condensed into threads, directly coming out from the center of the whirlpools. They wantonly swayed in the air like thousands of branches, messy and disorderly. The time it took to drink half a cup of tea quickly passed. As time passed, these threads condensed from spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to move in an orderly manner, gradually moving in front of Xueqi and the others. An irregular shape of several feet in size gradually appeared. Haha, this is the formation's entrance? Xueqi was overjoyed. Just as he was about to open his mouth to warn them, he suddenly froze, a layer of cold sweat appearing on his back. No. How could it be so simple? If such weak soul sense could discover the formation's entrance, then wouldn't the Taoist sect's divine sense be able to discover it easily? Why would we need to look for some light portal? Hurry! Over there. Just as Xueqi was hesitating, Gu Zhan's voice rang out, pointing at a place several li away from the group. Xueqi hastily raised his head. Sure enough, over 10 zhong in the air, thousands of light shadows suddenly condensed together, slowly forming a 3-meter-wide orange-red portal. Along with Gu Zhen's voice, Xueqi's body flashed with faint Buddhist light. She put her palms together, chanted Amitabha, and raised her left foot slightly. It was with this raise of her left foot that Xueqi's figure disappeared before everyone's eyes. A wisp of Buddhist light streaked through the air, rushing toward the portal in the air. Let's go! As soon as Xueqi's figure disappeared, Xian urged them once more. Xueqi and the others didn't dare delay, each urging their own cloud to follow. As they flew, Xueqi's soul sense swept out once more, only to see that the portal formed by the world's spiritual energy was gradually disappearing. In the gap that hadn't completely disappeared, there was a wisp of red light flashing through. Hurry, hurry! Xueqi had just retracted his soul sense when he heard Xian's urgent voice. Raising his head, he saw that several kilometers away, a door had already appeared. But just like the previous lights and shadows, the door began to crumble as soon as it appeared. After all, it was several kilometers away. Even with Xueqi's lightning escape, there was no way he could make it in such a short amount of time. Isn't this just a test of luck? Xueqi smiled bitterly. If we're lucky, it'll be right next to us. If we're unlucky, it'll be like today. How can we possibly get in? Without waiting for the Buddhist light to reach the portal, Xueqi and the others had only flown a few li away. The 1 zhong wide portal had already collapsed into 1 qi, and the orange light was about to disappear. But at this moment, the Buddhist light suddenly flourished and then disappeared. When Xueqi and the others hurriedly looked at the portal, a faint Buddhist light flashed, and Xueqi's figure appeared there with the Buddhist light. Damn it! This is the heavenly feat! Xueqi was shocked. Isn't this the teleportation of the physical body? That's right, nascent soul teleportation is a divine ability of nascent soul cultivators, and only nascent soul cultivators can teleport. The physical body of a nascent soul cultivator can't teleport. But this Xueqi's heavenly feat allowed her to instantly fly a few li away. She was even more powerful than a late nascent soul cultivator of the Tao sect. While Xueqi was shocked, Xueqi seemed to have received Xian's instructions. As soon as she appeared in front of the portal, she immediately rushed in. Fortunately, although the portal was only 1 qi wide, Xueqi had the appearance of a child and her figure was also short, so it was easy for her to enter. Xueqi's figure disappeared into the portal, and the portal immediately stopped collapsing. However, the light around the portal was still shaking with all its might, as if a shabby wooden door was trembling in the wind and would collapse at any moment. Good. Xian almost clapped her hands. Then she urged the auspicious cloud and said, "Let's speed up too. This portal won't last long." In fact, there was no need for Xian to say more. When Xueqi and Gu Zhan saw the portal in such a state, they had already urged the auspicious cloud under their feet to rush forward. The distance of several li wasn't too far, but now that they were in such a hurry, it felt like an insurmountable moat. Fortunately, Xueqi entered the door first. Although Xiaohua didn't know that Ci Hui was inside the door's brilliance flickered and collapsed like paper several times. However, every time, it would stand up straight as if it had been reignited from the ashes, waiting for Xian to arrive first. Xian didn't stop at all. She turned her head and called out, "Master Gu Zhen, I'll go in first. You can come in when you arrive." Without waiting for Gu Zhen to speak, Xian plunged into the small portal and disappeared with a flash of green energy. Xiaohua didn't fly very fast. He followed Gu Zhen. When the two arrived in front of the portal, Xiaohua looked at the small and twisted portal, then looked at Gu Zhen's tall figure and said with a wry smile, "Master, how do we go in?" "What's so difficult about that?" Gu Zhen laughed and chanted the name of Buddha. Amitabha, as Gu Zhen's voice fell, Gu Zhen's body also flashed with a faint Buddhist light. Without any sound, Gu Zhen's figure slowly shrank. He lifted his foot and walked towards the portal. Step by step, Master Gu Zhen actually turned into a 1 chi tall human figure and walked in safely. Everyone has their own tricks. At this moment, Xiaohua also sighed with emotion at the wonders of the Buddhist sect's methods. The bones in his body made a slight sound. His figure shrank a little and he also rushed into the portal. As Xiaohua entered, the portal finally couldn't hold on anymore. It twisted a few times and turned into pieces of inexplicable orange-red light and shadow that scattered in the air. Of course, the orange-red light and shadow didn't last for long. In a moment, the thick clouds in the sky closed and darkness enveloped the water region. The waves in the water region retreated and the whirlpool rotated again. Whimpers like the cries of ghosts filled the dark night sky again. Chapter 34-22. Swish. With a sound of water, Xiaohua's mouth and nose are suddenly flooded with ice-cold river water. It's like he's plunging into a saint river. Xiaohua wants to use the water avoidance art without hesitation, but just as the true essence in his meridians is surging, the river water in front of him instantly disappears. Not far away, Xian is holding a goose egg-sized bead in her hand. That bead is emitting a blue brilliance, blocking the river water within 100 feet. It's a water avoidance bead. Standing on the left side of Xian is Gu Zhen, whose body has transformed into the size of an ordinary person. Sitting on the right side of Xian is Ci Hui, whose face is dark red. On the contrary, Xian's gaze falls on Xiaohua. Her eyes flash with a pensive expression. She says faintly, "Little monk, I have to thank you. If not for you being able to accurately predict the formation door's appearance, we wouldn't have been able to enter this place even with immortal friend Ci Hui's heart's fulfillment art." "Hee, it's nothing," Xiaohua says half-heartedly. Looking left and right at the river water outside the water avoidance bead, he says with a smile, "I only had a slight feeling, that's all. Everything is because of senior brother Ci Hui. If not for his heart's fulfillment art, how could we have entered?" Senior brother Ci Hui's contribution is naturally great, but if not for your reminder, we wouldn't have been able to concentrate on finding the door in advance. Xian stares at Xiaohua and says again. At this moment, Ci Hui also opens his eyes and says with a forced smile, "Indeed, when junior brother Deepu reminded me, I already activated my mental force and prepared myself. Junior brother's reminder is the finishing touch." Xiaohua looks Xian up and down, he says with a smile. "I've always felt that I'm a burden. Being able to lend senior brother a hand today, my heart naturally feels at ease. There's no need to mention anything about claiming credit." "Little monk, just now when the door appeared, you seemed to want to say something. Could it be that you were able to foresee the appearance of the door? Could it be that you know this ancient formation?" Gu Zhen seems to have thought of something and says. Xiaohua touches his nose and says with a bitter smile, "What are you talking about, great master? This is an ancient Taoist formation. How could I know? Just now when this little monk came in, I was still puzzled. I had clearly rushed through the door, but why did it look like I had plunged headfirst into the river?" Seeing that Xiaohua didn't admit it, Xian didn't ask any more. She only said, "Little monk, if you know anything, you can tell us. We are now one body. We must advance and retreat together. Don't hide anything." Yes, I understand." Xiaohua nodded his head like a chick pecking rice. For this little monk's own life, this little monk will also tell you everything he knows. Xian snorted coldly, then reached out her hand and took out a jade box. She turned to Xueqi and asked, "Fellow immortal Xueqi, are you done resting? We don't have much time, so we need to hurry." Xueqi slowly got up and nodded. "Exintanue, don't worry. I am fine now." Xueqi, fly behind this old monk. Gu Zhan looks at the water curtain on the left. Outside the water curtain, there are some strange swimming fishes and some grayish-black seaweed. There are no bones to be seen. He doesn't know whether to be happy or sad, so he says in a deep voice, "You rashly used the relic psychokinesis, shaking the relic's foundation. You should use more heart to nourish it. It's not good to use psychokinesis again." "Yes, thank you, martial ancestor." Xueqi slightly nods. The Buddhist light around her body flickers. She should be following the instructions to cast the spell. "New Tanue, where do we fly to next?" Gu Zhen asks Xian again. Xian says with confidence, "Great Master, don't worry. This is the bottom of the Sage River, thousands of feet deep. We are surrounded by river water, so it's hard to determine our direction. Although we have the water avoidance pearl, we can't fly at will. Once we touch the formation's restriction, we can't go forward anymore. I have a secret talisman of the Taoist gate here. It's time to use it." "Amitba, then I'll have to trouble New Tanue." Gu Zhen puts his palms together and stands to the side. As early as when Xian took out that jade box, Xiaohua already saw clearly that there was a talisman of the Taoist gate stuck on the outside of the jade box. Inside the jade flute must be the magic tool that Xian used to break the formation. Xian raises her eyes to look at Xiaohua, then spits out a mouthful of true qi on the jade box. That talisman stuck on the box immediately floats up, flashes in midair and turns into a pile of ashes. As soon as the talisman disappears, a ball of dark green brilliance comes out of the jade box. A wave of magic power familiar to Xiaohua is transmitted along with the brilliance. "Oh, what magic tool is this? It seems the magic power's fluctuation is very strange." Xiaohua doesn't dare to spread his divine sense far, only sweeping it in front of him. He is somewhat stunned as he thinks. Xian then raises her hand and opens the lid of the jade box. A 2 fingers wide and 4 fingers long flat jade flies out of the jade box. Jade talisman? A kind of surprise flashes in Xiaohua's eyes. This kind of jade talisman is rarely seen in the Dawn Rain continent where the Taoist gate is flourishing. How can it appear in the Buddhist gate's nirvana world? What is the origin of this Xian? Is it possible that a disciple of a Confucian family can use the Taoist gate's jade talisman? Sure enough, Xian opens her mouth and spits out another ball of true qi. This true qi is different from before. When it lands in the air, it immediately takes the shape of a sword. Xian's left hand grabs the air as if she is holding the flying sword. Then, as if she is forming a seal, that flying sword rapidly moves in midair. "Go!" Xian lightly reprimands. The true qi condensed into a flying sword suddenly explodes. The true qi rushes into the seal that was drawn on the flying sword before. Xian pushes her hand again. That true qi hits the jade talisman in midair. Crack, crack, crack. A burst of chaotic sounds. That jade talisman explodes like a blossoming emerald flower. Thousands of green lights fly in all directions. Ka 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 ka. The green lights emitted the splendor of the water avoidance pearl. Once they touch the water curtain outside, the water curtain immediately changes. Some parts turn into nothingness, while other parts condense into ice. In particular, this splendor rapidly extends into the distance. A beautiful ice palace unexpectedly appears in front of Xiaohua and the others. This. Not to mention Xiaohua's surprise. Even Xueqi and Gu Zhen, who have already discussed this beforehand, look at the ice palace that suddenly appears in disbelief. They are speechless. This is the ancient Taoist gate's ice-condensing talisman. Unexpectedly, Xian blinked her eyes mischievously and explained in a somewhat showy manner. Mo Yuntong mentioned that the channel of this magic formation is condensed by the water-based qi of heaven and earth. It does not prevent the river water from flowing in. Even the river water in the channel may be an illusion created by the magic formation. At this point, Xian glances at Gu Zhen and continues to say, "Just by using the imperial equipment in the water avoidance pearl, we can't distinguish the true formation channel. Moreover, if we are not careful, it is very easy to fall into the formation and not be able to escape." Mo Yuntong mentioned an idea. If the river water in this channel is frozen, presumably the illusory river water will disappear and the true channel will appear. However, this method has very high requirements for the cultivator who uses the ice sealing technique. Not only must they have enough Dharma power, but they must also control the technique to the smallest detail and not touch the formation. Coincidentally, I have seen a Taoist Gates ice sealing talisman. This thing itself is a water-type talisman. It is of the same origin as the formation in this river. Therefore, I don't need to know any ice sealing technique, I only need to use this talisman. Even more coincidentally, Xueqi can't help but say, Benefactress also knows how to use the Taoist Gates talisman with Confucian Cultivation's true qi. Say, how can things in this world be so coincidental? It really is. Xueqi smiled proudly and pointed to the depths of the ice palace. It's such a coincidence. Now, we only need to fly inside and not touch the walls of the passage, and we will be able to find the trace of the immortal artifact. Alas, Xueqi is indeed well prepared. Xueqi sighs again. If it was someone else, even if they came in, they would have to touch the formation's restrictions sooner or later. Let's go. It seems to be very big inside. My true qi has already been suppressed. Your Buddhist senses can't go very far, right? We still have a long way to go. Xueqi flies up first. She has already put away the water avoidance pearl, but still holds the flexible sword in her hand. Seeing Xueqi fly up, Gu Zhen glanced at Xueqi and followed behind without saying anything. Xueqi smiled and said to Xueqi, Thank you, junior brother Tip, for covering the rear for us. It's no problem. This is the safest place. This little monk can't ask for more. Xueqi raises his hand and asks Xueqi to fly first. The four people fly up, with Xueqi at the back. He tries to release his Buddhist senses. Sure enough, it is extremely suppressed and can't go more than 10 feet. Moreover, the formation channels in the four walls also block his Buddhist senses, so it can't go out at all. But fortunately, Xueqi feels that his soul sense is not suppressed too much. If it can go very far. These are bones. Not long after flying out, Xueqi is trying to use his soul sense. In front of him, Xueqi calls out with some hesitation. Xueqi looks up. On the ice channel several feet away, there is an area densely packed with hundreds and thousands of bones. These bones are already scattered. It is impossible to tell what kind of bones they are. Moreover, the size of the bones is also different. Some are half a foot long, some are several feet long. They are obviously not human bones. Alas, Amitabha. Gu Zhen's slightly sorrowful voice rises. Thank you for the reminder. This old monk has already seen it. Although this old monk is already prepared, when faced with these bones, my heart is complicated. This formation must be the skeleton of my younger brother. This formation is so miraculous. With this old monk's current cultivation, this old monk can't deal with it. How can he escape at that time? Forget it. Since this old monk can face his skeleton, this old monk can recite the rebirth mantra several times. This old monk has already fulfilled his lifelong wish. After saying that, Gu Zhen sits cross-legged in front of the ice wall formed by the bones. He puts his palms together and devoutly recites the rebirth mantra. Strands of elemental energy are sent into the ice wall along with Gu Zhen's chanting. Unfortunately, the ice wall has no reaction at all. It is like a clay ox entering the sea. Chapter 34-23. When a drop of crystal-clear tear flowed out of Gu Zhen's left eye, it slowly slid across his slightly rough face and condensed on his chin. Xueqi's suspicion in his heart completely disappeared. Xueqi really didn't dare to believe that a Buddhist disciple who practiced Dharma protector, Han Zhu, was a typical example. Gu Zhen revealed his true feelings. His so-called story of his brother's disappearance should be true, then his purpose of entering the formation should be normal. Gu Zhen's chanting was gentle and sad, far from the chanting of an ordinary monk. Xueqi and Xueqi also felt sad in their hearts, standing there silently. Xueqi didn't urge Gu Zhen to hurry up, but from time to time, she looked at the ice wall covered with white bones. She knew that the ice wall must be the water curtain of the formation before it was frozen. These white bones didn't rush into the Saint River but stayed in the water curtain, so they must be imprisoned. She was afraid that Gu Zhen's psyche power would touch these white bones and trigger the restriction. Fortunately, after half an hour, Guzhen's voice gradually stopped, and the ice near the white bones didn't change at all. Only then did Xueqi let out a long breath. At the same time, Guzhen also let out a sigh of relief. After Guzhen finished chanting the rebirth mantra, he stood up and chanted Ba 9 times in a row, as if he had put down a heavy burden. His eyes, which were full of killing intent before, also had a trace of vitality. Seeing this, Xueqi said with a smile, "Congratulations, Master Guzhen, for untangling the knot in your heart. Thank you, Xueqi, for fulfilling my wish." Guzhen hurriedly tidied his monk robe, put his palms together and bowed solemnly. "If I didn't meet you, I don't know when I could be free." "This is Buddha's mercy," Xueqi said with a smile. "Master, you have contributed a lot to Buddhism. Buddha saw that you were burdened by the knot in your heart, so he pointed out the supreme path for you, but it has nothing to do with me. Heavenly flowers with others, lingering fragrance in my hand." Xueqi also said with a smile, "Buddha used Tanyue to help Guzhen become Grandmaster Guzhen. Tanyue also has boundless merit." "Haha, I don't dare, Xueqi replied. "If Master Guzhen has nothing else to do, can we move on?" Let's go. Guzhen said with a relaxed smile. "I'm fine. In the future, I will listen to Tanyue's instructions." Good. Xueqi controlled the auspicious cloud beneath her feet and continued to lead the way. Guzhen glanced at Bai Gu again before following closely behind. The ice cave's passageway was similar to ordinary mountain paths, and was even more difficult to distinguish than mountain paths. After Xuehua and the others flew forward for half an incense stick's worth of time, many forks appeared. These forks were no different in Xuehua's eyes, and even their shapes were exactly the same. Even Xueqi often stopped and took out her ink cloud eyes to carefully examine them. Finally, Xueqi's ink cloud pupil was no longer useful when she saw 3 different paths in front of her. She of Guzhen's of a man, Tanyue's of a man, Tanyue, and her Tanyue, and then Tanyue. Tanyue, S, Sans S Tanyue's, Yuntong, Tanyong's, San, S, Tanyue, Tain, S, Tanyue's, Tanyue, was, Tanyue, S, and, S, Tanis's, I's SS, Tong. I've made preparations in advance, but I want to see if there are any clues. It's best if we don't use the prepared means. Okay, let's see together. Tanyue understood Xueqi's thoughts, and then she flew toward one of the paths. Tanyue. Xueqi hurriedly called, "Don't go too deep, and don't touch the ice wall." "I understand." Tanyue entered the path with a smile. Xuehua and Guzhen also responded, each entering a fork in the road. Xuehua didn't know what Tanyue and Tanyue were like, but he himself was very careful. After flying for hundreds of feet, another 4 paths appeared in front of him. Xuehua immediately stopped flying. This was not the void, and he didn't dare to wander around. Looking at the 4 paths that looked similar, Xuehua smiled bitterly. The person who set up the formation is really insidious. Why did he make so many paths? Damn it, if I set up a formation in the future, I'll make it more complicated than this one. After venting his anger, Xuehua turned around and was about to fly back, but when he turned around, a huge shadow pressed down from above his head. Who? Xuehua was surprised, and without hesitation, he waved his hand and held the wishful staff in his hand. However, when he took a closer look, he laughed again. He saw that outside the ice wall above his head was the water of the Sage River, and the huge monster was a huge river fish that he had never seen before. The river fish swayed its huge tail slightly, and it didn't notice Xuehua in the formation below. Haha. Xuehua looked at the river fish's leisurely appearance, smiled slightly, put away the wishful staff, and continued to fly back. However, after flying for a while, he began to mutter in his heart, "This formation is really strange. Not to mention that it's completely arranged at the bottom of the Sage River. The passage in this formation is so close to the river water, and there's something strange about it. If I were to encounter danger and desperately break through this ice wall, wouldn't I be able to escape the formation? However, is this formation so easy to break through?" Xuehua thought as he flew, and soon saw Xueqi's figure. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart lit up, and he realized, "Grandma, I was almost fooled again. How can I directly see the formation outside? Outside this ice wall must be an illusion of the formation, which is to lure people into the river water. Once they touch the formation, they will definitely die." Alas! Thanks to Xion's frozen talisman. Right, speaking of the frozen talisman, this jade talisman is really powerful, even stronger than my fire talisman. I just don't know if the Xion family has a refining method? Little monk. When Xiaohua's heart was filled with greed, Xion raised her voice. Have you found a way out? No. Xiaohua smiled and shook his head. This little monk's luck has always been bad. I only encountered 4 forks and turned back, not daring to go forward. Haha, it's already good. Xion laughed. If you were the only one who encountered 4 forks, then this path is the right one. Hearing this, Xiaohua shook his head. There's no need to plan for the best. Senior brother Xueqi and Grandmaster Gu Zhen's passage must also have 4 forks. Xion raised her eyebrows, not forgetting to probe. Could it be that this little monk knows how to set up a formation? Tizen. Xiaohua pursed his lips. Even a child would understand this kind of little trick. How could the person who set up the formation not know? Do they still need this little monk to know how to set up a formation? Sure enough, not long after, Xueqi and Grandmaster Gu Zhen also returned, explaining one by one. The 2 of them were a bit stronger than Xiaohua, so they each chose 2 passages and went deeper. However, later on they both returned. It was really as Xiaohua said, they also encountered 4 forks. After hearing this, Xion smiled bitterly, saying, actually, if we patiently explore these forks, we may be able to find a way out. Unfortunately, we have only just entered the formation, the difficult part is still inside, we can't waste time here. As she spoke, she reached out and took out a purple object that was only 3 inches long. That object was similar to sandalwood, emitting a faint trace of a meaty aroma. There was also a burnt black color on it, as if it had just been extinguished. 6 Directions Divine Concealment Incense? Xiaohua's eyes lit up. The name of this ancient object very easily appeared in his mind. At the same time, some other memories appeared. Ah! Immediately after, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, secretly surprised. Then he suddenly understood. These memories were all given to him by the ghost cultivator Huang Yi. But before the spiritual energy was not clear, the spiritual cavities were not completely opened. Now these memories, along with the understanding of the green-robed Xiaohua and the other primordial spirits, were being absorbed by Xiaohua at an accelerated rate. What is this? Xueqi naturally did not know, and asked in a low voice, somewhat surprised. It seems to be my Buddhist sect's sandalwood? This object is called Divine Concealment Incense. Xion raised her hand, and said with a smile, although it's called incense, in reality, it has nothing to do with your Buddhist sect, it's a secret technique of the Tao sect. I don't know what this object is made of, but after it's ignited, the incense can protect the primordial spirit. After the primordial spirit escapes, as long as the incense itself is not extinguished, no restriction can prevent the primordial spirit from escaping. Escape technique. Hearing this, Xiaohua immediately understood that this was the Tao sect's escape technique. As long as the divine concealment incense was not extinguished, its incense could provide a passage for the escaping primordial spirit. No matter where, the primordial spirit could return. Hearing this, Gu Zhen frowned and said, could it be that Xion is also proficient in the Tao sect's escape technique? Xion said with a smile, I can't be considered proficient, I only know a little. Following Xion's smile, her gaze swept over Xiaohua with interest. Damn it! Instantly, Xiaohua wanted to stomp his feet. Is there a need? If you can understand the Tao sect's magic, why can't this young master understand it? Although this young master is a Buddhist sect disciple, isn't it better to learn from others? You can't just let the state officials set fires and not let the common people light lamps, right? That's right. Previously, Xiaohua did not care about looking at her a few more times and insinuating a few more times. He also did not know where he had exposed himself, but now that he heard Xion's words, he naturally knew that this Confucian woman had already seen through the signs of his Tao sect cultivation. Of course, it could also be said that this woman was somewhat suspicious. That's not possible. Xiaohua did not look at Xion. He lowered his head and thought to himself, even if she has Tao sect cultivation, this Xiao did not use any Tao sect divine ability. Oh, I understand. The moment this Xiao entered the formation, this Xiao seemed to have activated his true essence. Perhaps at that time, she would have been able to sense the fluctuations of true essence. Alas, this little girl is still worried about this Xiao. At this moment, Xueqi frowned, and said, in that case, Tanyue is preparing to use the escape technique of his primordial spirit to explore the path? To be precise, he is using a trace of his primordial spirit. Xian said with a smile. The Tao sect has a secret technique that can release a trace of his primordial spirit for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If the primordial spirit is of the same mind, it can travel thousands of miles in an instant. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn is enough for this one to explore these 3 paths. Chapter 34-24. Xian Tanyue, be careful. We didn't quite understand and only instructed. Xian opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of true qi onto the incense. The tip of the incense flashed brilliantly and ignited. A faint wisp of smoke shot straight into the air. Grandmaster Gu Zhen, please protect this little girl. Xian's cherry lips parted slightly. She immediately sat down in the air and formed a spell that Xiaohua was unfamiliar with. Her eyes were tightly shut. Hearing this, Gu Zhen waved his hand and placed the huge demon-subduing pestle in front of his chest. His eyes widened and he vigilantly patrolled the surroundings. Xiaohua didn't open his transcendence vision so he couldn't see anything. He only saw that the incense suddenly split into 3 and rushed straight into the 3 forks. Then, the entire passage was filled with a faint smell of meat. Oh! Xian actually split into 3 primordial spirits? Xiaohua's eyes brightened. This guy is from a scholarly family. How does he know so many Taoist secret techniques? Even this young master doesn't know this secret technique. Just as Xiaohua was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, a beastly roar came from the left side of the tunnel. Soon after, the entire frozen tunnel shook. Looking at Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, a strand of golden true energy rushed out from the top of her head. In an instant, it completely protected her. The part of her face that was not covered by the true energy turned dark red. Not good. Gu Zhen hurriedly said, I'm afraid Xian Tanyue's primordial spirit is in danger. Just as he was speaking, the fragrance of the incense grew stronger. A gust of wind blew out from the other 2 passages and rushed in front of Xian, extinguishing the incense in an instant. Let's go. At the same time the incense was extinguished, Xian opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with fear. Without waiting for her to stand up, auspicious clouds immediately appeared below her and carried her towards the passage that Xiaohua just explored. There's an essence-devouring demonic beast in that passage. Hearing the name of an essence-devouring demonic beast, Gu Zhen's expression changed. He waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand and flew with Xian. Xiaohua accompanied Xueqi and followed behind. At this time, Xian Xinrua was also familiar with the path in front. Encountering a fork, she didn't hesitate. The 4 of them quickly flew for another incense stick's worth of time. Senior brother Xueqi, what is this essence-devouring demonic beast? Xiaohua asked in a low voice when he saw that Xian had already slowed down. Alas, this essence-devouring demonic beast is an extinct demonic beast from ancient times. It feeds on the essence qi of both humans and demonic beasts. Neither Buddhism nor Confucianism have any effective means to resist this demonic beast. Only demonic beasts that are more powerful can resist it. Fortunately, there were very few of these demonic beasts in the world. Later on, for some unknown reason, they disappeared without a trace. This little monk has also heard about it from Confucian cultivators. Who would have thought that we would meet here? Xueqi replied in a low voice. Xiaohua was deep in thought. Looking at Xian's back view in front, he said, looks like that trace of Xian Tanyue's primordial spirit is like throwing a meat bun at a dog. It's gone with no return. You're the meat bun. Just as Xiaohua's voice fell, Xian immediately stopped, turned her head and scolded. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He opened his mouth to explain, but when he saw Xian's flushed face, he knew that her primordial spirit was damaged. He didn't dare to say anything and hastily shut his mouth. Humph. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't say anything, Xian, who was in a bad mood, coldly snorted. She looked around and said, Great Master Gu Zhen, this one's primordial spirit is damaged. I need to take medicine to heal. I'll have to trouble Great Master Shen to protect me. Alas, Xian Tanyue has worked hard. This old monk is duty-bound. Gu Zhen flew past Xiao Hua and Ci Hui with the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. He landed at the back, facing the entrance of the passage. This little monk will go to the front. Xiao Hua was very tactful. Without waiting for Ci Hui to speak, he flew past Xian and arrived about 10 zhong in front of her. Xian took out a thumb-sized jade bottle and crushed the top of the bottle. She opened her mouth and poured a strand of golden medicinal liquid into it. Immediately, her body's true qi surged and protected her. Several strands of true qi lingered around her 7 apertures and the top of her head like small snakes. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xian opened her mouth and all the golden true qi entered her mouth. She then stood up and said, "All right, Great Master Gu Zhen, let's continue." Xian Tanyue. Ci Hui, who had been standing not far from Xian, hurriedly asked, "Your primordial spirit is damaged. Why don't you rest for a while?" "Alas, many thanks for fellow immortals' concern." Xian sighed slightly. This one's primordial spirit was swallowed by the spirit-devouring demonic beast. If I want to recover, I'll need 3 years of hard work. Now that I've taken the soul-condensing golden liquid, my primordial spirit is temporarily protected. There won't be any big problems. There's no difference between resting more and resting less. All right. Ci Hui nodded helplessly. However, fellow immortal can't lead the way from now on. That's right. This old monk will lead the way from now on. Gu Zhen flew over, his voice very loud. Xian nodded. Then I'll have to trouble Great Master. No matter, no matter. Gu Zhen smiled. I can't accept a reward without any effort. If this old monk doesn't put in effort, wouldn't I be ashamed to face Tanyue? How can this old monk reach out and take the ancient Buddha blessing? Hee. Xian smiled faintly. This one's preparations can be considered adequate. However, I didn't expect that before we even went deeper, I would feel a little defeated. This primordial spell formation is really powerful. If it weren't for Great Master, a 5th grade primordial Qi senior, this one definitely wouldn't dare to go any deeper. Let's go. Gu Zhen waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand and flew up first. Xian naturally followed behind, and Xiao Hua brought up the rear again. Under Xian's guidance, the 4 of them flew for a while more. They saw that the frozen ice walls were gradually decreasing, and the forks in the path were also decreasing in number. After flying through a long passage where ice and water intersected, a water wall appeared in front of them. This water wall was azure in color and didn't show any signs of being frozen. It seemed like they had reached the end of the spell formation. Lady Tanyue. Gu Zhen stopped in front of the water wall and used his Buddhist awareness to scan the water wall that was more than 100 feet in size. He turned back and said, "How should we go next?" "Tanyue, please cast your spell." Xian also stopped and didn't rush to answer. Instead, she flew close to the water wall and looked up and down. She even stretched out her hand and extended her soft sword, gently piercing it into the water wall. The water wall really looked like river water, and the soft sword sank into it. However, when Xian pulled out the soft sword, there was no river water on it. Strangely, Xian didn't rush to put the soft sword away after pulling it out. Instead, she put it in front of her nose and sniffed it gently. Xiao Hua and Ci Hui also flew over at this time. Ci Hui stood beside Gu Zhen while Xiao Hua flew to the water wall and asked, "Benefactor Xian, is this water wall no longer the spell formation's restriction?" There are records of this water passage in the ink cloud pupil. Although the water here isn't the river water of the Sage River, there are no restrictions inside. The spell formation's restriction is the same as the maze we're in, on the outer layer. Xian sniffed the aura on the soft sword and carefully put it away. As if she was sure, she nodded and said, "However, this river water is mixed with a highly toxic poison. No matter if it's Confucian, Buddhist, Taoist, or demon, as long as the skin touches it, it will immediately split open. No protective spells will work." "Highly toxic?" Then, Xiao Hua frowned. "How should we go over?" Hee. This is where we should borrow the power of the Great Master. Xian turned to Gu Zhen and said with a smile, My original plan was to use Master Fontain's magic tool to freeze the poisonous water in this water passage or expel it to prevent our skin from touching it. Now, with the Great Master's Buddhist alms bowl, we can also collect it. Naturally, this water passage can be emptied. It's that simple? Xiaohua asked in disbelief. He didn't think that the ancient spell formation only relied on poisonous water to block people. It's that simple. Xian nodded. This water passage relies on highly toxic poison. There's no antidote for the ancient poison now. If we touch it, we'll definitely die without a burial place. Of course, this passage is extremely long. Ordinary Confucian cultivators' magic tools have limited capacity, so it's difficult to collect all the poisonous water in the passage. Only Taoist magic tools and Buddhist magic tools can do it. Also, if we can't collect or freeze all the poisonous water in the passage in one go, the uncollected poisonous water in front of us will immediately trigger the restriction of the spell formation. New poisonous water will pour in again, and we'll have no choice but to return here. I see. This old monk understands. Gu Zhan nodded slightly, put away the demon-subduing pestle in his hand, and took out the alms bowl. He said with a smile, of course, this old monk's alms bowl only collected less than half of the water in the Four Extremes mountain. Since Xian Tanua thinks it's possible, this old monk's Buddhist magic tool will definitely work. That, Xiaohua said worriedly. There's already a lot of water in the Great Master's alms bowl. Can't you collect less water now? Ha ha ha, little monk. This old monk has already sprinkled the water in the alms bowl on the dry land on the way here. Now, this alms bowl is empty. Gu Zhan laughed and tossed the alms bowl in his hand. The Buddhist light around him shone brightly, and his previously shrunken body expanded again until he was about 10 feet tall. Then he formed a seal with both hands, and the Buddhist seal hit the alms bowl. The alms bowl spun and gradually expanded, flying in front of Gu Zhan. Gu Zhan flew in front of the water wall. The alms bowl spat out Buddhist light and covered the water wall. Under the Buddhist light, the water in the water wall swayed and rippled. Gu Zhan didn't look back and laughed. Are you all ready? We're ready. Great Master, please cast the spell in front of us. Once the poisonous water in the passage is collected, there will be a gap immediately. Great Master, please go ahead. Xian took a deep breath, and his previously flushed face had somewhat calmed down now. Amitabha. Gu Zhan chanted the name of Buddha and formed a seal with both hands. The Buddhist light above the alms bowl buzzed and rushed into the water wall like a whirlpool on the surface of the river. Everyone's eyes fell on it expectantly. Woo-woo. As far as everyone's eyes could see, ripples appeared on the water wall inside the Buddhist light. The ripples spread wider and deeper, forming a whirlpool. However, it was an inverted whirlpool, protruding above the water wall. Under the Buddhist light, it was gradually sucked into the alms bowl. Chapter 34-25. Come back. Gu Zhan roared and pushed the Buddhist light that had landed on the wall of water. The entire wall of water shook, and the water ripple that had protruded a few inches and hadn't fallen into the alms bowl was grabbed by a big hand and stuffed into the bowl. As soon as the water wave fell, the water tunnel immediately emptied a few inches of space. Xiaohua's eyes swept across the tunnel that was dozens of feet wide. The walls were like ice walls, but there was no sign of frost. Outside the mirror-like water wall, it was pitch black. There was no water grass or river fish. The Buddhist weapon of the Buddhist sect was really powerful. Xiaohua looked around for a moment and found that the poisonous water in the tunnel had been sucked away by about a foot. Moreover, it seemed that Gu Zhan was doing it with ease. The speed of the poisonous water being absorbed into the alms bowl was getting faster and faster. Good. Xian smiled and clapped her hands. Although the Buddhist sect's supernatural power is not as sharp as the Tao sect's magic, it has always been able to take drastic measures. Master Gu Zhan's absorption of the poisonous water is better than Master Feng Tian's removal of the poisonous water. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. Xiaohua said faintly. Master Gu Zhan's absorption of the poisonous water into the Buddhist treasure will take some time. I guess it won't be as fast as Master Feng Tian's removal of the poisonous water. In fact, instead of using the alms bowl to absorb the poisonous water, it's better for us to use the Buddhist weapon to escape through the water. Humph, what do you know? Although it's very difficult to absorb the poisonous water at the beginning and the speed is slow, after the initial poisonous water is absorbed, the other poisonous water will flow and fill in one by one. With the push and pull, the speed will get faster and faster. Oh, and I forgot to say that the water in the tunnel is not the river water of the Saint River. Not only is it highly poisonous, but it is also mixed with the innate heavy water. As long as someone or something enters it, it will trigger the magic formation. Thousands of heavy water will press down on the person, making it impossible to move forward or backward. Xinxin glanced at Xiaohua unhappily. You thought of it, but I thought about it long ago. If we can walk through it, why would I bother to find Master Feng Tian? All right. Xiaohua knew that there were many ways to break the restrictive spell, but he was only considering it from his own point of view. He didn't refute and nodded slightly. It was just as Xian had said. The first step was the most difficult step, but the next 3 meters were much easier. Master Gu Zhen flew faster and faster. Xiaohua and the others hurriedly urged their clouds to follow behind. It was just as Xiaohua had seen at the beginning. After entering the tunnel, there was no trace of the water wall at all. It was as smooth as a mirror. Everyone was flying in the air. On the water wall, there were several clear shadows. Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness swept over and was immediately absorbed by the smooth mirror surface. Xiaohua quickly withdrew his Buddhist consciousness. Looking at Xian again, she also had an unnatural expression on her face. Most likely, she had also turned into a meat bun after releasing her divine sense. Looking at Master Gu Zhen's Buddha body and his increasing speed, Xiaohua was shocked. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, Senior brother Cai Hui, isn't Master Gu Zhen's speed too fast? Why does this little monk have the illusion that the poisonous water is absorbing Master Gu Zhen instead of Master Gu Zhen withdrawing the poisonous water? Hiss. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Cai Hui was also stunned. She took a breath and said in a low voice, Junior brother's words also make this poor monk puzzled. Why is Grandmaster's speed increasing again and again? What do you know? Xian sneered. The water in this tunnel needs to be filled at all times. If the Grandmaster keeps the water, then the Grandmaster will have to pour even more water in. This water needs to be poured in from the front. The more water the Grandmaster keeps, the more water will pour in, and the more force the Grandmaster will use to push the Grandmaster in. As you can see, it's not that Master Gu Zhen is consuming too much karma, but that the formation is pushing the alms bowl with too much force. Master Gu Zhen has no choice but to speed up. The problem is, what if Master Gu Zhen's speed can't compare to the speed of the formation filling the water? Xiaohua hit the nail on the head. This. Xian bit her lips and hesitated. After a moment she said, in my opinion, as long as Master Gu Zhen's Buddhist treasure alms bowl can hold enough poisonous water, he will be fine. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't let her go. He asked again, but what if Master Gu Zhen's alms bowl can't hold so much poisonous water? Hearing this, Xian's expression changed slightly. She stared at Xiaohua for a moment and suddenly became furious. She shouted hysterically, How do I know what to do? I'm just a little girl. I want to come to this formation to find treasures. I racked my brains to find Mo Yuntong. According to Mo Yuntong's fragments, I repeatedly thought about it and prepared the things I needed according to my own thoughts. I didn't dare to find others, nor did I dare to tell the people around me. I painstakingly endured for more than 10 years before I found you. You have such an opportunity. Not only did you not thank me, but you also pointed here. If you have the ability, go find Mo Yuntong. If you have the ability, go find an ancient formation. You want to ask what will happen if the poisonous water comes in again? Well, then I'll tell you. I've thought about this poisonous water for a long time. Unless you don't touch it, once you touch it, even if you are a Buddhist sex arhat or a Confucian sex grandmaster, your protective true qi and other things won't work. You just need to close your eyes. Later, when you turn into a white bone, it will also float at the entrance of the formation as a warning to others. Of course, if you can speak at that time, don't let anyone in. Xian's voice wasn't soft. Her tone was very fast, as if she was anxious and angry. Looking at her face, the redness had gradually faded. Instead, it was a little pale and there were some tears in her eyes. She looked extremely wronged. Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect Xian to have such a reaction. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but didn't know how to comfort her, so he simply closed his mouth. However, he secretly muttered in his heart, "This little girl. What does she mean? Could it be that she came to find the immortal artifact for other purposes? Why didn't she even dare to tell her family members and instead believe outsiders?" However, it really wasn't easy for her to find so much information. Xueqi gave Xiaohua a rare glare, then turned to Xian and said warmly, "Xian Tanue, don't be angry. Junior brother Tip only asked a few more questions for our safety. In such a dangerous place, no matter how careful we are, we can't be too careful." Xian also realized her gaffe. She slightly clenched her teeth and did her best to hold back the tears that were about to flow out. However, she wasn't willing to raise her arm and wipe it with her palace gown. After a while, she raised her head and said, "Many thanks for fellow immortals' comfort. This one understands that the little monk's words are reasonable. However, this one has been preparing for so many years. I hope fellow immortal can trust me." At this moment, a low rumbling sound came from the water tunnel ahead of them. It seemed to be shaking slightly. Moreover, the Buddhist light around Gu Zhan's body began to flicker. Before Xiaohua and the others could look at Gu Zhan, the rumbling sound grew louder and louder. A moment later, a deafening sound came from the tunnel. "Not good." Gu Zhan roared, "There's too much water coming from the river ahead. This old monk's alms bowl can't hold it in." As he spoke, a stream of water flowed out from under Gu Zhan's body. "Hurry!" Xian's expression changed when she saw the water seeping out. She shrieked, "Master Gu Zhan, retreat quickly." "Wait a moment." Gu Zhan clenched his teeth and roared. Under the flickering Buddhist light, his Dharma body grew several meters taller. This old monk will. It seemed that Gu Zhan was still unwilling to give up and wanted to struggle a few more times. However, when Xian's scorpion-like stream of river water passed by Gu Zhan's body, ripples immediately appeared on the previously tranquil water wall. These ripples rapidly rippled around the entire water wall, and when they circled around Xiaohua and the others, forming a water ring, they actually produced a crisp pop-pop-pop sound, as if an ice river had suddenly broken, or as if a mountain rock had been broken. Immediately after, these sounds along with the water ring, rapidly rushed behind Xiaohua and the others, wave after wave. The crisp sound was like the sound of a life-threatening drum. It spread farther and farther, echoing in the water tunnel and knocking on the hearts of Xiaohua and the others. "This is bad." Xiaohua's face immediately turned pale. He thought of the collapse of the space tunnel in the vein of space. At this time, Xian and Xueqi had already activated their auspicious clouds. They looked hesitantly at Gu Zhan, then at the tunnel in the distance, not knowing what to do. Boom! In front of Gu Zhan, the water wall shook violently. The water wall around half a foot collapsed and a stream of water rushed toward Gu Zhan. Gu Zhan was shocked. He remembered Xian's words and didn't dare to let the Buddhist light touch the water. He hurriedly retreated. However, the water was too sudden. Although Gu Zhan had already retreated, a few drops of water still splashed on the Buddhist light. Zzzz. Like ice water poured on boiling oil, the sound caused green smoke to rise. Gu Zhan's Buddhist light quickly faded. "Go!" Xian clenched her teeth and hurriedly shouted, ready to fly out of the tunnel first. "I'm afraid it's already too late." Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and calmly looked at the tunnel that had become a water wall in the distance. "What? How is that possible?" Xian turned pale with fright. She looked up again and saw that the water walls of the tunnel were beginning to ripple. In the distance, the sound of a cow mooing could be heard. It was obvious that a large amount of river water had begun to pour in from the distance, or the tunnel had begun to collapse. "That's impossible." Xian's flushed face was now abnormally pale. She muttered in a tone of disbelief, "Yintong. There's no record of it." Xian. Let this little monk ask you." At this time, Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "If this tunnel collapses, can you find a way out?" "I can't." Xian shook her head absent-mindedly. "There's one thing I didn't say before. The poisonous water in this tunnel is no different from the river water. We can't distinguish the direction by using imperial equipment and other things. We can only suck the poisonous water out or freeze it." "Good." Xiaohua shouted and shouted at Gu Zhan, who had already fled back in embarrassment. "Great master, please hold on for a moment. This little monk will join hands with you to suck the poisonous water in front of us. Now we can only go forward." Retreat will only lead to death. You? Xian was stunned. Her eyes were wide open. She looked up and down at Xiaohua, feeling a burst of disbelief. Chapter 34-26. Rise. Xiaohua didn't have time to say anything. With a wave of his hand, the water bottle in the Buddha Sarira's hand appeared in his hand. Of course, when he took it out, Xiaohua didn't forget to leave the willow branch in the Linglong pagoda. Seeing Xiaohua take out the water bottle, Gu Zhen's eyes lit up. He didn't dare to be negligent. He stimulated his karma, and the Buddha's light on the alms bowl appeared again. He tried his best to collect the poisonous water that had begun to overflow. Collect. Xiaohua held the water bottle with one hand and formed a seal with the other hand. A pure Buddha's light came out of the water bottle and turned into a lotus seed pod that covered Gu Zhen's back. The poisonous water that gushed out of the water wall and seeped through the water wall was all sucked into the water bottle. When the threat of the poisonous water dripping into Gu Zhen's Buddha's light was removed, the Buddha's light from the water bottle rushed in front of Gu Zhen again. The huge suction force was even stronger than Gu Zhen's alms bowl. Nearly 60% of the water waves rushed into it. Boom! A loud sound that sounded like raging waves crashing against the shore came from behind everyone. The collapsed water wall and the poisonous water that surged in were like the waves of a rising tide, surging up violently from behind. It was almost visible to the naked eye. Great Master Gu Zhen, you take the lead, I'll take the back. Let's work together. Xiaohua's hand formed a Buddha's seal, and he called out in high spirits. Gu Zhen seemed to be infected, and he roared, as you wish. Let's go. For a moment, the entire water tunnel was filled with Buddha's light. The previous vast and surging water was obediently subdued by the two Buddha's light. Like a python, it rushed into the two Buddha's treasures. The strange thing was, after the poisonous water was collected, the water wall on the left immediately turned into a flat mirror without the slightest ripple or crack. However, Xiaohua and the other three flew over. In just a few breaths, the collapsed water ripples behind them reached them. These flat mirror surfaces immediately broke, and the water waves surged again. The poisonous water still gushed out. Therefore, a very dangerous scene appeared in the tunnel. Within the entire tunnel, there were several zhang of space that was calm. Moreover, this several zhang of calm was rapidly moving forward along with the different heights of the tunnel. In front of this section of calm was a seemingly boundless river, and behind the section of calm were monstrous waves that chased after one's buttocks. This situation was extremely similar to the collapse of the tunnel that Xiaohua encountered in the void. Even though the situation was very dangerous, the sound of the wind stirred up by the poisonous water chasing after them was already whistling in their ears. However, Gu Zhen, who was in front, had Xiaohua's help, so the situation was already very good. Especially since Xiaohua's water bottle obviously had a stronger suction force than the alms bowl, so it could contain more poisonous water. Gu Zhen only needed to grasp the right direction and guide the Buddha's light from the water bottle. For the time being, the lives of Xian and the others would not be in danger. However, after Xiaohua and Gu Zhen flew for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the surging poisonous water seemed to be endless. Even someone as strong as Xiaohua's arm felt sore and numb. The water bottle was getting heavier and heavier. The amount of telekinesis required to activate the water bottle was also increasing. At this moment, Xiaohua finally understood Gu Zhen's previous predicament. The pressure of the poisonous water in front of them was increasing wave after wave, and his telekinesis could only be activated layer by layer. Not only was the water bottle on the verge of breaking out of his control, the suction force of the water bottle was also about to break out of his control. Damn it, the person who set up this formation is really sinister. Xiaohua unconsciously cursed in his heart. This poisonous water can only be frozen and collected. Collecting is just like right now. However much this Xiao collects, the formation will replenish that amount. Just like what Xian said, this force is superimposed. In the end, it will be unimaginably powerful. If not for this Xiao's astonishing divine power, others would have already been crushed to death by the poisonous water. But what about after being frozen? Escaping through the layer of ice, the person who set up the formation must have some other backup plan. What is this backup plan? When I set up the formation? As Xiaohua pondered, he actually began to think about how to set up the formation. It must be said that this was the biggest difference between a formation master and an ordinary cultivator. At this moment, Gu Zhan's slightly tired voice came. Tipu, this old monk's telekinesis can still support this formation, but my arms are already exhausted. I can't control the alms bowl. What do you think we should do? All right. Hearing this, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and flew forward. He shouted, "This junior will take this alms bowl. Grandmaster, you can use your telekinesis as much as you want." As soon as the alms bowl entered his hand, another heavy force pressed down on Xiaohua's arm. Xiaohua's body suddenly fell straight down for more than a few feet. Only then did he stop and continue to fly forward. After flying for another half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua really couldn't bear it anymore. He roared, "Fellow Taoist Xian, how long is this water tunnel?" Although this little monk's Buddhist treasure can still hold the poisonous water, the impact of this formation is really too great. It's already beyond the range of what ordinary cultivators can bear. This Xian's heart had actually been clenched all this time. Now that she heard Xiaohua's words, her heart sank even deeper. She bit her lips and said, "As for how long it is exactly, I don't know. Perhaps we're about to reach the end?" AI. Xiaohua sighed. Now that he had already boarded the pirate ship, how could he still hold anything back? Let's talk about it later if we can save our lives. Saying this, Xiaohua's entire body flashed with Buddhist light. He was about to use the heavenly law embodiment technique. Boom! A long whimpering sound rang out. It was like the sound of the bellows in an ordinary household being forcefully pulled out. Xiaohua felt that the enormous force in front of him suddenly disappear, and the strength he had gathered suddenly disappeared. Normally, Xiaohua would naturally be able to control it. However, right now, he was using the heavenly law embodiment technique and had to use Buddhist light to conceal it. It was difficult for him to do three things at once. As a result, the water bottle and alms bowl in his hand simultaneously flew out of his hand. Even his body lost balance in midair. Fortunately, it was only a few breaths of time. Xiaohua's body naturally swept forward. He used the ethereal steps and stabilized his body. With a raise of his hand, the water bottle and alms bowl both fell between his two hands. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to it. However, when Xian, who had just rushed out of the tunnel, saw Xiaohua's footwork, her complexion greatly changed. Her gaze revealed a kind of severe expression. However, this severe expression and peculiar expression only flashed for a moment. It wasn't seen by the bystanders. As for Xiaohua at this moment, he was calm and unruffled. He had the appearance of a naive little monk. He respectfully handed the alms bowl to Gu Zhan, who had followed behind him. However, just as he sent out his hand, his gaze swept behind Gu Zhan. He couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that behind Gu Zhan was a huge space. This space was filled with a kind of soft fluorescent light. Under the illumination of this fluorescent light, a sparkling and translucent crystal palace towered in the middle of this space. This crystal palace was very strange. It wasn't an ordinary palace. Instead, it had the appearance of a triangular tower. Moreover, this triangular tower was inverted. The huge palace that caused people's hearts to tremble stood erect at the top of this space. From the top of the palace, it shrunk layer by layer. In the end, it actually shrunk into a prism-like palace base that was inserted into the waves below everyone's feet. The waves rippled and the fluorescent light flickered. The entire palace seemed to sway in the air, as if it would collapse at any time. Gu Zhan's back was facing this palace. At first, he didn't care about it. However, Xiaohua's outstretched hand stopped in mid-air. Xiaohua's gaze passed over him and looked behind him. How could Gu Zhan not know the situation? He hurriedly released his Buddhist sense, wanting to investigate. However, his Buddhist sense couldn't leave his body no matter what. At this moment, Xueqi and Xian's eyes also revealed extraordinary splendor. He couldn't help but turn his head. When he saw this situation, he couldn't help but be stunned. The fluorescent light of the inverted triangle was so alluring. It was like the supreme Buddhist light in the legends of Nirvana. Gu Zhan's heart was immediately attracted. Amitabha. Seeing that the huge palace was getting bigger and heavier, Gu Zhan felt that he was about to be suppressed by the entire palace. When he was powerless to resist, a voice that was like the sound of nature came out from his ears. Suddenly, The heavy pressure of the palace disappeared in an instant. Everything in front of Gu Zhan's eyes returned to normal. The inverted triangle palace still flickered with an enchanting fluorescent light in the distance. He was still in the same posture of turning his head. Amitabha! Gu Zhan's face turned red. He knew that his mind had been invaded by the magic circle. He hurriedly turned his head and put his palms together. This old monk thanks you for the reminder. Xiaohua smiled and handed the alms bowl to Gu Zhan. He said, Master has consumed too much psyche power. Now that you are free, naturally your vigilance is greatly reduced. It's nothing. Even if this little monk didn't remind you, you will wake up after a while. Alas, this old monk is ashamed. Gu Zhan knew his own situation and didn't hide it. The knot in this old monk's heart for many years has been untied. It's rare for me to be relaxed. My defense against the magic circle has also been reduced. However, just now in the water tunnel, if it wasn't for your Buddhist treasure water bottle, this old monk would have been buried in it like Xian Tanyue and Ci Hui. From this point of view, this old monk also has to thank you. Xiaohua naturally had a guilty conscience. He was afraid that Gu Zhan would recognize the water bottle. Then he thought of Ci Hang. Now that he heard Gu Zhan only said it was the water bottle, he was delighted. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Master, you're too kind. How can this disciple's cultivation be compared with yours? It's just that this disciple has a handy Buddhist treasure. Besides, you were the first to make a move. Most of the credit is taken. This little monk is nothing. Master Gu Zhan. On the side, Xian was naturally also captivated by the inverted triangular palace. She didn't wake up until Xiaohua chanted the name of Buddha. She hurriedly took out a small golden box from her bosom. After opening it, she took out a thumb-sized heart-shaped leaf. She interrupted the conversation between Gu Zhan and Xiaohua and handed it to Gu Zhan. She said, stick this on your monk robe first. Jia Luo golden leaf. Gu Zhan's gaze fell on the golden heart-shaped leaf in Xian's hand. He couldn't help but cry out. Xian nodded and urged again, yes, this is it. Master, you'd better stick it on quickly. Okay. Gu Zhan didn't dare to neglect. He reached out to take it and stuck it on his monk robe. When the Jia Luo golden leaf touched the robe, a layer of faint golden light appeared. This golden light flickered twice and even the Jia Luo golden leaf itself disappeared. However, Gu Zhan's monk robe didn't have any special changes. Chapter 34-27. Little monk, you stick it on too. Xian grumpily handed the other leaf to Xiaohua. Not only was she not grateful for Xiaohua's help, she was also unhappy that Xiaohua didn't explain it to her in advance. Xiaohua didn't break it down. He took the golden leaf and stuck it on his monk's robe like Gu Zhan. Seeing the golden leaf disappear, Xiaohua carefully examined it for a moment. It was the same as seeing it. He didn't feel that the golden leaf had any special effect. Just as Xian and Ci Hui stuck the Gara golden leaves on their robes, Xiaohua took the opportunity to look around. This was an extremely large space. The water tunnel that Xiaohua and the other three rushed into had disappeared. There was only a smooth mirror under everyone's feet. The four figures were reflected in the mirror's fluorescent light, one positive and one negative. It was almost impossible to distinguish which one was real and which one was fake. In this space, other than the smooth mirror, there was only the inverted triangular palace in the distance. There was nothing else. It was abnormally clean. Needless to say, this palace should be the core of the array. Xiaohua tried to release his Buddhist sense. Like Gu Zhan, his spiritual sense couldn't leave his body. He then released his soul sense. Fortunately, although his soul sense was suppressed, it could still leave his body. Because Xian and the others were beside him, Xiaohua didn't try. Even so, Xiaohua was secretly proud. He had one more method than others. Xian Tanyue. Ci Hui at the side put the golden leaf on and whispered, "This Gara golden leaf is a treasure used by my Buddhist sect to conceal cultivation. This little monk heard that only Lei Yin Temple has some preserved. Now that you took out so many, could it be that this palace has a restriction that specifically restrains my Buddhist sect? You didn't explain it before. Now, can you explain it in detail so that we can make plans early?" Xian smiled and said, You didn't say before because the time wasn't right. If we couldn't come here, what's the point of saying more? Oh right, little monk, your clear water bottle is pretty good. Where did you get it? I picked it up in a cave. Xueqi was originally listening attentively. Since Xian suddenly asked, he naturally answered casually. After he finished speaking, he immediately realized that Xian was tricking him. Although this trick was very old-fashioned, Xueqi still fell for it. Humph. Although Xueqi spoke the truth, Xian pouted and coldly said, "There are many caves in the Pure Land world, you want to pick one for me?" Sigh some people. I always treat the truth as a lie, but I also treat a lie as the truth. There's nothing I can do about it. Xueqi sighed. My Buddha has a saying, if there is a Buddha in the heart, then everything is a Buddha. If there is no Buddha in the heart, then there is no Buddha in the sight. The vanity of man is nothing more than this. Little monk. Xian was a little embarrassed and angry. She stamped her feet in the air. That. Xian, I don't quite understand. Could it be that this golden leaf of Canaan has some special use? Xueqi hurriedly asked. Humph. Xian rolled her eyes at Xueqi and said, this golden leaf of Canaan can conceal a Buddhist's cultivation in the eyes of Arhat, but in the eyes of Taoist cultivators, it is called the invisible leaf. Many talismans used to conceal one's tracks in ancient times were refined from this item. At this point, Xian pointed at the inverted triangular palace in the distance and said, this palace is called the Profound Water Palace. There are 2 profound water ancient beasts guarding the entrance. If we want to enter the Profound Water Palace through the Profound Water ancient beasts, we can only use the invisible leaf. Otherwise, we will be discovered before we can even get within 300 meters of the Profound Water Palace. I don't know how powerful these Profound Water ancient beasts are, but I don't think we can resist them. The Profound Water Palace? Xueqi was a little puzzled when he heard this name. He opened his mouth to ask, but after muttering a few times, he didn't say anything. What are you muttering about? If you have something to say it quickly. If you have something to say it quickly. Xian naturally understood and asked with a cold snort. Xueqi scratched his hairless head and frowned. Actually, I want to ask Benefactress, is this Profound Water Palace a place to hide treasures? Or is it a place to suppress demonic beasts? Is there a difference? Xian looked at Xueqi warily and asked. Xueqi smiled and said, of course there's a difference. If it's a palace to hide treasures, there must be many powerful restrictions inside. As long as we break the restrictions, we can obtain the treasures. No matter what it is, it'll be a harvest. Moreover, we don't need to be greedy. Depending on how much we take, we can just turn around and leave. If it's a place to suppress demonic beasts, we have to be careful. I'm afraid there aren't many treasures. Even if there are, they were left behind by people who came here in the past. Moreover, the immortal artifact that Benefactress mentioned should be the Profound Water Palace's formation core. If you take the immortal artifact, the suppressed demonic beasts will definitely escape. Not to mention demonic beasts that harm all living beings. Even we can't escape, right? Earlier, I didn't dare to say too much for fear of disturbing Benefactress's mood. But now I have no choice but to say it. Hee, I didn't expect you to have such a compassionate heart after just shaving your head and becoming a monk. Xian rolled her eyes at Xueqi again and said mockingly, however, I haven't entered yet. How would I know what's inside? The ink cloud pupil records that there's an immortal artifact here and nothing else. Let's go in first. If it's a treasure trove, that's the best. If that immortal artifact is used to suppress demonic beasts, then let's see if the demonic beasts are dead or not. Don't think that only your Buddhist sex Arhat has a compassionate heart. We Confucian cultivators aren't inferior to you. At this point, Xian felt that her words were somewhat harsh to the ears. She smiled embarrassedly at Xueqi and Gu Zhen. However, Xueqi didn't let Xian off the hook. He shook his head slightly and said, Benefactress Xen, I'll be honest with you. Earlier, I promised senior brother Xueqi to come in and take a look because I was curious. Moreover, to tell Benefactress the truth, I felt like old friends with senior brother Xueqi at first sight and also wanted to protect him. But now, take a look for yourself. You haven't even entered the Profound Water Palace. It's only a water maze and a passage filled with poisonous water, yet it's already so powerful. It seems that aside from me, all three of you are injured. What does this mean? It means that the profound water palace is even more dangerous. It's far from a place that 4th or 5th grade cultivators like us can enter. There are ancient mysteries that we can't come into contact with inside. Even if we're lucky enough to enter that so-called immortal artifact, in my opinion, Benefactress Xueqi won't be able to obtain it. Rather than throwing our lives away and not being able to obtain the immortal artifact, why should we go in? Why don't we turn around and enjoy the scenery and have a heart-to-heart talk? Xiaohua then looked at Gu Zhan and said, moreover, Grandmaster Gu Zhan's reason for coming in was to see the corpse of his blood brother. Now, you've gotten what you wanted. Although the ancient Buddhist shrine is indeed attractive, it might not be in the profound water palace. Therefore, Grandmaster Gu Zhan, you should know the dangers of greed. You don't need me to say anything, right? Little monk, what do you mean by that? Xueqi was anxious and raised her eyebrows. Nothing. Xiaohua smiled and said, Benefactress, if you don't tell me the truth about the profound water palace, I won't enter. Perhaps senior brother Ci Hui is willing to go in with you, but Grandmaster Gu Zhan might not be willing, right? Although Grandmaster Gu Zhan didn't say anything, in Xueqi's eyes, Gu Zhan's silence meant that his thoughts were similar to Xiaohua's. After all, there were two profound water beasts guarding the profound water palace. Who knew if the golden Canaan leaf would be useful? Seeing Xueqi's expression fluctuating, Ci Hui said, Xueqi Sandanu, junior brother Tipu's words are reasonable. The two places from before caused me to be alarmed. I know I can't pass through those two obstacles alone. Of course, since we're already here, why don't we take a few more steps and enter the profound water palace to take a look? However, since we're going to enter the profound water palace, we should at least be aware of the dangers inside, right? Fellow Taoist Ci Hui, could it be that you don't trust me? Xueqi's face was slightly pale as she spoke softly. Ci Hui smiled and said, It's not that I don't trust you. I feel that Sandanu might be a little stubborn. Could it be that there's something you don't want to say that affects your judgment and makes you insist on entering the profound water palace while ignoring the dangers inside? If Sandanu can tell us, then we can also make a judgment. Xueqi bit her lips and looked at Ci Hui and Gu Zhan, but she didn't look at Xiaohua. Instead, she raised her head and looked at the profound water palace in the distance. After half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she said, Actually, I've indeed concealed some things from you. However, please don't worry. I don't have any ill intentions. Moreover, the dangers I told fellow Taoist Ci Hui about before were all recorded in the profound water palace. It's fine. Gu Zhan said with a smile. This old monk has remembered every word of what Tanyu said to this old monk. This old monk feels that what Tanyu said is true. Xueqi bowed and said, Many thanks for your trust, Grandmaster Gu Zhan. What I've concealed is the purpose of entering the profound water palace. My goal isn't the so-called immortal artifact. Ah? Not the immortal artifact? Then what do you want? Xiaohua was surprised. Is it that demon beast? Xueqi didn't even look at Xiaohua. It seemed like she was still angry with him. She only said to Gu Zhan, The Dark Water Palace is the core of an ancient formation, and the core of the Dark Water Palace is the immortal artifact. Of course, the immortal artifact isn't the formation core of the Dark Water Palace. It's even to the extent that the Dark Water Palace isn't a place where treasures are kept. I'm sure of that. However, I don't know if the profound water palace is used to suppress the immortal artifact, or if it's used to suppress some demon beast. What I do know is that the immortal artifact can suppress all living things in the 3 continents. If someone wants to suppress a criminal and make that criminal suffer under the immortal artifact, the profound water palace is the best place to do so. Oh, I understand. Gu Zhen nodded and revealed a look of realization. Xueqi Sandanu is looking for someone. She's looking for someone who might be suppressed in the profound water palace. Chapter 34-28. Alas, that's right. Xueqi looked disappointed. This person isn't a heinous criminal like Venerable Master thinks, nor is he a treacherous person. He shouldn't be tortured like this. Xueqi paused and smiled wryly. This matter involves my secrets, so forgive me for not being able to speak of it. My purpose in coming here is to see if this person is here. If he is, I want to see if I can rescue him. That's all. As for the immortal artifact, I'm only at the 4th grade of origin energy. I'm afraid I can't take it for myself, right? Xin glared fiercely at Xiaohua and continued. That's what I wanted to say. If some people aren't satisfied and don't wish to enter the profound water palace, I won't force them. However, if he wanted to leave this ancient formation, the only way out was inside the Blackwater Palace. Of course, if anyone thinks they're strong enough to break the ancient formation, feel free to use your cultivation. I'll wait and see. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Xin roll her eyes. Ahem. Hui coughed twice, smiled and persuaded. Junior brother Tipu, in this little monk's opinion, what Tanua said is right. At this time, they have been honest with each other. She did not hide anything. Think about it. If she didn't want to say anything and only said that the exit was within the profound water palace, I'm sure junior brother would have to enter based on that alone, right? Why would she make up more lies? That's true. Xiaohua nodded. He also felt that Xion's words were true since she'd been forced to this point. Since that's the case, why don't you help her? Hui felt that Xiaohua's Buddhist abilities might surpass hers, so she took advantage of the situation and said, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Junior brother, don't tell me you don't know this? Isn't she still alive? Xiaohua curled his lips. Haha, it'll be too late if she's dead. Gu Zhen laughed. Tanua said that there might be a Buddhist treasure within the ancient formation, and even an ancient Buddhist luster. It must be in the profound water palace, right? Xion was about to stomp her feet when she heard Xiaohua's words. However, she could only reply, if Mo Yuntong's records are correct, it should be in the profound water palace. However, I don't know the exact location. Look, little monk, come with us. You'll benefit from it as well, said Gu Zhen. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, Benefactress, you just said that you only want to see if there is anyone suppressed under the immortal artifact. Presumably, you have also prepared a method to rescue that person. Yes, this one has indeed made some preparations. Xion didn't hide anything and spoke the truth. It's special. You don't plan on taking that immortal artifact either. Xiaohua immediately asked. What? Junior apprentice brother Tipu. You want to take that immortal artifact? Hui was shocked. What if the immortal artifact is used to suppress powerful demonic beasts? Aren't you helping the evildoer? What if the demonic beast is not suppressed? What if this profound water palace is only used to suppress the immortal artifact? Xiaohua said with a smile. Can this little monk try to subdue this immortal artifact? Xion coldly looked at Xiaohua and asked curiously. You're just a little monk from a Buddhist sect. What do you want this immortal artifact for? Even if you can subdue it, will you be able to use it? I'm willing. If I can't use it, can't I give it to someone else? Even if I can't give it to someone else, can't I hang it in my meditation room and look at it myself? Xiaohua's neck stiffened as he retorted sarcastically. Greed, oh greed. Hui lectured Xiaohua. You just reminded Ancestor Gu Zhen. Now you're the one who's making the mistake. Forget it. This little monk was just saying. There's no need to mention it. Xiaohua waved his hand. He also felt that he was being delusional. An immortal artifact was definitely not a spiritual artifact or spiritual treasure. It had long surpassed the scope of his control. Since that's the case, little monk, you've said so much. Has your psychokinesis recovered? Can we proceed forward? Xion asked Xiaohua in a bad mood. Xiaohua shrugged and smiled. This little monk has more or less recovered. I wonder how senior brother Hui and Grandmaster Gu Zhen are doing? Hui didn't use much psychokinesis. She nodded slightly and looked at Gu Zhen. Gu Zhen nodded as well. This old monk has rested enough. We can enter the mysterious water palace. Xion heard this and said, We have the invisible leaf on us. The ancient beast can't see us. Of course, we can't use any psychokinesis or magic power. We only need to fly to within 100 feet of the palace and walk through the palace gates. Once we enter the palace, the ancient beast will ignore us even if we overturn the heavens. All right, we'll do as Xian Tanue says. Gu Zhan nodded. We'll fly to within 100 feet of the palace. This old monk will go first, followed by Xian Tanue. Ci Hui and Ti-Pu will bring up the rear as usual. Seeing that no one had any objections, Gu Zhan took the lead. When he was within 100 feet of the palace, he landed early and silently made his way to the palace. Xiao Hua followed Ci Hui and descended from the cloud. His feet stepped on the smooth surface of the mirror. The surface of the mirror looked smooth, but his feet were soft. It was as if he was stepping on water plants. There was no need to be too careful because there was no sound at all. Xiao Hua looked down and released his soul sense. He couldn't see anything strange about the mirror. It was like a wall, blocking his soul sense and preventing him from seeing what was going on inside. Strange. Xiao Hua didn't understand. The mysterious water palace might be difficult to enter, but in front of it, if one has the strength of a 5th or 6th stage cultivator, or some special divine ability, it's not impossible to enter. If a female disciple from a scholarly family like Xian can come, others can as well. Why didn't they leave any traces behind? Even if they don't have a small Qiankuan pouch, it's normal to leave some bones behind, right? Were they all eaten by the mysterious water beasts? Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He turned to look at the mysterious water palace 100 feet away. Perhaps it was because of the distance, or perhaps it was because of the mysterious water palace's devilish light. Xiao Hua only felt that the triangular shape of the palace was very strange. But now that he was closer, the light on the palace's surface dimmed, revealing the mysterious water palace's true appearance. Rather than calling the mysterious water palace a palace, it was more accurate to say that it was a building made up of 4 triangles. The huge triangular structure towered in front of everyone's eyes with sharp edges and corners. It was very different from the smooth and flat palaces they usually saw. On the other side of the triangular structure, there were layers of protrusions in a very regular pattern. These protrusions were like window frames, but also like doors. They were strung together like some sort of rune, but they didn't give off any fluctuations of spiritual energy. The only thing that did give off fluctuations was the faint, watery light that flowed over the protrusions. The light was made up of very strange runes, like flowing water that constantly flowed between the protrusions. The dazzling light was also emitted by the flowing runes. Xiao Hua looked at the strands of spiritual energy that flowed with the runes and gathered from the space, creating extremely orderly and rhythmic fluctuations of spiritual energy. He fell into deep thought. He had seen many formations and many spiritual energy fluctuations, but the spiritual energy fluctuations of the mysterious water palace gave him a strange feeling. Of course, these fluctuations were undoubtedly from the Dao Sex formations. Although the runes on the mysterious water palace were obscure and extremely simple, Xiao Hua could still see traces of the Dao Sex talismans. However, the seemingly smooth flow of runes made Xiao Hua feel as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. It was just like when he overused his Dharma eye in the vein of space that day. Could it be that this ancient formation is different from the one now? Xiao Hua frowned and pondered as he walked. At that moment, an extremely loud rumble resounded in the space, and the huge mysterious water palace actually began to slowly rotate. As the mysterious water palace rotated, the orderly protrusions on the triangular structure on the side of the mysterious water palace slowly opened. Balls of emerald light flew out from the protrusions and immediately transformed into strange runes. Thousands of runes gathered together and emitted a buzzing sound. A huge suction force was generated from the runes and rushed towards the walls of the space. Puff, puff, puff. The suction force landed on the mirror-like walls of water, creating huge whirlpools that were extremely similar to the whirlpools on the Nightmare Reef. At the same time, gusts of wind were generated from the whirlpools. A huge amount of spiritual energy rushed out from the whirlpools and fell on the triangular structure of the mysterious water palace. Oh no! Xiao Hua and the others were alarmed. The change in the mysterious water palace had come too suddenly. The 4 of them had no time to react, especially now that they were within 300 meters of the mysterious water palace. If what Xian said was true, then any spell or Buddhist ability would attract the attention of the mysterious water ancient beast. Although Xiao Hua and the others had yet to see the mysterious water ancient beast and didn't know when it would appear, if they used any ability to resist this change, it would definitely attract the attention of the mysterious water ancient beast. But what if they didn't use their ability to resist? The wind was so bitingly cold and even stronger. Xiaohua's body might be able to withstand it, but Xin and the others definitely couldn't. What should they do? Benefactor Xin, Xiaohua called out almost without hesitation. How about we just charge into the mysterious water palace with the wind? Xin's face was pale. She almost cried out, "Please don't do that." Mo Yuntong clearly said that the profound water palace is the core of the ancient formation and has the most powerful restrictions. The entrance to the profound water palace is the only safe way to enter. If you try to enter from any other place, you'll die. Roar. At this moment, a deafening roar came from the direction of the mysterious water palace. Mysterious. Mysterious water ancient beast. Everyone who was trying their best to maintain their balance turned ghastly pale. Wasn't this the perfect time to say that blessings don't come in pairs and misfortunes don't come singly? Chapter 34-29. Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid this is the only way. Xiaohua's figure gradually floated up. His soul sense swept through the water-type spiritual energy around him like a whirlwind. He hastily waved his hand and held the clear water bottle in his hand. He had no choice but to risk being discovered by the ancient beast. He formed a seal with his right hand and hit the clear water bottle. With a light sound, a faint blue color rushed out of the bottle. Xiaohua hastily shouted, "This is innate primordial water. Everyone, don't look directly at it." Xin and the others were originally flustered, hesitating whether or not to use their divine abilities. When they saw Xiaohua take out the clear water bottle, they also looked at it with their eyes. When the innate primordial water appeared, the three's gazes had already fallen into it. Their minds stagnated, and their faces revealed absent-minded expressions. Fortunately, Xiaohua's shout came in time. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly focused their minds. Soon after, they understood what Xiaohua was thinking. At the same time, they closed their eyes and hurriedly used all kinds of methods. Very quickly, they stabilized their footsteps in the innate pure water. Since everyone had stabilized their footing, Xiaohua's innate primordial water also enveloped everyone. The previous woo sounds of ghostly wails and wolf howls instantly quieted down. There was no sound in the innate primordial water, but the situation outside the innate primordial water grew increasingly grim. Countless water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth let out hoarse roars and wantonly collided in the air. A huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth also rushed in where the innate primordial water was. But when this pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into the innate primordial water, it immediately became a part of the innate primordial water. Not even a trace of a ripple was formed. The previously very tyrannical beast roared again, but this time, it wasn't just one beast, but two. One pounced in the direction of Xiaohua and the others, and the other went in the opposite direction. Along with this roar, a dark blue figure with the same color as the innate primordial water flashed in mid-air and arrived several hundred feet above the innate primordial water. It was a strange beast that was about 10 feet long. It looked like an ordinary leopard. Not only were the muscles on its 4 muscular legs bulging, there were also wisps of blue mist lingering around it. On the ferocious beast's head, the 2 eyes emitted a blue light. The beast's mouth with long fangs was now raised as the beast's head rose. Wave after wave of world spirit energy rushed into the black water ancient beast's mouth. Looking at the back of the ancient beast, there were 2 feather wings that were a few feet long flashing slightly. In front of the feather wings, there were several sharp bone spurs that were shining with a blue brilliance. A tail that was about 10 feet long casually curled in the air, like a spirit snake. However, this spirit snake was really powerful. With a slight swing, not only was the hurricane cut apart, even the void had cracks in it. The ancient beast flew above the primordial water and opened its mouth. It took a deep breath and its body trembled involuntarily. Even the blue light around it trembled as if it was breathing. Then, the ancient beast raised its head slightly and spread its wings again. Just as it was about to fly away, the ancient beast's gaze fell on the primordial water below it. Another extremely loud roar rang out. The profound water ancient beast flapped its wings as if it was facing a great enemy. The bone spikes protruding from its wings extended another few feet. What was special was that the blue light on the bone spikes was even deeper. 100 meters was like taking a stroll in the park for the ancient beast. With a flap of its wings, its entire body blurred. When the brilliance faded, It had already pounced to the side of the primordial water. The ancient beast looked at the primordial water and its eyes emitted a brilliant blue light. The blue light shot into the primordial water and immediately disappeared. The mysterious water ancient beast hurriedly shook its head as if it had a headache. Then, the ancient beast opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blue light without hesitation. The fist-sized light emitted a whistling sound, covering the sound of the wind in the space. It was enough to show the power of the light. Boom! The light rushed into the innate primordial water. The primordial water, which did not have a single ripple under the impact of countless spiritual energies, started to sway rapidly. As it swayed, the light suddenly exploded, as if a powerful hand was trying to tear the primordial water apart. Although Xueqi couldn't see the situation outside, he didn't dare to be careless when he saw the primordial water being attacked. He hurriedly activated the bottle and more primordial water rushed out. After a while, the primordial water that had almost been blasted to pieces slowly healed and returned to its original appearance. The Xueqi ancient beast opened its mouth again. This time, no blue light rushed out. Instead, a great suction force appeared, as if it wanted to swallow the primordial water into its mouth. The Xueqi ancient beast was an ancient monster that was born with the ability to control water. Even the Xiantian primordial water could not escape its control. As the ancient beast opened its mouth, the thin layer of primordial water immediately rose and shot into the ancient beast's mouth. Xueqi, who was hiding in the primordial water, was shocked again. He was guarding against the ancient beast's attack, but he didn't expect the ancient beast to be greedy and want to swallow the primordial water. Caught off guard, not only was the primordial water sucked up half a foot of the primordial water, even the bottle almost fell from his hand. Xueqi's heart clenched again. He hurriedly activated his telekinesis and hit the bottle with Buddhist seals, trying his best to resist the ancient beast's suction force. Unfortunately, Xueqi's opponent was not a profound ancient beast. Even if he used all his strength on telekinesis, he was far from being able to resist the ancient beast's gentle opening of its mouth. The primordial water was being sucked up and was about to be thrown into the ancient beast's mouth. Once the primordial water disappeared, Xueqi and the others would naturally be exposed. At that time, their lives would probably be in danger. Of course, his own life was more precious than the primordial water. Xueqi understood this better than anyone else. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to pour out the primordial water from the bottle. He even happily poured out the poisonous water that he just put into the bottle. He wanted to see what would happen when the poisonous water was sent into the ancient beast's mouth. The Xueqi ancient beast was clearly taken aback by the surging poisonous water. It looked around in confusion and then impatiently opened its mouth. As it roared, the poisonous water and the Xiantian primordial water obediently fell into the Xueqi ancient beast's mouth. Hee. Although Xueqi couldn't see the situation outside the primordial water, just the thought of the poisonous water falling into the ancient beast's mouth made him secretly happy. Xueqi and the others didn't know what was going on outside. They couldn't even open their eyes, so now they were like blind people. Previously it was still silent, but now, it was as if thunder and lightning were flashing in the surroundings. It was even more frightening than the sound of the wind in the space. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the gluttonous ancient beast didn't swallow much of the primordial water, but drank a lot of the poisonous water. It seemed to be choking a little. Its body trembled slightly, and light flowed out like water. Another roar sounded. It seemed to come from another ancient beast. It seemed to have lost its patience and stopped devouring. Then, it raised its head and roared in response. The two ancient beasts roared at each other. Then, the ancient beast opened its mouth again, as if it wouldn't stop until it had devoured all of the primordial water. Suddenly, a strange rumbling sound came from the slowly rotating triangle of the profound water palace in the distance. A faint layer of mist seeped out from the blue radiance, and the entire protrusion of the profound water palace began to tremble rapidly. Along with the trembling, an indescribable fluctuation filled the entire space. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thrown into chaos. Not only that, but when the fluctuation came, the ancient beast was stunned. A trace of fear actually flashed through its eyes. Before its fear disappeared, a series of sobbing sounds came from the vortexes in the walls. This time, it wasn't pure water-type spiritual energy that rushed out of the vortexes, but true Saint River water mixed with bones, corpses, birds, and fish. After the formation was opened, the Saint River water poured in like a formation. The ancient beast seemed to be extremely shocked. It no longer cared about the primordial water and raised its head to roar. It spread its wings and turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the profound water palace. The profound water palace, which looked like it was being rotated by a giant, also slowly stopped. In just a moment, the entire space was filled with river water. Apart from the thousands of tiny vortexes that were still spinning rapidly, the so-called walls had disappeared. The entire profound water palace was completely submerged in the Saint River. Xueqi was overjoyed to see the ancient beast's suction force disappear, but he didn't dare to be careless. He still carefully urged his telekinesis to control the suction force of the clear water bottle, preventing the ancient beast from launching a sneak attack. Junior brother Ti-Pu. Xueqi closed his eyes and didn't dare to release his Buddhist awareness, but he still keenly sensed the change in Xueqi's telekinesis. He didn't speak when Xueqi's telekinesis was at its peak, but now that he felt much calmer, he said softly, "Is the ancient beast nearby? Can the primordial water stop the ancient beast? Did the ancient beast attack the primordial water just now?" Xueqi's voice was very soft, so soft that he didn't want to disturb the ancient beast outside the primordial water. However, it was quiet inside the primordial water, so the other three heard him clearly. Xueqi also lowered his voice and said, "The ancient beast came just now and seemed to have discovered us." "Oh, it's not us. It must have discovered the innate true water and wanted to devour it. However, this little monk fed it with the poisonous water just now and it's not moving anymore. I wonder if it was poisoned to death by the poisonous water." "Humph, how is that possible?" Xueqi snorted and said contemptuously, "The ancient beast is a part of the profound water palace. The poisonous water is also a part of the ancient formation. It would be a huge joke if the ancient beast was poisoned to death by the water." Chapter 34:30. Tiesque. If they weren't poisoned to death, why don't you tell us why the ancient beast stopped attacking? Xueqi smacked his lips as he chuckled at Xueqi. Xueqi didn't back down. "I can't see the outside, and I can't release my consciousness either. How would I know? You're the one who controls the innate primordial water, so why don't you tell us why the ancient beast stopped attacking?" "Nonsense, would I not tell you if I knew?" Xueqi scoffed at Xueqi's argument. "I can't see anything just like you." "Ah, so you can't see either." Xueqi closed her eyes, almost covering her mouth to hide her laughter. However, after a few chuckles, Xueqi asked anxiously, "Little monk, is the ancient beast Xueqi gone or not? I'm afraid we don't have enough time." "Benefactress, you're a classic example of someone who values money over life." Xueqi couldn't help but laugh. "Even if you want to find someone, you have to protect your own life first." Xueqi sighed. "The only way out is inside the profound water palace. If we want to save our lives, we have to go inside. As the saying goes, we have to go in whether we're alive or dead." "Damn it, that's right." Xueqi was nervous at Xueqi's grim tone. He waited for another pipe of smoke before secretly opening a crack in the innate primordial water and releasing his soul sense. The ancient beast really is gone. The profound water palace has returned to how it was before. Xueqi was stunned, but he didn't dare to let his guard down. He expanded his soul sense to scan the area, and then opened up a bigger crack. He peeked through the crack with his naked eye, and when he saw that everything had returned to normal, Xueqi withdrew the innate primordial water, and said in a low voice, "All right, you can open your eyes now." When Xueqi and the others opened their eyes, they saw that the palace was exactly the same as before. The enormous profound water palace was still in its inverted triangular shape. As for whether or not it was the same as the one they saw before, no one knew. "Little monk," Xueqi bit her lips and whispered, "Thank you." Xueqi whispered back, "Don't say it now, or I'll be cocky. If the ancient beast sees us, we'll be in trouble." Xueqi paused, then covered her mouth. Her face was a little red, as if she wanted to laugh but didn't dare. It was difficult to hold it in. Xueqi looked helplessly at the two. "Xueqi, let's talk inside the palace first." Xueqi covered her mouth and led the way. After walking for several dozen meters, She turned back and whispered, "That profound water ancient beast is right in front of the profound water palace's entrance. Normally, it won't be more than 30 meters away from the entrance. Now that we're here, we can't speak or use any telekinesis. Otherwise, we'll attract the beast's attention." As she spoke, Xian took a look at the golden leaf of Canaan that was stuck to her body. After testing it a little, she felt relieved and tiptoed forward. "TT, the ancient beast is at the gate." Xiaohua was stunned. He couldn't help but look below the profound water palace. After all, Xiaohua had already checked the surroundings. He didn't seem to have seen any ancient beast. However, when he deliberately glanced at the bottom of the palace, sure enough, there were two statues that were almost the same color as the palace at the nail-like location. So these are the ancient beasts that attacked the innate primordial water. Xiaohua stared straight at the motionless statues for a moment, thinking in his heart, weren't they abnormally fierce just now? Why are they standing there now? Why do they look like dead statues? Sigh, that's right. The profound water palace is so huge, and the ancient beasts are so small and motionless. Who knows if they're profound water beasts? At this moment, the profound water beasts really stood there like clay statues. Their eyes, which were as bright as stars, were abnormally dim. There was no light at all. However, Xiaohua and the others only glanced at the beasts. They didn't dare to meet their eyes. They even gradually approached the profound water palace. Looking at the two beasts that looked exactly like the statues in front of the temple, they couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. Yes, if they hadn't heard the profound water beasts roar earlier, if they hadn't experienced Xiaohua using his innate primordial water to resist them with his innate primordial water, and if they didn't have the records of profound water beasts in the ink cloud pupil, they would never have thought that these two lifeless statues were real ancient beasts. Suppressing the indescribable fear in his heart, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the profound water palace that was even more oppressive than a mountain. Under the huge inverted triangle was a pillar that was dozens of meters tall. A pillar that was dozens of meters tall would be considered huge if it were anywhere else. However, under the profound water palace, it seemed so thin and fragile. A chill appeared in the eyes of the others. They were really afraid that the inverted triangle would suddenly fall on them and smash them into meat paste. After a few more meters, the four would be close to the profound water beasts. At the front, Xian couldn't help but stop slightly. The two profound water beasts stood there and looked forward calmly. The distance between them wasn't small, at least dozens of meters. However, in Xian's eyes, this distance was as narrow as the pillar under the profound water palace. An indescribable aura spread out in front of the profound water palace. Perhaps it was the residual power of the profound water beasts, or perhaps it was the formation's restriction after the profound water palace absorbed the energy of heaven and earth. In any case, the aura made it difficult for Xian to breathe. In the face of such a scene, Xian was secretly regretting in her heart. She felt that she had underestimated this ancient formation. However, this regret only lasted for a moment. A wave of stubbornness rose from the bottom of her heart. Humph, this place is so dangerous. You actually imprisoned me here. Since you're so heartless then, I don't need to think anymore. With this thought, Xian's trembling legs became firm. Step by step, she walked past the profound water beasts and arrived in front of the profound water palace's pillar. Fortunately, Xian's actions didn't attract the profound water beasts' attention. They remained motionless and didn't even release a trace of their innate spirit. Seeing that Xian didn't attract the profound water beast's attention, Guzhan and the others calmed down and followed her to the pillar. Hee. This profound water palace is so strange. Xiaohua walked past the Blackwater ancient beast and unconsciously looked back at the Blackwater ancient beast's folded wings and the coiled tail on the ground. He thought to himself, are these the two Blackwater ancient beasts from just now? Why don't I look at them? If they were living things, then I'd be fine with them standing there like statues. But why are their tails coiled up in the same way? That's not possible, is it? Xiaohua probed with his soul sense and carefully scanned the profound water beast's tail on the left a few times. Before Xiaohua could use his soul sense to check out the rest of the profound water beast's tail, Xian stopped again. Xiaohua didn't have time to check the Xueqi ancient beasts. He turned his head and saw Xian raise her hand and take out 4 blue beads from the sleeve of her palace dress. She waved her hand and the 4 beads silently stuck to the pillar. Then, Xueqi looked back at the 2 Xueqi ancient beasts with lingering fear. She opened her mouth and 4 golden streams of Zhan Qi hit the 4 beads at the same time like 4 flying swords. Shwa! The 4 pearls simultaneously emitted a blue ripple of brilliance. This brilliance overflowed several times above the pillar, and the pillar also produced a blue brilliance. At the same time, this blue brilliance also swayed along with the brilliance of the pearls, just like layers upon layers of water ripples. When she saw the ripples appear, Xueqi took a few steps forward and reached her hand into the ripples. Her fair and soft hand sank into the ripples. As Xueqi lifted her hand, it was as if she had lifted a bead curtain. A gap appeared in the pillar, and Xueqi walked in without hesitation. Halfway through, Xueqi even turned back to look at the 3 of them and indicated for them to follow. Xiaohua and the others didn't dare delay. One by one, they lifted their hands and flashed into the gap. Once the 4 of them were inside, the 4 beads remained embedded in the pillar. Ripples of blue light flowed through the beads. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the light slowly dimmed and disappeared. Finally, the beads disappeared into the pillar. There was no longer any movement outside the profound water palace. The 2 profound water beasts stood there for tens of thousands of years. It was as if the entire space had returned to normal. However, this calmness only lasted for a few breaths of time. The beast that Xiaohua had just scanned with his soul sense moved its tail first, trembling slightly. This trembling then spread throughout its entire body. Following that, the beast's 4 hooves moved, the beast's head moved, and finally, its lifeless eyes moved. The black water ancient beast looked around in confusion. It then glanced at the other black water ancient beast on the right that was standing still. After which, it spread its wings and turned into a blue light that flew a few rounds outside the black water palace. When it did not discover anything, it pushed off the ground and charged into the sky as if it was flat ground. Its body landed on a protruding part of the inverted triangle. The profound water beast opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blue light onto the protrusion. With a crack, the protrusion floated into the air. The profound water beast didn't even look back as it charged into the gap below the protrusion. When the profound water beast disappeared, the protrusion fell back down. In a flash of light, the inverted triangle returned to its original state. The profound water beast entered the profound water palace. Xiaohua and the others were unaware of the danger that was about to befall them. Xiaohua stood dumbly in front of the profound water palace's doors as he looked at the scene in front of him. His heart was filled with disbelief. Chapter 34-31. Right in front of Xiaohua's eyes was a transparent triangular palace. Everything inside the palace was made of triangles that looked like colored glass. Even the ground beneath Xiaohua's feet, the top of their heads, and even the palace door behind them were triangles. What was special was that these triangles were exactly the same size. The water blue brilliance flowing along the edges of the triangles also had a similar rhythm. At a glance, it was difficult to distinguish any triangle from any other. At a glance, there were countless strange triangles inside the mysterious water palace. Not only did Xiaohua and the others feel like they were floating in a triangular space, but when their gazes fell on the thousands of transparent mirrors, each mirror reflected the 4 people who had entered the mysterious water palace. The strangest thing was that their gazes could be refracted. In an instant, Xiaohua's gaze seemed to have seen countless mirrors, as if he had seen countless versions of himself. A kind of dizziness arose in Xiaohua's heart. He couldn't help but close his eyes, not daring to look any further. However, even so, the fear that came from looking at each mirror remained in the bottom of his heart. Moreover, in the darkness before him, there were still countless broken mirrors flashing, and in each mirror was a pair of horrified eyes. Damn it! Xiaohua almost blurted out a curse. This mysterious water palace was too deceptive. The shock from walking past the mysterious water ancient beast had yet to subside, and the feeling of being lucky had yet to subside. In an instant, it gave his eyes such a terrifying baptism. Even a cultivator with a firm Tao heart like him couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Fellow immortals. Xian's voice trembled. Clearly, she had been caught off guard. As soon as she recovered her wits, she immediately reminded them. Remember to guard your heart and keep your mind clear. Mo Yuntong didn't mention the dangers of the mysterious water palace. She only said that thousands of Dharma images would appear here. If you couldn't find your true form, you wouldn't be able to find your way out. Even I didn't think that this Dharma idol would be so deadly. If we weren't cultivators, we would have lost ourselves just by looking at it. Who knows which one is the real person in the mirror? Xueqi also didn't dare to raise her head and whispered, "The eyes are the heart, and the soul is born from the heart. Dazzling the eyes is seizing the soul." His gaze wandered as he looked at his feet. Beneath his feet was the same as the surroundings in front of him. There were also many tiny triangles. Xueqi calmed his mind and slowly raised his eyes. His gaze was not too far away, but it was also rapidly sweeping around. This situation was somewhat similar to the innate primordial water. He already had a similar experience. When he saw that things were not going well, he immediately retracted his gaze. Among the four of them, he was the one who suffered the least damage. However, he still sighed with emotion. This primordial magic formation is really powerful. Now that we can't release our Buddha's consciousness, we can only rely on our eyes. Who knows that such simple eyes can also be taken advantage of by the formation? Amitabha. Fortunately, I can't release my Buddha's consciousness. Guzhan's Dharma was not as good as Xueqi's, so it was difficult for him to find himself when he was lost. He was the one who suffered the most damage among the four. At this moment, he put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. If the Buddha's consciousness is released, it will also be lost. It will be harder to find it than the mind. Xueqi shook her head. Master Guzhan is wrong. The profound water palace's formation was set up for us Confucian cultivators' clear sight arts. Because this place imprisons divine sense and Buddha's consciousness, the Taoist's divine sense cannot leave the body. Only our Confucian clear sight arts can be used. In order to prevent us from finding the true entrance to the profound water palace, the primordial magic formation set up this secret formation here. Oh? So Xueqi can use the clear sight arts in front of the profound water palace? Guzhan was slightly taken aback. Xueqi nodded slightly. This one can use it, but it's not even 10% of my usual power. Xueqi then looked to the left and smiled bitterly. As for this place, this one wouldn't dare to use it even if I had 10 times the courage. So the palace door with a profound water ancient beast isn't the true entrance to the profound water palace. Xueqi took a deep breath and said with a smile, "In that case, the triangular maze in front of us is the real entrance?" Xueqi nodded. That's right. Only one of these tens of thousands of mirrors is the true entrance to the profound water palace. We must find it from there. Damn it, how is this possible? Xueqi jumped up and shouted, "Not only do we lack Buddhist awareness, we don't even dare to look. How are we supposed to find the entrance?" Ahem. Ahem. Junior brother Tipu, watch your mouth. Xueqi hastily coughed and reminded him, "Don't let the Buddha blame you." Amitabha. Senior brother is right. Xueqi became listless and put his palms together. However, he cursed inwardly, "Alas, it's this Zhao's primordial spirit that shaved the Buddha's sarira, not this Zhao's." This Zhao was just casually complaining. Xueqi was very satisfied with Xiaohua's reaction. She looked at Xueqi with a smile and said, "Since this is recorded in Mo Yuntong, then Xueqi must have made preparations?" "Yes, indeed." Xueqi nodded. This is the last record of the primordial magic formation in Mo Yuntong. At the same time, it's also the problem this one has been pondering for the longest time. To tell you the truth, fellow Taoist Xueqi, this one has racked my brains for 10 years. It was only after meeting you that I suddenly saw the light. Little monk. Xueqi was slightly stunned. However, she immediately raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "This little monk understands." Previously, Tanue and this little monk talked about this matter. So it's used here. If it's as Tanue thought, this is indeed the best way to break this maze. However, speaking of this, Xueqi frowned again. This little monk doesn't quite understand. How should we cast the spell? Xueqi glanced at Xiaohua's thoughtful expression and then at Guzhan's confused face. She smiled bitterly again. This one only knows about the primordial spirit and the Dharma idol. As for how to find the primordial spirit from the Dharma idol, I'm afraid that's something you have to consider. However, in this one's opinion, It's really difficult for you to find the Dharma idol from the thousands of mirrors by yourself. Don't you have Tipu and Master Guzhan now? It should be much easier for you. After hearing Xian's words, Xiaohua understood a little. The so-called primordial spirit was naturally the physical body. There were thousands of triangular mirrors in the maze of the mysterious water palace. Each mirror could reflect the intruder's shadow. However, there was only one real mirror. All the other mirrors were illusions of the maze. It was precisely these mirrors that had the effect of bewitching the mind. The real eye of the formation only played the role of illusions. Since the maze only worked on Confucian cultivators' eye-clearing technique and the naked eye of cultivators, all Buddhist senses, divine thoughts, and elemental thoughts could be used. Since the Dharma idol of the Buddhist sect was condensed from karma, it wasn't restricted by the maze. Therefore, the mirror couldn't reflect the Dharma idol's shadow. However, the problem was that even if Hui or Guzhan released their Dharma idols, how would they find the mirror that could reflect the Dharma idol's shadow? What would they use to check? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's mind raced. He had many methods. He could release the Dharma idol, release the Buddha's Saraira, or release his nascent soul. He could deal with all of them. Even the simplest method was to use his soul sense. Perhaps he could find a way out. Of course, Xiaohua could also use the heavenly vision of the Dharma eyes. However, he couldn't be sure if his Dharma eyes could defeat this ancient formation. Although Master Guzhan wasn't proficient in Buddhism, he understood after hearing this. He said loudly, Hui, if there's anything you need this old monk to do, just tell me. This old monk doesn't understand Buddhism, but I do know some Buddhist divine skills. They can be of help. Hui thought for a moment and said tentatively, Grandmaster, this disciple doesn't understand the Dharma idol technique. However, the Saraira that I cultivate does have the image of a Dharma idol. How about this disciple release the Saraira first to see its effect? Grandmaster, why don't you use the Dharma idol technique? I'll listen to you. Guzhan naturally had no objections. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, the Saraira of a Dharma idol? Isn't this the Buddha's Saraira? This monk Hui really has some background. However, Buddhist light surged around Hui's body. After a moment, it slowly disappeared. Hui's expression was somewhat unnatural. She sighed and said, not only does the mysterious water palace confine Buddhist consciousness, but it also confines this little monk's Bodhi Saraira. It seems this little monk can't do anything. Bodhi Saraira. When Guzhan heard Hui's words, he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He cried out involuntarily, Hui, you actually cultivated the Bodhi Saraira? Looking at this grandmaster who couldn't refine karma to form a Saraira, Hui's expression was somewhat uneasy. She smiled and said, all right, grandmaster knows. This disciple was lucky enough to refine the Bodhi Saraira in this life. However, the golden body has yet to form, so I dare not embarrass myself in front of grandmaster. Alas! Hui couldn't hide the disappointment on her face. She sighed and didn't speak again. Xian raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, fellow immortal Hui, I've known you for so long, but this is the first time I've heard you talk about refining the Bodhi Saraira. This is second only to the Buddha's Saraira in your Buddhist sect. With this Saraira, not only will you be able to attain the golden body of a bodhisattva in this life, but you'll also be able to attain the supreme golden body in the future. Hui hurriedly put her palms together and humbly recited the name of Buddha. She said, Amitabha, this is the karma of this little monk's several lifetimes of cultivation. There's nothing to show off. Perhaps this little monk was like Grandmaster Guzhan in the past, specializing in the lineage of Dharma protectors. Later on, this little monk obtained an opportunity and gained the favor of Buddha. Today I can finally fulfill my wish. Xian looked so excited that she almost forgot that she was in the mysterious water palace. She cupped her hands and said, fellow immortal, you're too humble. Being able to refine the Bodhi Saraira isn't something that can be exchanged with several lifetimes of cultivation. If it weren't for the profound Dharma and profound opportunities, how could it be possible? I didn't expect this little girl to be acquainted with a bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect. It's truly fortunate. Chapter 34-32. Ahem. Before Xian could finish, Xueqi coughed twice and even winked at her, interrupting her. Xian Tanue, no matter what kind of relic it is, it can't be used in the profound water palace. What's the use of that? It's not as useful as Ancestor Guzhan's golden Buddha statue. That's true. Xian suddenly came to her senses. Her eyes narrowed and she almost covered her mouth with her hand. She hurriedly covered it up. Everyone has their shortcomings and strengths. That's right. To the side, Xiaohua frowned. He knew that if Xueqi's Bodhi relic couldn't be used, then his Buddha relic wouldn't be able to leave his body. Since his relic couldn't leave his body, then his nascent soul couldn't either. Perhaps he could only use his soul sense and heavenly law embodiment technique. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was about to quietly release his soul awareness. Raw. Guzhan roared and clenched his fists. Buddha light flashed all over his body. Guzhan's originally tall body grew bigger and bigger. In a moment, a Buddha statue of several zhang tall slowly appeared, majestic and awe-inspiring. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Ancestor Guzhan's golden Buddha statue appeared, countless sounds came from the profound water palace's mirrors. When Xiaohua looked up, he saw that many of the previously dazzling mirrors had turned into black holes. The sounds came from the shattering of the illusionary mirrors. A golden Buddha statue can restrain an ancient formation? Xiaohua was aghast. However, before he could shift his gaze away, the familiar rumbling of magical treasures resounded. Rays of aqua-blue light appeared once again. Xiaohua hurriedly shifted his gaze away. Immediately, waves of strange magical energy fluctuations spread throughout the entire mysterious water palace. This magical energy was like a whirlwind, but also like a scorching heat. Guzhan's newly formed golden Buddha statue actually showed signs of melting under this magical energy. Strands of golden sweat seeped out of the golden Buddha statue. A trace of pain appeared on Guzhan's face, which was flashing with Buddhist light. He cried out, "The mystic water palace's formation is too powerful. I can't hold on for too long. Hurry up and find the entrance." Yes. Xueqi gritted her teeth and hurriedly replied. She then waved her hand and said, "Tipu, look over here. Xintanu, look over there." Okay. Xian didn't dare to be negligent. She quickly turned around and looked in the direction Xueqi was pointing at. Xiaohua also did the same. However, Xiaohua didn't use his eyes, but his soul sense. Xian's idea was very ideal, but reality once again showed the crux of the matter. The naked eye couldn't look directly at the illusory mirrors. Even if they could just glance at them now, Xian and Xueqi didn't dare to be too careless, for fear that they would miss the mirror with the Transcendent's golden body. However, it was extremely difficult to find a mirror with an image among the thousands of mirrors. Xueqi and Xian's eyes seemed to be dazzled. Heavy dizziness and discomfort rose from the bottom of their hearts. There were several times when they almost got lost in the mirror. Compared to them, Xiaohua was in a better state. Although soul sense wasn't as useful as Xiaohua thought, being able to see through the illusion of the array and see through the array's core with a glance, soul sense wouldn't be reflected by the illusory mirrors, so there was no danger of losing one's mind. However, Xiaohua was the same as Xian and the others. He also didn't dare to be careless. He also checked the mirrors one by one. As time passed, the magic power fluctuations became more rapid. Xiaohua could clearly feel the heat in the surrounding air. He looked again and saw that the surface of Master Guzhan's golden body had already melted. Just like Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira, it had turned into golden liquid and flowed down the golden body. When it dripped to where Guzhan was standing, it immediately turned into small golden Buddhist lotuses. Guzhan's golden body of Buddha is different from Frost Bamboo's great strength Vajra Dharma body. It seems to be transformed from his main body, similar to my heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth. As Xiaohua continued probing, he thought to himself, although this Buddhist divine power is a level higher than Frost Bamboo's, the Dharma array has melted his golden body. That means his body will also be damaged. Why don't I use heavenly form to replace it? Thinking up to this point, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. No matter what, Great Master Guzhan is a Buddhist sect guardian with 5th grade origin energy. Wouldn't his golden Buddha avatar be more profound than my heavenly law's embodiment technique? Instead of thinking too much, why don't I hurry up and find the entrance? If Master Guzhan can't support me at the final critical moment, It won't be too late for me to make such a plan. Raw. After a while, Master Guzhan's originally straight waist twisted slightly. A slightly hoarse roar came from his mouth. It was unknown whether it was a painful or angry roar. His movement didn't matter. Pa, pa, pop. Several loud pops sounded. Several thumb-sized bubbles appeared on his limbs. Then, with several explosions, these bubbles all exploded. Golden liquid splashed out. Before it could fall, it had already bloomed into lotus shapes in the air. The main body is the Saraira, and the Saraira is also the main body. Xueqi sighed. He understood the meaning of Buddhist guardians. But suddenly, Xueqi was startled again. My Saraira is in the shape of a Buddha. It seems to be able to form its own body. If a Buddha's Saraira leaves the main body to cultivate on its own, wouldn't it only be able to walk the path of a guardian? Xueqi was startled. His soul consciousness was a little scattered, and he couldn't tell where he was looking. Xueqi hurriedly composed himself and grumbled in his heart, although my Buddhist cultivation is at 5th grade essence power, and according to the records of the Buddhist scriptures in Exquisite Temple, I can be considered to have reached the lotus realm. But in reality, I know very little about Buddhism, and Buddhist magical powers are few and far between. Doesn't Xueqi also have a Bodhi Saraira? He's not in a hurry, so why should I? Isn't this the entrance to the formation? People often say that one can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but by chance, one will find it without any effort. Xueqi was like that at this moment. He was focused on searching for the entrance, but he didn't find anything. But in a moment of absent-mindedness, his soul consciousness scattered, and he actually found a triangular mirror. On this mirror, other than Xueqi, Xueqi, and Xin, there was also Grandmaster Guzhan's golden Buddha statue that was much taller than the others. This golden Buddha statue was only much taller than Guzhan's main body on the other mirrors, and there wasn't the slightest trace of Buddhist light on it. It's here! Xueqi was overjoyed. He hurriedly pointed at the mirror below him and shouted. But what made Xueqi extremely surprised was that at this moment, Xin and Xueqi also shouted in unison, "It's here!" However, the two of them pointed in different directions. Xueqi pointed in the sky, and Xin pointed in the same direction as Xueqi. Xueqi was rather surprised. He didn't think that the two's eyes could be as fast as his soul consciousness. He subconsciously looked in the direction Xueqi was pointing at. Sure enough, on the same triangular mirror above everyone's heads, Grandmaster Guzhan's golden Buddha statue was also reflected. Just as Xueqi thought, Xueqi and Xin also looked at each other's mirrors. The three of them then looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. They didn't think that the profound water palace would have two entrances. Little monk, you're really amazing. Xin looked at Xueqi again and said curiously, the area that immortal Xueqi assigned to you doesn't seem to be here. Xueqi rubbed his nose and said honestly, when I saw Grandmaster Guzhan's golden body melt, this little monk couldn't bear to see it. In a moment of absent-mindedness, I looked down below. Grandmaster Guzhan's sacrifice moved Buddha and allowed this little monk to see the entrance to the formation. Oh, Grandmaster Guzhan, you can take back your avatar now. Phew. Guzhan let out a long sigh. The Buddhist light around him quickly disappeared and then shrank like a bubble. His golden body also shrank rapidly and returned to its original form. However, Grandmaster Guzhan's face was pale. Not only was his body trembling, but his arms and legs were also trembling. He looked like an old man who had just recovered from a serious illness. Grandmaster, you've worked hard. Xueqi hurried forward to support him. Guzhan shook his arms and wanted to break free, but he seemed to be powerless and could only let Xueqi do as she pleased. Xueqi ignored Xin's reproach. He raised his head and glanced at the mirror Xueqi pointed at, and then at the mirror he discovered beneath his feet. He asked with a wry smile, Xin, this mysterious water palace actually has two entrances. Is there any record of this in your Moyun eyes? No, Xin answered without hesitation. Then which entrance should we use? Xueqi asked from the side. Xin thought for a moment, then clapped her hands and took out two jade boxes. She said, although we found the entrance to the profound water palace, we still need to use the Dao Gate to enter the real profound water palace. These are the two talismans I found according to Mo Yuntong's records. These two talismans are exactly the same. I prepared them in case of an emergency. Now that there are two entrances, it is destined that both entrances will be opened. I think it's better to open the entrance first. I'll wait and see, then decide which entrance to enter. Ah, I'm afraid that's the only way. Xueqi frowned. Faced with such a difficult problem, she had no choice but to agree. Xueqi raised her hand and one of the jade boxes opened. A bright cyan halo rushed out of the jade box. Before Xueqi could cast a spell, a thumb-sized seed jumped out of the jade box. Xiaohua looked at the jade box expectantly. He wanted to know what kind of rare talisman Xueqi had taken out, but he was still shocked when he saw the seed jump out. Looking at the seed again, it leaped into the air and flickered with an emerald green halo. The halo slowly unfolded and the seed also unfolded along with the halo. Xiaohua could clearly see that it was a talisman in the shape of a leaf. The wrinkles on the talisman and the texture of the leaf were clearly visible. Xiaohua didn't need to use his divine sense to know that it was a rare talisman from ancient times. Chapter 34-33. Sure enough, Xueqi promptly explained. This is a Taoist wood spirit talisman. It said that it specializes in breaking water-type formations. The specific refining method has long been lost, and these two talismans were found after spending more than 10 years of painstaking effort. They're also the last preparations I've made before entering the formation. I don't know what I'll encounter after entering the profound water palace. Xueqi opened her mouth again and was about to blow out true energy when she suddenly closed it again. She glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Little monk, can you help me next time?" "How can I help you?" Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. "I don't know any Taoist magic, so how can I help you?" "Of course, if you can teach me how to use Buddhist telekinesis to activate talismans, I'd be more than happy to." You wish." Xueqi glanced at Xiaohua. "The telekinesis you use is completely different from Taoist magic. I'm a Confucian cultivator, so how can I know this kind of secret technique? If you want this secret technique, you might as well ask your senior martial brother who'll definitely become a bodhisattva in this lifetime." After speaking, Xueqi opened her mouth and a golden true energy shot out like a sword and hit the leaf talisman. The moment the true energy came into contact with the talisman, it immediately produced a corrosive sound. Following this sound, the emerald green brilliance on the leaf flickered rapidly, as if the leaf was being devoured by insects. "Go!" Xueqi saw that the talisman's brilliance was faintly flickering. She hurriedly pointed at the talisman. The leaf, like a falling leaf on an autumn night, fell towards the mirror surface that Xiaohua and Xueqi had identified at the same time. From afar, the mirror surface looked extremely small, but the leaf that fell on it was insignificant. However, as soon as the leaf-like talisman touched the mirror surface, a water-blue brilliance flashed and submerged the entire talisman in an instant. The emerald green brilliance completely disappeared. However, in just a few breaths, a wisp of emerald green brilliance emerged from the water-blue brilliance like a sharp sword. Moreover, as soon as this light appeared, it immediately swayed and expanded. Strands of water-based heaven and earth spirit chi flashed with blue light and flowed into the emerald green light. Within this emerald green light, a vine-like branch stretched out. Wood counters water. Although the wood spirit talisman can't absorb wood-type spiritual energy from the profound water palace, the water-type spiritual energy can still make the wood spirit talisman work. It seems, it's only a matter of time before the profound water palace is destroyed. When Xiaohua saw this situation, he immediately understood in his heart. However, the real situation had exceeded his expectations. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the wood spirit talisman had already transformed into vines that completely covered the triangular mirror. When Xueqi grabbed it with her hand, the vines contracted and instantly shattered the mirror. Behind the mirror, a blue tunnel was revealed. Hiss! Xiaohua's eyes looked at the blue passage, and a feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. It was as if there was a call coming from the passage with the wind. Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He didn't know what this feeling meant. However, no matter what this feeling meant, there was one thing he was certain of. This entrance was definitely the real entrance. Xiaohua was certain of this. However, Xiaohua only glanced at it and didn't say anything. He quietly waited for Xueqi to attack again and shatter the other mirror above everyone's heads. Seeing the mirror shatter, before Xueqi could say anything, Xueqi's face revealed a look of astonishment. She asked curiously, "What? What does this mean? Why did this little monk feel a call? There seems to be a voice coming from inside. Could it be that this entrance is the real entrance? Damn, how is this possible? How can Xueqi feel the same as me?" Xiaohua frowned as he looked at the passage that also flashed with blue light. His heart rippled. If one of the passages produced a call, then it would be fine. There must be something attracting this Xiao. However, the two passages produced two different calls. The biggest possibility is, there's something fishy about the profound water palace. "Little monk, what about you?" Xueqi didn't answer Xueqi's question. Instead, she looked at Xiaohua with eyes full of interest. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. This little monk didn't feel the call from the passage. Moreover, contrary to senior brother Xueqi, this little monk has a subtle feeling about the other entrance. What about Grandmaster Gu Zhen? Xueqi turned to Gu Zhen. Gu Zhen's face revealed hesitation. After pondering for a moment he said, "This old monk's thoughts are similar to Xueqi's. The entrance above us should be real. After all, this is the lowest level of the profound water palace. If there is an entrance, it must be facing upwards." Xueqi's expression turned grave. She glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Although the profound water palace is above us, the entrance might not be. This little monk's feelings are similar to yours. I feel that the entrance below us is real." Xueqi's expression changed. She said anxiously, "This is bad. Could this be the profound water palace's trick? The purpose of this formation is to separate the four of us? Anything is possible." Xueqi nodded. "We only have three choices. Either all four of us go up, all four of us go down, or we split into two groups and go our own way." This. Xueqi was truly hesitant. However, she still insisted. "This little monk feels that it's better to go up. This little monk feels that it's better to go down." Xiaohua originally wanted to go up like Xueqi, but he was somewhat unwilling. His perception had always been accurate. Today there was no reason for it to be wrong. Thus, he also insisted. This little one has heard that formations that have been set up for a long time will give birth to a formation spirit. Could it be that this ancient formation has already gained sentience? Xueqi laughed. "I don't think that's likely to be strange. However, this little one feels that these two entrances might be different methods leading to the same result. Although the paths inside are different, they will eventually converge at the same place. Yes. As the saying goes, infinite scenery lies at the peak of a dangerous mountain. These two different directions might be a kind of fate and opportunity for us." Gu Zhen said, "No matter what you choose, this old monk has decided to go through the entrance above us." With that, Gu Zhen flung his hand, wanting to shake off Xueqi who was supporting him. However, Xueqi didn't pull her hand away. She just smiled and said, "Since Grandmaster has made his choice and this entrance was found by this disciple, it's naturally impossible for us to not go through this entrance. This disciple is willing to go with Grandmaster and help Grandmaster search for the ancient Buddha." "Fine." Xueqi glanced at Xiaohua and nodded. "Since this little monk found the same entrance as us, this little one will go through the entrance below with you." With that, Xueqi winked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Little monk, you have to protect me." "Of course." Xiaohua smiled. This little monk was most protective of women before he entered the Buddhist sect. Cough cough. Xueqi's throat wasn't good again. Once the assignment was completed, Xueqi supported Gu Zhen and the two of them slowly flew towards the entrance above the four people's heads. Looking at the backs of the two people and then looking at Gu Zhen's tall figure, Xiaohua suddenly thought of the frost bamboo. Naturally, he also thought of the Buddhist protector's unruly way of swallowing relics. Therefore, he immediately opened his mouth and transmitted a few words to Xueqi. Xueqi did not seem to have heard him. Not only did she not reply, she did not even slow down in the slightest. The two monks, one tall and one short, slowly flew towards the entrance of the blue brilliance in the mountain cave. When the two people's figures disappeared, the brilliance flickered slightly and a flat mirror surface appeared there. Now, even if Xiaohua and Xueqi wanted to follow Xueqi, It was too late. Little monk. Let's go. We'll go in too. Don't worry about Xueqi. Grandmaster Gu Zhan isn't as despicable as you think. Xian waved her hand and landed first. How could Xiao Hua dare to be negligent? He hurriedly flew down with Xian and said with a flattering smile. The ancient said that one shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one must guard against others. It's normal for this little monk to be worried about senior martial brother Xueqi. Who asked Grandmaster Gu Zhan to be a Buddhist Dharma protector? Tsk. Xian smacked her lips as she flew and said mockingly, which ancient person are you talking about? Why do I often hear people talking about this? Moreover, why do I feel that you, a Buddhist disciple, are even more wary of Buddhists than me? Is that so? Xiao Hua rubbed his bald head and said with a smile, that's because you're not a bhikkhuni of my Buddhist Dharma protector and don't know the details of my Buddhist Dharma protector. That's why you're not on guard. What are you on guard against? Xian probed again. Previously, you said that you came to the profound water palace to protect fellow Taoist Xueqi. At that time, I only thought that you were talking nonsense. But now, it seems that your Buddhist Dharma protector's cultivation is far superior to Xueqi's. How come I've never heard of such a good-looking, talented, and virtuous little monk like you? Alas, it's hard to give up on one's natural beauty. I've been raised in a boudoir and no one knows me. Xiao Hua very regretfully rubbed his bald head and replied, this little monk has always emphasized on keeping a low profile. I didn't dare to shave my head and become a monk because I was afraid of attracting attention. New Tanyue thought about it. This little monk had just shaved my head and brought you all here. In the blink of an eye, I met a senior martial brother who will definitely attain enlightenment in this lifetime. Since senior martial brother Xueqi has such a background, New Tanyue presumably also has a family background. Only, I wonder which family does New Tanyue come from in the hidden immortal continent? Do you want to know? Xian flew to the light blue entrance and turned around. Yes. Xiao Hua hurried over and nodded his bald head like a chick pecking rice. I just won't tell you. Xian sneered and rushed into the entrance. Don't tell me if you want to. Xiao Hua also muttered and followed closely behind. The passage was several zhang tall. As the two flew in one after another, the brilliance of the entire passage actually began to revolve. It was just like the whirlpools that appeared on the four walls of the profound water palace earlier. Wave after wave of blue brilliance drew an arc in front of Xiao Hua. At first, it was slow, but then it gradually sped up and rushed forward. Looking behind the two, the place where the blue light surged had already sealed the entrance. There were no longer any gaps. Chapter 34. Xian was on high alert. As soon as she entered the entrance, she took out her flexible sword without waiting for the light to change. With a slight twist of her wrist, the blade coiled around her right arm like a spirit snake. Clear qi gushed out from between Xian's eyebrows. Her limpid eyes flickered like the light in the passageway, but the golden light in her eyes only flashed for a moment. Alas! Xian sighed. She knew that she still couldn't use her eye-clearing technique. Her five senses were similar to those of ordinary people in the mysterious water palace. Just as Xian was sighing, she suddenly felt a heavy weight on her shoulders. Startled, she hastily looked up and saw that the blue light in the passageway was gradually stabilizing, and its color was getting denser. What's going on? Xian frowned. Her flying figure slowed down, and she turned to ask in a low voice, Little monk, do you feel something strange? Xiao Hua was right behind Xian. Seeing her slow down, he understood what she was thinking. He hastily flew to her side and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. He answered, This little monk feels a little heavy on my body. It seems to be the mysterious water palace's restriction again. Alas, that's what happened. Xian sighed again. After all, it's an ancient array with layer upon layer of strange restrictions. Without strength, it's really difficult to move even an inch. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, then advised, Actually, this little monk still has to persuade Lady Benefactor. Right now, our main goal is to find a way out. This mysterious water palace is really not a place where people with our cultivation can enter. Even if you want to find someone, you should first consider your own life, right? Without your life, what can you do? A way out? Xian shrugged. It's in this mountain, deep in the clouds. What? Xiao Hua's expression suddenly changed. As if he had thought of something, he hastily cried out. Could it be? You don't know where the exit is? At this point, Xiao Hua really didn't want to ask any more questions. Xian had said that she had the ink cloud pupil. Xiao Hua had assumed that since someone had left the ink cloud pupil behind, someone must have left behind information about this ancient formation after escaping. He had followed Xian into the profound water palace. Even if he couldn't see an immortal artifact, he would at least be able to escape unscathed. However, he really didn't expect that the ink cloud pupil in Xian's possession didn't contain any records of this. Xiao Hua had been relying on Mo Yuntong and this exit to enter the profound water palace when he had broken through this ancient magic array. Now that Xian didn't know what to say, how could she not be scared witless? This was an ancient array. The previous few checkpoints had already shown how ferocious this array was. And that was only the outer perimeter of the profound water palace. Now that he had truly entered the profound water palace, the passageway once again gave off a heavy feeling. Who knew what he was about to encounter? He had originally thought that he would be able to find a way out if he braced himself and forced himself through this passageway. Who knew? Xiao Hua couldn't help but want to cry. Before Xiao Hua's tears could fall, the heavy feeling on his body increased again. Xiao Hua glanced at Xian. This strange woman was flying with her head held high, looking like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. He didn't bother to say anything more. His head drooped as he flew forward with Xian. At this point, he had already made up his mind. Self-preservation was self-preservation. Apart from self-preservation, he didn't care about anything else. Immortal artifacts, prisoners, nothing. He didn't believe that with his divine abilities, he couldn't protect himself. The pressure on his body increased even more. In half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua and Xian had only flown a few dozen meters. Although there was nothing tangible in the passageway, Xiao Hua felt that the entire passageway was like a quagmire. He was currently wading through the water. The quagmire that was difficult to walk through was definitely not too far away. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua expected, the blue brilliance suddenly changed when it reached the depths of the passageway. Strands of blue blossomed from the deep blue, as if the blue had surpassed the blue. They rapidly rotated within the blue passageway, similar to the blue light that appeared when Xiao Hua had just entered the passageway. Oh no! Feeling the heavy pressure on his body increase again, Xiao Hua came to his senses and shouted, "Exit, hurry up and leave. The pressure in this passageway is increasing layer by layer. In the end, it will crush our bodies into minced meat." As he spoke, Xiao Hua no longer dared to conceal his cultivation. He activated his transcendence energy and displayed the wind escape technique, rushing towards the front of the passageway. Who would have thought that it would be fine if Xiao Hua didn't activate his transcendence energy? But the moment he displayed the wind escape technique, an enormous force crashed into Xiao Hua's body along with his transcendence energy. Caught off guard, Xiao Hua's entire body fell with a whoosh sound, directly reaching half of Xian's waist. Xiao Hua's body sank. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the passageway in the distance. He understood in his heart that this was the Dao Sect's formation. The method to restrict the Dao Sect's disciples was naturally easy to use. At this moment, he had to either give up on using the Dao Sect's divine ability, or forcefully rely on the Dao Sect's divine ability to charge out. Otherwise, he could only continue to use the Buddhist sect's divine ability and deal with the myriad of changes by remaining unchanged. Xian naturally also felt the pressure increase. However, before she could activate the auspicious cloud, Xiao Hua suddenly fell down. At this moment, she also looked at Xiao Hua strangely. "Let's go." Xiao Hua didn't explain in detail. He activated the auspicious cloud and rushed forward while rising up again. However, after flying for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the azure brilliance deepened once more and the pressure doubled once more. Not only did Xiao Hua not reach the same height as before, he even became half a foot shorter than before. Naturally, Xian's expression changed greatly and she also fell down like Xiao Hua. "Little monk, I'm afraid we can't touch the brilliance of this passageway." Xian shouted, Although Mo Yuntong no longer has any records, since it's a passageway, we must pass through. This brilliance must be restricted by the profound water palace. If we touch it, we'll definitely suffer. Humph. Not necessarily. What if we're sent out of the profound water palace as soon as we touch it? Xiao Hua coldly snorted and retorted sarcastically. Xian glanced at him and said indifferently, "Why don't you give it a try?" "I'm not giving it a try." Xiao Hua shook his head and suddenly asked, "Right, benefactress, do you know?" Xiao Hua originally wanted to ask Xian if she knew Princess Baihua of the Cha Nu country, Xian, but before he could say anything, he remembered that he was now the little monk Tipu of the Western Paradise. How could he know a woman from the hidden immortal continent? He immediately shut his mouth. "Who do I know?" Xian saw that Xiao Hua didn't say anything and continued to ask. "Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let's talk about it after we get out alive." Xiao Hua waved his hand. At this moment, it was difficult for him to move his hand. Even his arm felt somewhat sore and numb. Xian narrowed her eyes and said, "You're not going to say it? Are you afraid I'll see through your intentions?" "If you have the ability, you can see through it even if I don't say it," Xiao Hua argued. "Do you think I?" Xian couldn't help but get angry. Just as she was about to say something, buzz buzz, the whole passage flashed with a blue brilliance. Rings of light chased after Xiao Hua and the others from behind and rushed forward. The speed of the rings of light was different. Each ring was faster than the previous one. The heavy pressure on Xiao Hua and Xian's body was like a wave, each layer stronger than the previous one. "Hurry!" Xiao Hua urged again, but at this time, the two of them were already doing their best, but the passage still seemed to be endless. Boom! When the blue rings of light chased after them, the whole passage shook, and the color immediately turned green. Along with the change in brilliance, bang bang bang. Sounds came from Xiao Hua's body. It was the sound of the joints all over his body. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with shock. He had already discovered the pattern. When the blue brilliance disappeared, the pressure in the passage should be twice as heavy as before. Now that the blue brilliance disappeared again, the pressure should be twice as heavy as before. If he counted, it should be 4 times as heavy as before. Xiao Hua didn't know whether this passage was similar to his bone tempering, which required the bone tempering of 7 colors. However, even if it was the 5 elements technique in the end, the pressure was still 32 times as heavy as when he first entered the passage. Of course, this was only Xiao Hua's estimation. This was a restriction used to imprison cultivators, so how could it only be 2 or 4 times as heavy? When Xiao Hua had just entered the passageway, the pressure from the flickering blue brilliance was already several times that of the outside of the passageway, and then the cyan brilliance was several times stronger. In the end, the pressure was several hundred times or even several thousand times stronger. How could a cultivator withstand this pressure? Xiao Hua slightly bit his lips, and Buddhist light flashed around his body. He hurriedly released his soul consciousness and thought to himself, "The only thing I can do now is to resist this pressure. This Xiao's body and bones have been tempered, so I should be able to resist for a while. I just don't know if Xian will be able to escape this calamity." Thinking up to here, Xiao Hua's face suddenly showed joy, and he shouted, "Xian, the exit is about 900 feet ahead. We just need to rush to the exit." Xian looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe, and the panic on her face was not as bad as before. She seemed to have thought of a countermeasure, but she didn't ask Xiao Hua how he knew the exit was 900 feet ahead. She only faintly replied, "I know." She once again sped up. While the two of them were talking about hope, the restriction inside the passage seemed to know. The green brilliance flickered even faster, and the pressure became even more violent. One moment it was down, the next moment it was up and then left and right. Xiao Hua and Xian became even more exhausted and couldn't afford to be distracted and increase their speed. Seeing the green brilliance become even denser, Xiao Hua's body began to feel strangely sore and swollen. Xiao Hua understood that this time, the pressure was already several dozen times heavier than before, and his body was afraid that he was about to reach his limit. However, when he glanced at Xian, he saw that she was actually having it easier than him. Strands of golden mist had already appeared on her palace dress, and this mist protected Xian's protruding body. The mist had already condensed into armor inscriptions, making it look like a close-fitting golden armor. Chapter 34-35. Xion's golden armor was not only solidified on the surface, but it was also overflowing with golden mist from time to time. The golden armor had already been compressed into a thin layer, and was no longer as thick as before. It was obvious that the golden armor had reached its limit. The situation had already begun to become critical, and Xueqi could clearly feel that the auspicious cloud beneath his feet had also slowed down. The passage now seemed to be filled with silt. Not only were his hands and feet buried, even the karma of the Buddha Sarira and the true energy in his dantian were wrapped up, making it difficult for him to use them. The green brilliance is already like this. What should we do in the future? Xueqi's mouth was clearly bitter, and he somewhat disappointedly shifted his gaze away from Xion. He first looked at the end of the passage, and then looked again at the dense crystal-like green passage. Boom! Just as Xueqi's gaze fell on the passage, the entire passage violently shook, and dense cracks appeared in the crystal-like green light. Good! Xueqi almost blurted out in praise. Quick, this passage is changing. I'm afraid it's our chance. As he spoke, Xueqi hurriedly released his soul consciousness, trying to find a flaw in the passage. Unfortunately, the tunnel shook violently for a few times before calming down. The densely packed cracks rapidly widened. However, a bright yellow color blossomed from within the cracks. It was as dazzling as the yellow flowers in the morning sun. This is bad. Xueqi hastily shouted again, and did not have the time to be embarrassed because of his misjudgment. Before Xion's strange gaze could shift away from Xueqi, a heavy pressure more than 10 times stronger than before suddenly appeared, as if a large hand had suddenly clenched. This heavy pressure was different from before, and it came from all sides of the passage, heading straight for the center. Although Xueqi and Xion did not have to worry about being swept down the passage, the strength of this heavy pressure suddenly increased, and the two suddenly stopped in midair, unable to fly at all. Pa pa pa. A series of sounds rang out like beans being fried. The golden armor on Xion's body was first broken into pieces. Then the broken pieces exploded inch by inch. The tens of thousands of inscriptions on the armor whimpered and turned into strokes, disappearing into the yellow light. Ah! Xion screamed. Her palace dress, which was originally fluttering in the wind, stuck to her body. Although it didn't reveal anything, the curves of her body were exposed. Even when Xion opened her mouth, not only did she spit out Zhen Qi, but even Zhen Qi gushed out from her body. It was too late. Xion's body shrank, and then her face turned dark red. Xueqi was naturally much calmer than Xion. However, he also found it difficult to maintain his composure under this heavy pressure. His skin, which was originally as tough as steel, was collapsing time and time again. It was as if the entire profound water palace was pressing down on him. A sense of déjà vu arose in his heart. That's right. Xueqi had once encountered such a heavy formation restriction in the Dawn Rain continent. However, at that time, the formation restriction wasn't as heavy as it was now. Moreover, Xueqi had the Phoenix Dharma body at that time. Xueqi relied on the Dharma body to break the formation restriction. At this time, not only was the formation 100 times stronger than before, but Xueqi's Phoenix celestial body had also disappeared. In particular, in this passage, all Taoist spells were restrained. Although Xueqi still hadn't released his magic treasure, he believed that magic treasures could only be ordinary weapons in this space. However, Xueqi still didn't give up. He sensed the piercing pain on his skin and knew that his body was beginning to tear. He hurriedly raised his hands slightly. Even this small action expended a great deal of Xueqi's strength. Out! Xueqi softly shouted, and the seal of overturning the sea flew out of the space. Xueqi formed a seal in his hand, and his Zhen Qi, which should have been surging like a tide, was now compressed into a trickle. When his magic power rushed into the air, it had already mostly disappeared. When it landed on the seal of overturning the sea, the brilliance on the seal of overturning the sea flickered. Where was its previous majestic appearance? Seeing the seal of overturning the sea in such a state, Xueqi completely gave up. He raised his hand and withdrew the seal of overturning the sea. Xion, who was beside him, was in a state of panic. Not only was her face flushed red, but her skin, which was not covered by her palace dress, had turned from snow white to golden yellow. Now, there were patches of bloodstains on her skin. It was obvious that she had suffered serious injuries. However, she still keenly saw Xiao Hua's seal of overturning the sea, as well as the traces of Taoist magic power in it. Xian turned pale with fright. She was even more surprised than when she encountered the heavy pressure in the passage that she had never encountered before. However, she was even more shocked when Xiao Hua raised his hand again. 7 flying swords with different sword lights appeared with Xiao Hua's hand gesture. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a mouthful of Zhan Qi rushed into the air. Then, he formed a seal with his hand. Although the 7 flying swords were very difficult, they still turned into rainbows and pierced toward Xian. Thief, thief! Although Xian was somewhat on guard, she never would have thought that Xiao Hua would disregard his own safety and suddenly attack her in such a dangerous place. Xian unconsciously clenched her teeth and cursed, "Damn little bald donkey!" Following Xian's curses, her hand also reached out, wanting to take something out of her bosom. However, it was already too late for her to fight back. The 7 flying swords had already rushed to about 10 feet away from her. However, just when Xian was feeling discouraged, the 7 Zhen Qi from the 7 flying swords actually condensed in the air and surrounded Xian. Although the sword light was as thin as a cicada's wing, and even flashed under the heavy pressure, it seemed that it would not be able to last long. However, Xian's body felt lighter, as if she had unloaded a heavy burden. He's protecting me. Xian suddenly came to a realization. I've wronged him. Xian instantly felt her qi and blood surging up. She did not know whether it was because of shame or the sudden release of Zhan Qi, but her face turned blood red. Did he hear me scold him just now? Xian's heart unexpectedly gave birth to a very inappropriate question at this time. However, before Xian could look at Xiao Hua with doubt, another thought emerged like weeds. The little monk is a Buddhist disciple. How could he know the flying swords of our Confucian cultivators? Humph! It must be. That trace of feeling instantly turned into anger. She even glared at Xiao Hua with somewhat fiery eyes. Not only did she not take her hand out of her bosom, she even treated the 7-star sword formation as if it was nothing. When Xian saw Xiao Hua, her eyes unconsciously gave birth to extraordinary splendor. Xiao Hua roared loudly, his body overflowing with Buddhist light or golden light. His originally thin and tall figure slowly expanded. The heavenly law embodiment technique that was comparable to the golden body of Gu Zhan's Buddha was finally displayed. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua thought, this heavenly law embodiment technique was refined by the primordial spirit. It was different from the Tao sex magic and was very different from the phoenix celestial body. However, it was similar to the golden body of Gu Zhan's Buddha. In this passage of the ancient formation, it still had the power to fight. This guy is actually a Buddhist disciple of the Buddhist sect? Or a martial master of my Confucian cultivation? Xian was somewhat flabbergasted. However, now was not the time for her to ponder. Xiao Hua's Dharma embodiment, which was several zhang long, immediately streaked his several zhang long arm through the air. That large hand even pierced into the 7-star sword formation. Although it sounded loud and clear, under this heavy pressure, its tone had already changed. He shouted, I'll send you out first. What are you doing? Seeing Xiao Hua's large hand grabbing towards her, although that large hand flashed with golden light, Xian actually panicked. She hastily withdrew her hand from her bosom. Without hesitation, she pulled out the golden hairpin she gave to Gu Zhen before and stabbed it towards Xiao Hua's large hand. Just as the golden hairpin was taken out, a wave of cold air emerged from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. His large hand stopped in midair as he hurriedly said, "Female benefactor, the heavy pressure is still increasing. This golden body of Buddha is this little monk's last resort. This little monk wants to try sending you out of the passage. If you're unwilling, this little monk will leave by himself." Xian looked at Ku Ko in the distance. She fiercely clenched her teeth and said, "Fine. But don't you have any bad intentions?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He grabbed his hand again and called out, "What bad intentions can this little monk have? Female benefactor, don't you know that form is emptiness and emptiness is form?" While speaking, Xiao Hua's large hand was about to grab Xian. He ordered, "Female benefactor, use your flying technique with all your strength. If you have any secret techniques, Don't hesitate to use them. Success or failure, life or death will depend on this. Before he finished speaking, Xiaohua shouted, "Go!" Then, with a swing of his hand, he threw Xueqi and the 7-star sword formation to the end of the passage. Xueqi only felt the wind whistling in front of her. That 7-star sword formation sword light was like splitting mountains and boiling water, carrying Xueqi straight to the end of the passage in the distance. A trace of joy flashed in Xueqi's heart. Then, with a wave of her hand, the golden hairpin in her hand produced a golden brilliance. This golden brilliance was like a blooming phoenix flower. In an instant, it protected Xueqi and the 7-star sword formation. No matter how much the pressure in the passage increased, the golden brilliance only shrunk a little. This little monk. Although Xueqi didn't think much of Xiaohua's seriousness, the steadiness in her heart had already been shaken. The golden hairpin was her last resort. Who would have thought that it would be taken out the moment they entered the profound water palace? She couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. She turned her head with some worry, but when she saw what Xiaohua was doing, she couldn't help but be shaken. She saw Xiaohua holding a thick wishful staff in his hand. His whole body flashed with golden light. He was like a demon god who could split heaven and earth. He chased after her with large strides. Every time the wishful staff was waved, it would cause the passage to tremble. After the tremors, Xueqi could clearly feel the heavy pressure coming from behind her like a wave. Chapter 34-36. This little monk. Xueqi's eyes narrowed. She knew that Xiaohua was at his wit's end. Although the wishful staff in his hand could break the heavy pressure, it could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Xiaohua was just drinking poison to quench his thirst. After this cycle, Xiaohua's golden Buddha statue could not support it and his body could only end up as a meat paste. Xueqi clenched her teeth slightly and looked at the passage that had been flown nearly halfway. The end of the passage was already in sight, no longer as vague as before. Should I turn back? This was a rare thought in Xueqi's heart. At this time, Xiaohua was also helpless. This time was really dangerous, unlike the previous time. He remembered that the last time the magic staff broke the restriction, the heavy pressure disappeared. This time, although the wishful staff was far more powerful than the magic staff, the restriction was one layer after another, each layer more powerful than the last, as if there was no end. Let's fight. Xiaohua naturally also saw the golden brilliance of Xueqi in the distance, and his mouth was bitter. I don't know what this little girl's relationship with Princess Baihua is, but the protection of the imperial equipment is one after another. This is really embarrassing. While thinking, Xiaohua waved the wishful staff again. The heavy pressure was pervasive, but the wishful staff was not to be trifled with. It could still break the restriction that formed the heavy pressure. Taking advantage of the fact that the restriction had not been broken yet, Xiaohua's golden body was able to take the opportunity to escape. Xueqi naturally would not turn back at this time. She understood that although she had some means, everything was in vain before she could escape. She could not find a way. Even if she went back, it would be in vain. Therefore, Xueqi urged her Xueqi again, and under the protection of the golden hairpin and the 7-star sword array, she rushed toward the end of the passage. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the end was in sight. Xueqi's heart finally relaxed. In her entire life, there had never been a period of time that was more torturous than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. There was also no distance that could compare to the distance of several hundred feet. Wang. Just as Xueqi saw a chance of survival, the entire passageway rumbled loudly again. A golden sun seemed to be born from the depths of the abyss, chasing after Xiaohua from behind. The golden light didn't disappear at all. The moment it entered Xueqi's eyes, the golden light of the golden hairpin immediately swayed, and the brilliant phoenix flower instantly shrank by a lot. Seeing the sudden change in front of her, Xueqi had no time to think about anything else. She hurriedly stimulated her Xueqi and recklessly rushed forward. When the golden hairpin in Xueqi's hand started to tremble, Xueqi finally rushed out of the passage. She didn't have time to carefully check her surroundings. She hurriedly turned around and shouted, "Little monk!" However, before she could yell out the word hurry, the tunnel was already filled with yellow light. Even though Xueqi hurriedly activated the clear eyes technique and the golden light in her eyes grew brighter, she still couldn't see the situation inside the tunnel clearly. Little monk. At this moment, Xian's voice was somewhat sobbing. She was all too clear about the might of the golden hairpin in her hand. In the end, that yellow brilliance still hadn't reached its peak, yet even her golden hairpin was somewhat unable to withstand it. Admittedly, this was because her cultivation was shallow, but it was also enough to show how formidable the pressure in the passageway was. In this yellow light that was already several hundred times heavier than the initial pressure, could Xuehua still survive? Xian was extremely suspicious. However, Xian still held on to a trace of hope. She didn't give up looking at the inside of the passageway, hoping for a miracle to happen. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was still no movement inside the passageway. Xian's eyes were already sore from watching. Sigh. Xian slightly sighed. Her heart was filled with complex feelings. It was indescribably desolate. It was as if she had just seen a beautiful scene, but before she could properly appreciate it, dark clouds had already densely covered it. This little monk. This was already the fourth time Xian muttered, this little monk in her heart within a short period of time. Something's not right. Just when Xian was about to give up and prepare to leave, she once again saw the 7 flying swords that had been protecting her all this time. The flying swords are still in midair. This sword formation is still there. That little monk might not necessarily be dead. Xian suddenly jumped up. A burst of joy rushed to her heart. Her eyes were somewhat moist. Sure enough, before she even got close to the passageway, an intense rumbling sound began to flash within the golden brilliance. Strands of faint blue color flowed within the golden brilliance. Flowers of lightning bloomed within the golden brilliance. The most bizarre thing was that strands of black gas were also flowing within the golden brilliance. Ha 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 ha. Just when Xian was in ecstasy, Xiaohua's familiar laughter rushed out of the passageway amidst the lightning. The Transcendent's golden body that was several tens of feet in size had already disappeared. Instead, strands of black gas slowly dissipated around Xiaohua's body. Seeing this, Xian's rushing figure came to an abrupt halt. Then, she suddenly turned around and flew several tens of feet away. Only then did she stop, standing still with her back facing Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't care about Xian's actions. In his heart, he was really very lucky. Just now, it was really very dangerous. The moment the golden brilliance appeared, his Transcendent's golden body instantly collapsed. The center of the passageway was completely not something that the current Xiaohua could resist. However, the moment Xiaohua's body returned to its original state, lightning and thunder immediately appeared between his eyebrows. The soul cultivator's lightning and thunder could obviously resist part of the heavy pressure, but it was far from enough. Xiaohua's flying speed was too slow. In a flash of inspiration, Xiaohua thought of the Devil Realm's concealment technique and immediately used it. Who would have thought that in this passageway, although Xiaohua couldn't hide in the void, his flying speed would actually increase. Therefore, under the effects of the lightning and thunder technique and part of the blood-dripping paradise, Xiaohua finally reached the end of the passageway. As soon as he came out of the passageway, he felt a kind of physical and mental exhaustion. Even his limbs were sore and numb. He almost didn't even have the strength to stand. Xiaohua cursed, "Damn it," and immediately collapsed on the ground. When a cold feeling came from his buttocks, Xiaohua suddenly woke up and hurriedly lowered his head. Seeing his naked appearance, his face turned red. Xiaohua's monk robes were originally ordinary goods. Previously, under the protection of the Buddhist light, they didn't have any damage. However, when Xiaohua transformed into his Transcendent's golden body, the monk robes had already been destroyed. However, the situation was critical at that time, and Xiaohua's whole body was covered by the golden light. No one noticed. But now, awkward. Besides this, Xiaohua didn't have any other thoughts. He also finally understood why Xian suddenly turned around and flew so far away with her back to him. Alas! Xiaohua raised his hand, wanting to take out his clothes. However, his arm was abnormally sore, and he didn't have any strength. Moreover, the muscles on his arm were already twisted. Under the heavy pressure, his entire body was seriously injured. "Benefactress, please wait a moment," Xiaohua shouted, adding fuel to the fire. How could Xian pay attention to him? She just turned her back to Xiaohua and didn't say a word. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Xiaohua stood up shakily. He put on a new robe, formed a sword seal, and collected the 7 flying swords. Only then did he open his mouth and say, "Benefactress Xan." However, when Xan turned her head, what she gave Xiaohua wasn't the gratitude he expected. She didn't even smile. Instead, she held the golden hairpin in her hand and coldly asked Xiaohua, "Little monk, tell me honestly, who are you?" "Ah? Who am I?" Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment, then immediately woke up. After all, in this blue passage, he once again showed a cultivation that was different from that of a Buddhist disciple. No wonder Xan was vigilant again. "Benefactress, I'm afraid this is the second time you've questioned this little monk." Xiaohua rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile, "Didn't this little monk say it before? This little monk is a Buddhist disciple from the pure land of ultimate bliss. There's no difference. The only thing that made Benefactress suspicious is that this little monk knows a lot of secret techniques that are different from that of Buddhism. This is very normal, right? Benefactress shouldn't have suspected this little monk at this time. Would a Buddhist disciple call the pure land of ultimate bliss?" Xan's face was still cold as she asked back. Would a Buddhist disciple practice Tao techniques? Would a Buddhist disciple practice Confucian techniques? Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, "Why not? Anyone who sees this little monk would think so, right? Speak. Who sent you here?" Xan couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly. The golden hairpin in her hand once again emitted a golden light. "Who sent you here?" Xiaohua was baffled, almost touching his nose red. This little monk was peacefully cultivating in the Great Snow Mountain, but you and Xueqi brought this little monk here. And you actually asked who sent me here? Who could it be? Naturally it's Xueqi. You still don't want to be honest? Xan shouted loudly as if she had been greatly deceived, her eyes faintly glistening with tears. Xiaohua was helpless. He raised his hand and said, "Benefactress, remember, no matter who I am, whether it's Tipu, a Taoist cultivator, or a Confucian cultivator, I'm someone who has nothing to do with you. I won't hurt you. On the contrary, I'll protect you. In this mysterious water palace, I'm in the same boat as you. You don't need to know my origin, and you don't need to know who I am. As long as you leave the mysterious water palace, you won't meet me again, and I won't know you." Xan listened to Xiaohua's words and stared at him for a long time, as if she was considering whether Xiaohua was telling the truth. Then she put away the golden hairpin and said faintly, "That's true. What does your identity have to do with me? Even if you were sent by that person, you still have to protect me. If you weren't sent by that person, you've already saved me several times. What do I have to be afraid of? My purpose in coming here is to see if that person is here. If he is, I'll think of a way. If he isn't, as long as you and I leave the mysterious water palace, we'll go our separate ways. Even if you've deceived me, what can I do?" "Good." Xiaohua clapped his hands. "That's how it should be." After saying this, Xiaohua finally had the chance to look up and see where he was. Why doesn't this place look like a palace? Xiaohua looked around and couldn't help but be surprised. In front of him was a vast open space with white clouds drifting about. The sky above the white clouds was blue. Although he couldn't see the sun, there were actually some shadows in the open space. Chapter 34-37. As for behind Xiaohua, there was a mountain peak. The several zhang-wide cave had now regained its blue brilliance. Looking at the other parts of the mountain peak, there were actually many densely packed caves. They were all flashing with the same blue brilliance as the one Xiaohua and Xan flew out of. Could it be that there are many more entrances? Xueqi and Guzhan are also in one of them? Xiaohua's heart stirred. He hurriedly wanted to release his soul consciousness. However, in this place, even his soul consciousness could not leave his body. Perhaps one of them is an exit? Xiaohua gave up and began to ponder. Or other than the cave just now, the others are all exits? Although this was what he thought, Xiaohua did not dare to take the risk. At this time, Xan called out again. "Little monk, I'm going to take a look in front. Do you want to come with me?" Yes, let's go together." Xiaohua hurriedly responded and turned to chase after her. This open space was very cold. It seemed like ordinary soil, but it also carried a kind of coldness. From time to time, there were some blue brilliances flashing above the open space. Looking at the place in the distance, he could not see very far. Although there was no fog, it was impossible to see clearly beyond 100 zhong, let alone distinguish what it was. After walking for a while, Xiaohua wailed. Benefactress, aren't you looking for a needle in a haystack? When is this going to end? Didn't you say time was limited? Now a lot of time has passed. How much time do we have left? I don't know either. Xian looked straight into the distance and replied indifferently. Mo Yuntong only said to go in and out as soon as possible. He did not give a specific time. Now that we're here, I don't know anything. If you want to find the exit, you can only find it yourself. I can't help you at all. Forget it, forget it. Until today, I finally know what it means to be blind. Xiaohua waved his hand and said impatiently. You're the blind one. Xian retorted sarcastically. Yes, I was blind. How could I follow you in? Xiaohua replied with a mischievous smile. Where was the dignified appearance of the little monk Bodhi? You. Xian was quite angry, but when it came to retorting, she was still a bit inferior to Xiaohua. Seeing that Xian was deflated, Xiaohua was quite happy. He proudly walked forward a few steps, then suddenly stopped. His eyes looked forward, and an inconceivable expression filled his face. Suddenly seeing Xiaohua calm down, Xian was not used to it. She walked in front of Xiaohua and asked tentatively, You, what are you doing? You, did you see that? Xiaohua's reply was somewhat incoherent. It was unknown whether his raised hand was exhausted or excited, but his entire arm was trembling. Xian was baffled. She looked into the distance and asked curiously, Of course I saw it. It's just a grassland, I don't see any palaces. Tsk. It's really scary to be uneducated. Xiaohua disdained Xian and lectured, Do you see that 9 feet tall spiritual tree? Which spiritual tree only had 1 string of scarlet heart fruits? That was an ancient spirit fruit that only grew once every 90,000 years. It's very useful for Taoist nascent soul cultivators. It can solidify the body and solidify the nascent soul. It's said that taking one is equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator cultivating for 100 years. Damn it, Xiao. This little monk has only seen it in the grass encyclopedia. Who would have thought that the profound water palace actually has it? As he spoke, Xiaohua no longer had the appearance of a weak mangy dog from before. He exerted all his strength and dashed towards the distance like a wisp of smoke. Scarlet heart fruits? Xian looked at the string of scarlet heart fruits in the distance with a confused expression. How come I've never heard of it? However, when Xian came closer and saw Xiaohua's actions, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She also raised her hand and pointed at the scarlet heart fruits and shouted, You! What are you doing? What is this thing? What did Xian see? Naturally, it was the little fruit that Xiaohua took out from the space. What else could the little fruit do after leaving the space? Of course, it was to skip over to the scarlet heart fruits and wave its hands. Rays of light fell into the roots of the scarlet heart fruits. Xiaohua naturally had to take care of such a precious ancient spirit fruit and use his entire life to protect it. Only by transplanting it into his space could the scarlet heart fruits find the best home. I'm not doing anything, I'm just collecting some benefits. Xiaohua rolled his eyes. This little monk worked hard to come here. I can't return empty-handed, right? Since this scarlet heart fruit doesn't have any restrictions, it's naturally ownerless, right? As the saying goes, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Instead of picking the fruit, why not take the entire scarlet heart fruit? Hearing Xiaohua's eloquent words, Xian helplessly shook her head. She wanted to move further away from this black-hearted little monk, but when her gaze caught sight of a golden vine not far away on the ground, and at the top of the vine were 2 leaves, one big and one small, that were like flying swords, she couldn't help but cry out in surprise, Isn't this the ancient Yen Yuan grass? Then she flew over almost faster than Xiaohua and shouted, With this thing, my golden eyes should be able to reach to Shang realm. Humph, you're still talking about me. Xiaohua looked at Xian's back and coldly snorted. Then with a flick of his sleeve, He put the scarlet heart fruits that Xueqi had used all her strength to take out from the ground into the space and ordered, "Go, see if there's anything else and take it all. Instead of leaving it here, don't let this Xiao take it." Xueqi received the order and hurriedly left. Xiaohua, on the other hand, slowly followed behind Xueqi with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting to be put into the space. After harvesting a few more rare spiritual herbs, Xiaohua's excited heart gradually calmed down. It was just as Xiaohua had said to Xueqi. He didn't need any immortal tools or cultivation techniques. With these spiritual herbs, this trip to the profound water palace had been completed. What's this? Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He could see a lot. After Xueqi dug out a spiritual herb from the ground, the usual blue light filled the entire pit, and a strand of red copper light appeared in the blue light. Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he shouted in his heart. That hand nimbly made a grabbing motion, and with a soap sound, a red copper object fell into Xiaohua's hand. This is a command token. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the palm-sized square object in his hand, and he immediately came to a realization. No, this command token was exactly the same as the command tokens Xiaohua had obtained before. However, this command token was cast with a vicious rabbit head. Xiaohua looked at the rabbit head in bewilderment and secretly said, "Damn, why is this rabbit so fierce? It doesn't look like a rabbit at all." However, the other command tokens seemed to be the same, right? With this thought, Xiaohua looked at Xueqi, who had run off to pick the abyss-amplifying grass in the distance. With a wave of his hand, 4 identical command tokens appeared in his hand. Xiaohua carefully looked at them. Sure enough, aside from the tiger head and snake head, which should have been fierce, the remaining ox head, pig head, and this rabbit head all had a fierce appearance. Where was the simple, honest, stupid, and lively appearance that they should have? These command tokens. What is the use of them? They're actually distributed in the Dawn Rain continent and Western Paradise? Xiaohua pinched his chin and looked at the 5 command tokens with a frown. Previously, he had used his divine sense and Buddhist sense to check them, but it was to no avail. Now that he was in the profound water palace, he couldn't even release his soul sense. Xiaohua was afraid that he could only think about it. If it's useful, then it'll be of great use. Xiaohua moved his gaze away from the command tokens. Seeing Xiaogui's nimble movements, he was already beaming with joy in his heart. However, this thought flashed through his mind, and he put away the command tokens again. He strode to Xiaogui's side. Even if he didn't need to do anything, seeing so much harvest that was about to be put into his space still made him happy. Xueqi very smoothly picked the abyss-amplifying grass and carefully put it into the jade box. Usually, there would be some demonic beasts near this kind of ancient spirit herb. Not only did they covet this spirit herb, but they also coexisted with the spirit herb to speed up their cultivation. Naturally, there were no other demonic beasts in the profound water palace, so the abyss-amplifying grass had no protection. After Xueqi put away the jade box, she turned around. Before she could call out to Xiaohua, she was already standing there in a daze. It was very simple. The abyss-amplifying grass grew between several stalks of spiritual herbs. When Xueqi was picking the abyss-amplifying grass, she had carefully avoided those stalks of spiritual herbs for fear of injuring them. However, at this moment, those spiritual herbs were all gone. Even the area around her was completely empty. The ground was flat as if it had never been planted before. Little monk. Xueqi was angry. What are you doing? If you picked them, then so be it. After all, these are all ancient spirit herbs. Who knows how old they are? But why did you pull them out by the roots? Xiaohua lazily raised his head and said with a smile, "Benefactor Xen, these spirit herbs are heavenly treasures. If you put them in the profound water palace, only a ghost would come. Isn't this a reckless waste of heavenly treasures? If this little monk takes these spirit herbs out of the profound water palace, who knows how many Buddhist disciples will benefit from them? TCH. Only a ghost would believe that." Xueqi rebuked. The Buddhist sect's arhat doesn't need any spirit herbs. It's clearly your own greed. If you're talking about greed, that's not necessarily the case. Xiaohua smiled and touched his nose. For example, Benefactor Xen picked this abyss-amplifying grass on her own. But what if there's someone else who needs it? Would that person still want to enter the profound water palace? This little monk isn't bragging. Even if there were 10 more people from your Xian clan, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to walk out of the passage behind us. Tell me, if this isn't selfish of you, then what is it? Could it be that if this little monk takes this abyss-amplifying grass out, your Confucian Xian clan won't benefit? I don't know how to grow spirit herbs. Xian actually blushed at Xiao Hua's words. However, at the same time, she suddenly realized something and hurriedly turned to look at the place where she had just picked the abyss-amplifying grass. Ah! Xian couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, the moment she spoke, the roots of the abyss-amplifying grass had already disappeared. The spirit herbs within a few feet to her left were all held by a fair child wearing a bib. His eyes were full of vigilance as he slipped away from her. Chapter 34-38. Looking at Xiaoguo's cute appearance and the vigilance in her big dark eyes, Xian felt a burst of anger for no reason. She fiercely kicked the ground and shouted, "Shameless! Thief! Robber!" Although the ground looked very flat, it was actually very soft. Xian's kick not only scared Xiaoguo so much that she quickly ran behind Xiao Hua, but also kicked up the soil. Even a few shiny white things were kicked out by her. Xian swept her eyes over them like a stubborn little girl and gave a cold snort. But when Xiao Hua's gaze swept over them, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hastily waved his hand and those white bones immediately fell into his hand, disappearing without a trace. Amitba! Benefactor Xian, this little monk doesn't know if Confucian cultivators like you talk about reincarnation and retribution in the next life. Xiao Hua's face became solemn as he said righteously, but this little monk knows that whether it's Buddhism, Taoism, or Confucianism, they all emphasize the dead. Although I don't know which senior these bones belong to, and I don't know if he's a Buddhist, Taoist, or Confucian cultivator, he's already passed away. We, the living, should retain a bit of respect for him. Blaspheming the corpse of a senior like you is really disrespectful. Forget it. Let this little monk take these bones back to Nirvana. I'll chant sutras every day and recite incantations every night so that he can reincarnate soon. Although Xian didn't care about these bones, she also saw how thick they were. How could she not know that these bones didn't belong to an ordinary person? Now that Xiao Hua took the bones and still pretended to be obedient, her face was ashen with anger. She stretched out a white finger and pointed at the complacent Xiao Hua. She didn't know what to say. You. Just take it. Perhaps this is your corpse from your previous life. In your previous life, you failed to explore the profound water palace and died here. In this life, you came here under this princess's lead. Since you've received this lady's benefits, why don't you thank this lady? Yes, it seems this skeleton is really fated with this little monk. This little monk thanks the lady for leading the way. This little monk thanks the lady for kicking this skeleton. Xiao Hua put his palms together and lowered his head as he said sincerely, "From now on, this little monk will also chant sutras every day and recite incantations every night. If this lady dies here, may Buddha bless you so that you can come here in your next life." You. Xian said, "You" 4 times in a row. She had never seen such a glib-tongued person in her life, let alone such a glib-tongued little monk. "What about me?" Xiao Hua touches his bald head and says curiously, "Could it be that benefactress has never seen such a peerless and magnificent monk before?" Disgusting. Xian pretended to retch a few times and curled her lips. She turned her head and ignored Xiao Hua as she walked forward. "Woman Tanyu, don't go too far." Xiao Hua put on an act behind his back and said, "This little monk still needs to sleep at night. I don't want to recite the rebirth mantra for someone." There was no way Xian would turn her head back, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. Seeing that Xian had left, Xiao Hua hurriedly sent his consciousness into the space. He saw that the huge white bones that he had just sent into the space had already fused with the previous white bones. The lightning water mixed with traces of lightning seemed to be endlessly falling into the space. It seemed to be nourishing these white bones and also seemed to be awakening them at any time. Damn it, these white bones. How could they also be scattered in the Xiaoyu continent and Western Paradise? Jade Archive. Xiao Hua frowned. As the white bones gradually gathered together, Jade Archive Xiao Hua could already smell a trace of danger from these white bones. Who is the owner of these white bones? What can I do? The most beautiful thing in this world is confusing matters. Being able to find the reason from the confusion is also the most interesting thing in this world. Suddenly, Jade Archive Xiaohua spoke again from Jiuxia's mouth. Damn it, Jiuxia, you really are like a ghost that won't disperse. A rare wry smile appeared on Jade Archive Xiaohua's face. Then with a wave of his hand, Little Thunder, who had been nourishing under the lightning water, fell into Jade Archive Xiaohua's arms. Looking at Little Thunder's increasingly plump body and the slightly moving eyeballs under its eyelids, Jade Archive Xiaohua understood that the day of Little Thunder's awakening was not far away. Let me calculate. While speaking, Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and Little Thunder disappeared. In an instant, it reappeared under the lightning water. At the same time, Jade Archive Xiaohua's left hand slowly stretched out, and then his 5 fingers slowly formed a seal. The 5 fingers were extremely slow, as if a huge mountain was hanging on each finger. As the seal formed, a roar that shook the earth and mountains was produced in the entire space. The 5 finger shadows swayed in the entire space. With these finger shadows, the karma hand that was previously hidden in the space of Heaven Wei quietly appeared again. However, before the spell similar to the hand of karma could be formed, the huge roar shook again. The 9 suns in the sky dimmed, the mountains and rivers were on the verge of collapsing, and even Xiaohua himself was trembling. Fellow Taoist, do you want to die? Green-robed Xiaohua appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua with a panicked face and said anxiously, "Our space has just been formed, and the yin and yang and the 5 elements have just been established. We can't allow fellow Taoist to ravage it again. Even if fellow Taoist wants to use the innate 5 elements and reverse yin and yang, you should do it outside. After all, fellow Taoist's 5 elements and yin and yang are outside. Before fellow Taoist controls the entire space, you must not bring the karma of the outside world into this space." Hearing this, Jade Archive Xiaohua immediately understood and didn't dare to form another seal. He hurriedly flicked his 5 fingers, and the entire space immediately became quiet. Then he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you fellow Taoist for reminding me. This is my fault. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. This is our home, and we have to cherish each other. I am not like some primordial spirits who don't treat this place as their home." Green-robed Xiaohua actually curled his lips, looking quite strange. Jade Archive Xiaohua naturally knew that green-robed Xiaohua was talking about the bone-tempering Xiaohua, so he just smiled slightly, cupped his hands and left the space. He clearly knew that in this space, he had a feeling of controlling everything. Naturally, he could try to use the karma hand seal. However, outside the space, he was just a nascent soul cultivator. The amount of magic power he could use was limited. Although his nascent soul could communicate with heaven and earth and borrow the power of heaven and earth, his nascent soul was too weak and couldn't withstand the backlash of the karma hand seal. He was afraid that he could only reach the spirit severing stage or the unity stage, fusing his nascent soul with his physical body. Then, his physical body would be able to communicate with heaven and earth like a nascent soul. Only then would he be able to rely on his demigod body to activate such a mysterious karma hand seal. After Xiaohua left the space, he urged Xiaogu to move all of the spirit herbs and spirit trees from the profound water palace into the space. In another part of the profound water palace, there was a crystal wall that was over 1,000 feet high. Hundreds of huge triangular patterns were densely arranged on the wall. Each of these patterns was deeply indented, and the 3 sides of the patterns were protruding like a frame. These protrusions overflowed with different kinds of brilliance. Layer upon layer of magic power fluctuations surged like a tide. Suddenly, a triangle near the top of the wall emitted a bright blue brilliance. However, before the brilliance could be released, a tidal wave of magic power rushed towards the brilliance. In a few breaths of time, the brilliance was annihilated. However, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the brilliance of the triangle appeared again. As a result, the magic power fluctuations that had just calmed down rushed over again and strangled the brilliance of the triangle. This repeated several times. In the end, the brilliance was extremely brilliant, like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, and finally bloomed. Boom! After the brilliance, a loud noise was heard. A huge hole appeared on the triangle. 2 monks covered in blood rushed out from the hole. Weren't they Cai Hui and Gu Zhen, who had parted ways with Xiaohua and Xian? At this time, the 2 of them were in an extremely sorry state. The green lotus in Xueqi's left hand seemed to have been eaten by worms, with only a small half of it remaining. The sword in his right hand was already broken, and even the remaining sword edge seemed to have been eaten by worms, with spots on it. Xueqi's originally neat monk robe was now in tatters. In addition to the sporadic bloodstains, there were large bloodstains on his arms, legs, back, and front of his heart. There was also an extremely long bloodstain on his neck, which was still flowing with blood. Xueqi was like this, but Gu Zhen was even worse. There were no sporadic bloodstains on Gu Zhen's monk robe. It was completely covered in large bloodstains. Under these bloodstains, the monk robe was completely torn. Under the monk robe, there were fist-sized wounds. Some of the filthy blood had already coagulated, while others were still bleeding. Even the hand that Gu Zhen used to hold the demon-subduing pestle was riddled with scars. Several torn muscles and flesh were exposed outside of the skin, shaking slightly with the trembling of Gu Zhen's arm. The demon-subduing pestle was not in good condition either. It was full of bumps and hollows, especially the tip of the pestle, which was now broken. There were still a few strands of flesh and blood on it. On the right side of Gu Zhen's face, a large piece of flesh was torn off. His white teeth were exposed. Gu Zhen's originally fierce face was now even more ferocious. If someone saw him at this time, they would not be able to classify him as a Buddhist disciple. Gu Zhen and Xueqi rushed out of the hole. They could not stand still in the air at all. With two muffled thuds, the two of them fell to the ground at the same time. It was unknown whether the two of them were exhausted or had fainted, but both of them lay on the ground without moving. After the time it took to finish a meal, Gu Zhen shook her body and struggled to stand up from the ground. She said shakily, "Xueqi, can you still move?" "Grandmaster." Hearing Gu Zhen's voice, Xueqi also shook his body and slowly climbed up from the ground. However, he still could not stand up. He could only sit cross-legged on the ground. After a while he took a deep breath and said softly, "This disciple should be able to hold on." Chapter 34-39. Sigh. Gu Zhen uses the demon-subduing pestle to prop himself on the ground, making his body seem extremely heavy. He turns around to look at the crystal wall, especially the triangle they rushed out of, and says with lingering fear, What kind of ancient formation is this? How can it be so powerful? It's just a passage, but there are demon beasts and strange insects comparable to 5th-level essence energy cultivators inside. This demon beast is nothing. If we work together and risk getting injured, we can still kill it. But these strange insects are impervious to fire and water, and can even devour our Buddhist artifacts. They didn't even let go of this old monk's golden Buddha statue. What are these things? Speaking up to here, Gu Zhen looks at Xueqi and asks, "Just now you released the Bodhi Sarira to attract the strange insects. Is your Sarira seriously damaged?" "Amitba," Xueqi lowers her head and says, "Many thanks for Grandmaster's concern. Disciple Sarira is fine." "That's good." Gu Zhen grins and smiles with difficulty. "This Sarira is the proof of your enlightenment. Don't be careless." Disciple understands. Xueqi smiles faintly and stands up with some difficulty. "Forget it, since we're here, we're one step closer to the ancient Buddha's Sarira." Gu Zhen knocks the demon-subduing pestle on the ground and calls out, "This old monk wants to see if there's anything else that can stop us." Xueqi doesn't rush to speak, instead looks around and reminds, "Grandmaster, there's no trace of Xian Tanue and Tipu here. Could it be they still haven't come out of the passage?" Saying so, Xueqi looks worriedly at the many triangles on the huge wall, guessing where Xiaohua and Xian Tanue will rush out from. "Sigh, Xueqi." Gu Zhen sighs and shakes his head. "This old monk advises you not to be delusional. This passage is so dangerous. Even if Xian Tanue has an extraordinary background and an extremely powerful imperial artifact, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. You saw it yourself, those thousands of strange insects are definitely not something the two of them can deal with." Xueqi frowns slightly and answers, "All right, Grandmaster knows. Disciple feels that Tipu's cultivation is not below disciples. With his help, Xian Tanue might be able to rush out." "That's your feeling." Gu Zhen was not optimistic about Xiaohua and Xian's chances. This old monk thinks that Tipu's Buddhist treasure is somewhat powerful, but his Buddhist divine ability is not worth mentioning. Perhaps the paths they took were different. He won't come out from here. After waiting for a while and not seeing any movement, Xueqi asked hesitantly, Grandmaster, should we proceed? Of course, I'm already here. I can even smell the scent of the ancient Buddha. How can I not move forward? Gu Zhan raised his demon-subduing pestle and said in high spirits. But, Xueqi spoke again. Does Grandmaster have any medicine for injuries? We are all heavily injured. If we don't treat our injuries, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with any abnormalities. Gu Zhen nodded. He took out a few jade bottles and handed them to Xueqi. These are the medicines commonly used by Buddhists. Take a look and you'll understand. There's no need for us to waste time. Let's take it as we go. Xueqi accepted the bottles and nodded in agreement. In front of Xueqi and Gu Zhan was a huge corridor. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all made of huge blue stones. The stones were densely covered with strange patterns, and between the patterns were some simple runes. Wisps of obscure energy waves emanated from these runes. The light on the blue stones was weak and not enough to illuminate the corridor. However, there was light coming from somewhere in the corridor, illuminating the entire place. As Xueqi and Gu Zhan walked in, they could even see the runes above their heads clearly. Looking at the huge corridor, Xueqi was somewhat bewildered. She whispered, Grandmaster, isn't this corridor a little too tall? Even the Blackwater Palace we saw earlier wasn't this big. That was right. This corridor was as tall as the crystal wall that Xueqi and Gu Zhan had rushed out of earlier. It was at least 1,000 feet tall. Walking in it, Xueqi and Gu Zhan were like ants. Even if Gu Zhan displayed his golden Buddha body, it was still pathetically small. Gu Zhan didn't answer Xueqi's question. Instead, he carefully took out the jade bottles and either swallowed them or applied them externally. After treating the wounds all over his body, he raised his eyes and glanced to the left. He said indifferently, so what if it's tall? There's no Buddha ancestor or Buddha light. It's just a void. Amitabha. Xueqi's pale face blushed slightly. She put her palms together and said, This disciple understands. Gu Zhan no longer paid any attention to Xueqi. He strode forward. His footsteps were heavy, but they were unusually firm. Clearly, he had to obtain the ancient Buddha luster in the profound water palace. At this moment, Xueqi was somewhat hesitant. She slowed down a few steps and walked behind Gu Zhan. Looking at Gu Zhan's tall back and the bloodstains on his monk robes and even the bloodstains on his feet, she narrowed her eyes. She also picked up the jade bottles and began applying medicine. However, Xueqi's somewhat clumsy movements clearly showed that she was rarely injured and was inexperienced. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xueqi had already finished cleaning up. When he placed the jade bottle into his bosom, he bit his lips tightly. His slightly narrowed eyes from before had already opened. His eyes that were like stars revealed a kind of clarity. The corridor was naturally a wall again. However, this wall was different from the crystal wall that Xueqi and Gu Zhan had rushed out of. It was a huge azure rock. Xueqi couldn't release her Buddha sense, so she naturally couldn't see the situation of the huge rock. However, her gaze fell on the huge rock. There were faint white clouds flowing in the azure sky. Obviously, there was a restriction on the huge rock. Since there was a restriction, Xueqi was sure that there must be something behind the huge rock. Perhaps it was the fairy weapon that Xian was looking for, or perhaps it was the Kylie that Gu Zhan was looking for. Gu Zhan walked to the front of the stone wall. Without hesitation like Xueqi expected, he turned and walked towards the right corridor. Xueqi naturally followed suit. However, the moment he turned right, Xueqi's shoulders suddenly trembled and she stopped. She then turned slightly and looked behind her from the corner of her eyes. A wisp of slight hesitation floated in Xueqi's eyes like smoke. She then said, Grandmaster Gu Zhen, Gu Zhen stopped and asked rather unhappily. What's the matter? This disciple feels that the direction you're going is wrong. Xueqi said with a sincere smile. Grandmaster should take this path. With that, Xueqi modestly turned sideways and put her palms together as if inviting Gu Zhan to go first. Why is it this path and not the path that I have taken? Could it be that you've discovered something? Gu Zhan's eyes widened. His surprised voice was very loud and clear, sounding as if he was asking a question. Xi Hui was still gentle and amiable. She smiled and said, "How should I put it? This disciple has a feeling that the ancient Buddha Kylie is in that direction. If there's any evidence, this disciple doesn't have it." Gu Zhen frowned slightly. There were still traces of blood on his face. Although he had taken a Buddhist spiritual medicine, the medicine's effect was obviously not that effective. Gu Zhen's frown made him look extremely ferocious. He seemed to be pondering. In the end, Xi Hui was somewhat puzzled. Just as she was about to raise her head, she heard Gu Zhen's voice again. "Fine. A Buddhist with a root of wisdom like you must be more sensitive to this Sarira than this old monk. I'll listen to you." "Grandmaster, please." Xi Hui stretched out her hand and gestured for Gu Zhen to go first. She also expressed that she had no intention of having any thoughts about the ancient Buddha Kylie. Gu Zhen nodded again. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. However, Xi Hui didn't notice it. In fact, there was nothing special about the two sides of the stone wall. Even the texture on the tall stone wall was similar. The smooth stone wall didn't have any decorations. It looked no different from a cave. However, the passage seemed to be extremely long. Gu Zhen was in front and Xi Hui was behind. After walking for the time it took to finish a meal, there was still no door. It was as if the passage had no end. Even so, Xi Hui was still careful. The Buddhist light around her flickered faintly. She was ready to receive the profound water palace's attack at any time. "Xi Hui." Gu Zhen's footsteps slowed. He asked faintly, "Your feeling seems to be wrong. Why haven't we seen anything after walking for so long? Why don't you return with this old monk?" Xi Hui smiled. "Grandmaster, don't be anxious. Perhaps it's just ahead. This disciple's feelings should be right." Gu Zhen shook his head and said, "Xi Hui, although you know the heaven's feet, and you are one of the few disciples in our Buddhist league who is proficient in the 5 senses, the heaven's feet is just the heaven's feet, not the heaven's eyes, heaven's ears and mind reading. In this old monk's opinion, you should return with this old monk." Gu Zhen emphasized the mind-reading ability so heavily that Xi Hui was quite puzzled. However, he hastily stopped Gu Zhen and said, "Grandmaster, please listen to this disciple. The ancient Buddha Kylie is really in front of us. This disciple absolutely does not dare to deceive Grandmaster. Xi Hui, repent and be saved." Gu Zhen shouted. Without hesitation, he lifted his leg and was about to turn around. Boom! Gu Zhen's foot landed on the ground, causing the entire passage to shake. The stone wall actually emitted a faint brilliance as it shook. Gu Zhen was stunned. He looked at the bottom of his foot in disbelief, then took a step forward with his other foot. Dong! Another loud sound rang out, and the tunnel shook again. "Amitba? What's going on?" Gu Zhen was surprised. He wanted to lift his leg again, but Xi Hui was looking into the distance. He cried out involuntarily, Grandmaster, you look over there." Boom! Another loud sound. This time, Gu Zhen's leg didn't land on the ground. Gu Zhen immediately understood and hurriedly turned to look. Gu Zhen's expression changed greatly when he saw what was going on. In the tunnel 200 feet away, a giant had appeared out of nowhere. This giant was several hundred zhang tall. Its huge body was suitable for walking in this enormous passage. Only now did Xi Hui and Gu Zhen realize that the passage was so enormous that it was meant for this giant to pass through. Chapter 34-40. When Xi Hui saw the giant, she called out without hesitation, "Grandmaster, run!" However, after controlling the cloud to fly for a while, he didn't see Gu Zhen following him. When he looked back, not only did Gu Zhen not follow him, he even controlled the cloud to meet the giant. "Grandmaster!" Xi Hui shouted, "We're all seriously injured now. How can we fight? It's better to hide first." However, Gu Zhen didn't care about Xi Hui at all. He waved the demon's subduing pestle in his hand in the air, and his flying speed increased again. Xi Hui stood in the air, biting her lips. After a moment of hesitation, she waved her hand, and the short sword drew a cold light in the air. She sighed and said, "Forget it. Since I've decided, so be it." Then, Ci Hui controlled the cloud to chase after the giant. Thump thump. The giant's footsteps became more frequent, and he was getting closer to Ci Hui. At this moment, Ci Hui saw clearly that the giant was covered in a layer of aqua blue armor. Not only did the armor cover the giant's body, but the helmet on his head also covered the giant's entire face. She couldn't see the giant's face clearly at all. The armor even covered the giant's hands and feet, and not a trace of skin was exposed. Just as Ci Hui was sizing up the giant, there was a buzzing sound, and the Buddhist light around Gu Zhan's body shone brightly. Then, Gu Zhan's body began to expand. Obviously, he was going to use the golden Buddha body. Ci Hui couldn't help but cry out, "Grandmaster, you can't use the golden Buddha body in your current situation." Earlier in the passage, your golden Buddha body was on the verge of collapse. If you force it now, I'm afraid you won't be able to. Humph, isn't the collapse of my golden Buddha body what you wanted? Gu Zhan sneered. Didn't you bring me here so that I could act as your vanguard? If I die in the hands of this giant, won't the ancient Buddha shrine be yours? Grandmaster? Ci Hui's expression changed greatly, and she hurriedly argued, "You've misunderstood. How could I know there was a giant here? I only sensed the ancient Buddha shrine." Hee. Although the ancient Buddha shrine is an ancient item, it's still a relic. Don't tell me you've forgotten that I'm a guardian who can devour relics. Even with old Na's lotus cultivation base, I can't sense Tsai. How do you know? Gu Zhan stared at the giant as he flew, then sneered, "This ancient Buddha fortune might be useful to this old monk, but wouldn't it be even more useful to you? How could this old monk not know what you're thinking? Martial ancestor really doesn't know what disciple is thinking." Ci Hui's face revealed a bitter smile. "All right, I really don't know what you're thinking. And I don't want to know." Gu Zhan said indifferently, "But since you don't covet the ancient Buddha Kylie, let this old monk see your sincerity. This old monk has spent a lot of effort to get here, so I won't return empty-handed." Ci Hui's mouth was extremely bitter. She nodded and said, "Yes, disciple will let Grandmaster understand. Disciple will absolutely not fight with Grandmaster over this." Speaking of this, Ci Hui seemed to have suddenly realized something. She looked at Gu Zhan in disbelief and shouted, "Racked my brains? Grandmaster. Could it be that the little monk's story?" Seeing Ci Hui's enlightened expression, Gu Zhan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "That's right. I can't believe you can think of something like this. If it weren't for this story, would Benefactor Xin and Monk Tipu have willingly come to the Mystic Water Palace? This is an ancient array. Who would have the guts to come here if they weren't at the 6th or 7th level of origin energy? It's already good that we were lucky enough to get here. Xin and Tipu. I'm afraid they've already died in the passage." Forget it. Ci Hui sighed. Poor junior brother Tipu. When he warned this old monk thought he was being too petty. But now it seems, the human heart is not what it used to be. Even a Buddhist disciple has a human heart inside him. Haha, what did the little monk Tipu say? Gu Zhan looked up at the giant who was still far away and asked calmly. Nothing. Ci Hui's voice was already calm, as if she had accepted Gu Zhan's change. She said indifferently, "He only said to be careful of Grandmaster." Although Ci Hui emphasized the word Grandmaster, Gu Zhan was not moved. He only said, "It doesn't matter if you don't say it. Anyway, the little monk is dead. No one will know what happened here." Ci Hui asked indifferently again, "Grandmaster, are you really going to devour this disciple Sarira?" Tisk. Gu Zhan stuck out his tongue and licked it. "With the ancient Buddha Sarira, this old monk naturally won't have any ideas about you. You forged a Bodhi Sarira. In this life, you'll definitely attain the Buddha fruit of Bodhisattva. This old monk doesn't dare to be delusional. However, if you want to attain the Buddha fruit, you must escape today. This old monk doesn't think you can safely return to the passage now. As for whether you can defeat the giant, that depends on your luck. If you can't even defeat the giant, then your Buddha fruit is illusory." Hearing that Gu Zhan didn't intend to devour her Sarira, Ci Hui's expression became slightly better. She looked at the giant and said, "No matter what you think, Grandmaster, you don't have to say what you've done. Since Grandmaster has protected my Buddhist sect and done a meritorious deed for my Pure Land world, then this disciple is willing to lend Grandmaster a hand. Fight the giant and get the Sarira." Don't say those useless things. Let's fight. Gu Zhan waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand and said, "This giant is very strange. It doesn't have the pressure of an ordinary Dao cultivator. It doesn't even have any magic power fluctuations. It's really an unfathomable person. You and I may not be its opponent. I'm afraid this is the place of nirvana for us." War puppet. Suddenly, Xueqi thought of something and said in shock, "Oh no, this is a war puppet of the Dao sect." War puppet? Gu Zhen narrowed his eyes and seemed to understand. He said in a low voice, "Is it the war puppet and general puppet of the Confucian cultivators?" Yes, if this disciple is right, this must be a war puppet of the Dao sect. Xueqi nodded and said, "How can an ordinary cultivator have such a tall Dharma idol? Even if it's a Dharma idol, it can't be so heavy. Unless it's a war puppet tempered by an ancient secret technique, its body is made of materials that have been tempered thousands of times. No magic weapon or Buddhist treasure can break it." Hee, that's good. Gu Zhan showed a rare smile on his face. Since it's not a real Dao cultivator and is just a dead object, I still have a way to deal with it. Although we Buddhist sect disciples abstain from eating meat and fish, the magic weapon in my hand is not to be trifled with. Grandmaster, don't underestimate it. The Dao sect's magic power is boundless. Xueqi hurriedly shouted when he saw that the giant war puppet had run to 100 feet away from them, and the thick spear in its right hand was already waving. The wind was calling, and the flashing cold light was about to reach them. Sadly, before he could finish his words, Gu Zhen's golden Buddha statue, which was over 100 feet long, had already flown up into the air. Gu Zhen's thick arm reached out, and under the effect of his willpower, the alms bowl that he had been holding in his hand flew up into the air. At the same time, Gu Zhen interrupted him. "It's useless to say more. Fight." As the alms bowl flew up into the air, a golden light was emitted from the alms bowl and instantly covered the war puppet. When the golden light fell, the war puppet didn't resist at all. "Withdraw." Gu Zhen was not happy but frightened. He was already nervous, but he still formed a seal with one hand and chanted a mantra. As the Buddhist seal fell, the golden light in the alms bowl became brighter and the suction force also increased greatly. However, the war puppet didn't seem to have noticed the golden light and didn't stop at all. It kept moving forward and the long spear even sped up. Gu Zhen hurriedly moved back and activated his psyche power again. Unfortunately, although the suction force of the alms bowl was strong, it only made the war puppet's limbs float slightly. If he didn't take the whole war puppet into the alms bowl, he couldn't do it. Rise, rise, rise. Seeing that the ordinary method didn't work, Gu Zhen slapped his head and roared 3 times. Above his head, another Buddhist light soared into the sky and turned into a golden lotus, which fell on the alms bowl. Buzz, buzz. The alms bowl, the Buddhist treasure of the Buddhist sect, actually produced a rumbling sound just like the magical treasure of the Taoist sect. The Buddhist light that rushed out from the alms bowl turned into tiny lotuses that fell on the body of the battle avatar. Soon after, dragon roars came out from the lotuses. The lotuses shattered and numerous heavenly dragons and strongmen of the Buddhist sect appeared from the shattered lotuses. These heavenly dragons and strongmen of the Buddhist sect revolved around the battle avatar. The entire area of several hundred feet was covered by this Buddhist phenomenon. Good. Seeing that the huge war puppet was slowly lifted into the air by the dragons and strongmen, Xueqi was secretly delighted. However, before he could put his palms together, the war puppet, which had just risen a few feet, suddenly raised its hand and pierced the alms bowl with a blue spear. "Withdraw." Gu Zhen sneered and made another seal with one hand. The alms bowl not only expanded but also strengthened its suction force. The war puppet lost its balance and was sucked several feet higher. Hiss. The battle puppet that hadn't made any sound all this time suddenly released a sound that resembled the hiss of a viper from within its armor. The spear that it had raised actually left its hand, and like a streak of lightning, it struck towards the alms bowl in midair. "You're courting death." Gu Zhen didn't even blink. He pointed his finger and the alms bowl roared louder and rotated. The Buddhist light also turned into a lotus-shaped vortex around the alms bowl. Puff. With a soft sound, the spear, which was hundreds of feet long, disappeared into the Buddhist light and didn't cause any ripples. It can't be? It's that simple? Xueqi, who had retreated hundreds of feet, was stunned when she saw the war puppet spear being absorbed by the bone staff. "You come in too." Gu Zhen laughed. It's just a lifeless war puppet. Before Gu Zhan's laughter died away, something strange happened. In the lotus-shaped Buddhist light, a thin water-blue brilliance emerged like the head of a spirit snake. Then, it expanded and lengthened rapidly, following the trajectory of the spear and falling into the war puppet's hand. Chapter 34-41. What? Oh no! Gu Zhan's laughter stopped abruptly. Before he could react, the war puppet raised its hand again. Bang! With a loud bang, the Buddha's light on the alms bowl disappeared. Not only did the countless heavenly dragons and strongmen disappear instantly, but the alms bowl also shrank rapidly. Swoosh! The poisonous water in the alms bowl immediately fell from the air. Looking at the water again, the shrunken alms bowl had been pierced by the long spear, and a blue spear tip came out from the bottom of the alms bowl. Gu Zhan's expression changed greatly. He clenched his teeth and ignored the alms bowl. He raised his hand again and placed it on top of his head. Puff! Another Buddha's light soared into the sky. Kill! With a roar, Gu Zhan's Buddha's light turned into a 30-meter-long palm. It dodged the long spear and hit the puppet directly. The puppet hurriedly shook the long spear to get rid of the alms bowl. However, the alms bowl had its own universe. How could it be thrown away so easily? Seeing that the long spear couldn't be pulled back in a short time, the puppet's left hand flashed with blue light. The long spear gradually became thinner and shorter, while its right hand clenched into a fist and hit the huge palm in the air. Oh no! Xueqi Hui naturally understood that the long spear was so powerful. How could it be an ordinary weapon? If Xueqi Hui guessed correctly, it must be a magic treasure of the Taoism sect. Xueqi Hui didn't dare to be careless. She hurriedly used her remaining psyche power to send a message. She didn't know whether Gu Zhan heard the message or not. At this moment, with a loud bang, Gu Zhan's huge palm was smashed by the puppet's right fist. At the same time, the puppet was also slapped down by the huge palm. When the puppet fell to the ground, the whole passage shook. The long spear was also taken back by the puppet. However, Xueqi Hui saw that the puppet's right hand was broken. Gu Zhan's huge palm was a blow from the Buddhist sect's Lotus Realm Guardian. It was not easy for the puppet to block it. Although the huge palm was effective against the puppet, Xueqi Hui didn't feel happy. She knew that Gu Zhan didn't have the psyche power to use the huge palm now. As expected, Gu Zhan roared again, kill! The demon-subduing pestle in Gu Zhan's hand drew a yellow light in the air and smashed toward the puppet's right hand. Seeing that Gu Zhan's Dharmakaya body, which was much taller than him, was still like a child in front of the puppet, Xueqi Hui had mixed feelings. If it was before, she might be able to fight it. But now, how could she fight? Whoa! An extremely ear-piercing and sharp sound resounded abruptly, and it was precisely the sound of the combat puppet brandishing its spear. Xueqi Hui's heart. With the impulse of hot blood gushing out of her body. Amit Ba. Xueqi Hui hurriedly activated the Buddhist sect's supernatural power. A loud Buddhist chant came out from her mouth. Immediately, the Buddhist light around her body shone brightly. She tried her best to restrain her qi and blood. How could it be so powerful? Xueqi Hui didn't expect that the puppet's attack could be a sound attack. She was shocked. But when she swept the long spear, she was even more shocked. She saw traces of black and white light flashing in the air where the long spear passed. Although the light flashed and disappeared, Xueqi Hui could see that the puppet's attack had the tendency of tearing the void apart. It was not a coincidence that the alms bowl was broken. How could the current him, or even Gu Zhan, withstand such a powerful attack? Moreover, the long spear was extremely fast and its attack range was wide. Although Gu Zhan had already flown up and attacked the long spear with his demon-subduing pestle, he couldn't compare with the long spear in terms of momentum and power. The long spear was like a blue rainbow bridge. It had already arrived in front of Gu Zhan. It seemed that the long spear could pierce through Gu Zhan's golden body in a few breaths. Gu Zhan's fighting style was purely using his weakness against the enemy's strength. Grandmaster. Xueqi Hui didn't dare to be careless. The Buddhist seal in her left hand burst out and the sword in her right hand also waved. Waves of psyche power rushed out and the Buddhist seal turned into a big hand that slapped at the puppet's arm. The Buddhist light on the sword surged, and thousands of heavenly flowers and fairies appeared indistinctly. Then, a shadow came out of the sword and slashed at the puppet's arm. Boom! Gu Zhen's demon-subduing pestle hit the long spear. As Xi Hui expected, Gu Zhen's golden body seemed to have been struck by lightning. While it trembled rapidly, the golden body crashed into the stone wall on the side of the passage. Bang! The golden body crashed into the stone wall, and wisps of golden liquid splashed on it. Before the liquid could flow down the wall, the runes on the huge stone wall overflowed and immediately absorbed the liquid. Gu Zhen's face was now dark gold, and the expression on his face couldn't be seen clearly. The long spear sent Gu Zhen flying, but it didn't stop at all. As the puppet flipped its hand, the long spear streaked across the air and stabbed at Gu Zhen's heart at an angle. Fight! Gu Zhen shouted and raised the demon-subduing pestle with both hands. His body flew up from the stone wall and met the long spear again. Puff! Puff! 2 weak sounds rang out. It was Xi Hui's Buddhist seal and sword that struck the puppet's arm. Unfortunately, the puppet's arm flashed with a layer of faint blue light. On top of the blue light, the dazzling golden Buddhist seal flashed with an intense brilliance. However, in the blink of an eye, the Buddhist seal disappeared under the blue light. On the contrary, the treasured sword left a shallow wound on the arm of the battle puppet. However, a bright white color surged out from the wound. When the blue color surged out from the wound, the bright white color gradually healed. Xi Hui's attack didn't cause any damage to the puppet, nor did it stop the long spear from hitting Gu Zhen. It was far weaker than Gu Zhen's huge palm. Seeing the tip of the long spear approaching, Gu Zhen raised the demon-subduing pestle with all his strength. Just as it touched the long spear, Gu Zhen's body flew up involuntarily. Puff! Just as Gu Zhen was sent flying, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His golden body shrank uncontrollably by more than half. Clearly, Gu Zhen had been injured by the battle puppet's attack. This is impossible to kill the puppet. Xi Hui's face was pale. He didn't know what to do. He was a Buddhist disciple with 4th grade elemental energy, but he had just passed through a dangerous situation. Now he was at most at the 3rd or 2nd grade. How could he cause any damage to the puppet? Xi Hui pondered, but the puppet didn't give them any time. At this moment, the puppet moved again. Its left hand slightly clenched into a fist, and it punched at Gu Zhen, who had lost his balance in midair. A gust of wind that wasn't inferior to the long spear suddenly sounded. "Grandmaster, be careful!" Xi Hui shouted. He grabbed the sword with both hands and used his psychokinesis to hack at the puppet's neck. Good timing. Seeing the puppet's huge fist coming, Gu Zhen wasn't frightened. Instead, he was happy. He waved his right arm, and the demon-subduing pestle hit the fist again. Bang! Gotcha! The demon-subduing pestle broke on the puppet's fist into 2 pieces. Under the impact, Gu Zhen's body flew toward the puppet's face faster than an arrow. Kill! Seeing that he was only a few feet away from the puppet's face, Gu Zhen's hands formed a Buddhist mudra in front of his chest. With a roar, a brilliant Buddhist light appeared from his hands. Bursts of Sanskrit chants came from the void. The Buddhist mudra, which was at least 3 feet large, flashed in midair and fell on the puppet's head like a spider web. Gotcha! The Buddhist mudra hit the puppet's face. The helmet covering the puppet's head made a cracking sound, and cracks appeared instantly. Its weakness is its head. Gu Zhen was exhausted when he sent out the Buddhist mudra. His psychokinesis was exhausted, but he still didn't forget to tell Xi Hui. Roar! Before Xi Hui could speak, the puppet seemed to be in great pain. It roared and the long spear in its hand casually slashed in midair. Rumble! With a loud sound, the long spear actually pierced into the stone wall, and a large piece of green stone was cut off by the long spear. At the same time, the puppet's other fist didn't stop at all. It swept toward where Gu Zhen was. Gu Zhen was happy and scared at the same time. He was happy because he finally found the puppet's weakness. This puppet obviously didn't have spirituality. He only needed to attack the puppet's weakness, and he might be able to kill the puppet. But he was scared because the puppet was so powerful. He had only met the puppet a few times, but he was already injured again. How could he get the ancient Buddha Kai Li? Boom! While Gu Zhen was dodging, the puppet's fist hit the stone wall. With a loud sound, all kinds of green stone fragments scattered everywhere. See! Gu Zhen gasped and murmured, "Since ancient times, there is a saying that strength can break all spells. This puppet doesn't need any spells. As long as it has this unparalleled strength, who can defeat it?" Well, When Gu Zhan was in a daze, a cold wind blew by his ear again. When he raised his head, a huge shadow appeared on his right like a dark cloud. Left elbow. Suddenly, Gu Zhan realized that the puppet's fist didn't work, so it naturally used its elbow. This puppet actually knows the fist and foot of the Confucian military school? Under the puppet's right elbow, a fierce wind appeared in the passage. The wind made Gu Zhan lose the courage to breathe. He hurriedly made a mudra with both hands, trying to block the elbow that seemed to be able to smash him into meat paste. Ah! Gu Zhan really didn't have any psychokinesis now. As soon as the Buddhist mudra was formed, the puppet's left elbow attacked Gu Zhan. With just a light touch, the Buddhist light around Gu Zhan disappeared. Gu Zhan's whole body was hit like a bullet again, and he fell on the stone wall with a scream. When Gu Zhan's golden body touched the stone wall, it shrank by half again, and his face became even paler. What a pity! Gu Zhan couldn't help sighing when he saw the puppet's right arm being hit and also trembling. The Buddhist light transformed by the Buddhist mudra fell on the puppet's right elbow, and the puppet's right arm immediately became stiff. He knew that his psychokinesis was insufficient, so he couldn't make a similar Buddhist mudra again. This combat avatar was incomparably huge, and the materials used to refine it were definitely rare and precious. Only by breaking the elbows and knees of this combat avatar would he be able to defeat it. In order to completely smash the puppet, he needed his Buddha's palm. But would he have a chance to use it again? Chapter 34-42. Grandmaster, saving your life is more important. Don't fight. Xueqi was nearby. Seeing the battle puppet's arrogance, the stone wall shattered, and Gu Zhan's golden body withered, Xueqi hurriedly shouted, "Battle puppets are good at fighting. We don't have psychokinesis now." Gu Zhan sneered, "If my psychokinesis wasn't exhausted, why would I do this? If you have the heart, why don't you offer your saraira? You said it very well earlier that you would help me get the ancient Buddha saraira. Now is the time for you to help me. Offer your Bodhi saraira. After I swallow it and add more psychokinesis, I'll be able to kill this battle puppet with Buddha palm." Xueqi clenched his teeth. Without any hesitation, his face showed a kind of desperation. Then he cried out miserably, "Okay, Grandmaster knows. It's not that I don't want to offer my saraira, but what?" Gu Zhan sneered, "But you also want the ancient Buddha saraira, right?" Alas! Xueqi sighed and took a few steps back. He patted his forehead and chanted, "Namo Amitabha." A Buddha light flashed above Xueqi's head, and a human-shaped saraira flew out from his Niwen palace. Although this relic was in the shape of a human, this human form was extremely damaged. Not only was its head missing, but its limbs were also missing. Its body was riddled with holes, and it was no different from a beehive. Looking at the fourth-grade lotus platform below the relic, it was also shattered like broken cotton. If it wasn't for the dim Buddha light that formed the human shape, it would be impossible to tell that this was a human-shaped saraira. Ah! Gu Zhan was surprised to see the human-shaped saraira. He shouted, "Xueqi, why is your saraira so broken?" Gu Zhan raised his head slightly and looked at the broken Bodhi saraira. He answered faintly, "In the passage, Grandmaster showed his invincible power to kill the strange insects. I was helpless and could only use the saraira to attract the insects. You. Gu Zhen's voice trembled. He didn't expect Xueqi to make such a big sacrifice. After all, saraira was the foundation of a Buddha's cultivation. Moreover, Xueqi's saraira was the Bodhi saraira, which was the proof of his attainment in this life. Xueqi's actions were clearly for the sake of saving Gu Zhan, and she had tossed her current life's attainment beyond the 9 heavens. Since this disciple has already promised Grandmaster, I can naturally give this relic to Grandmaster to consume today." Xueqi looked at the blue light flashing rapidly around the puppet as it struggled to break free from the shackles on its arm. She said indifferently, "Moreover, this disciple originally planned to do so. However, martial ancestor's psyche force is currently lacking. Even if I deliver the relic, I'm afraid martial ancestor will be unable to execute the Buddha's palm again. Humph, in the end, you still can't bear to." Gu Zhan sneered again. Xueqi paid no attention to Gu Zhan's ridicule, and continued to say, "Disciple will use my own strength to stop the war dolls, and help Grandmaster obtain the ancient Buddha's fortune. Of course, whether or not martial ancestor can obtain it will depend on martial ancestor's fortune. With that, Xi Hui waved her hand and the azure lion she was sitting on appeared out of thin air. Xi Hui then said, "Martial ancestor, this azure lion has accompanied disciple in cultivation for many years. If martial ancestor is able to leave, please take it with you." Roar! The azure lion roared angrily, and auspicious clouds appeared under its feet as it charged towards the war dolls. "Silly child," Xi Hui softly reprimanded. "Our fate has come to an end. Don't be angry." Roar! The azure lion let out a sorrowful cry, but it didn't dare to disobey Xi Hui's words. It obediently lay down in the air, and tears dripped from its eyes. "Xi Hui, what are you doing?" Gu Zhan frowned slightly and asked in confusion. But before Xi Hui could answer, a low hiss sounded again. Dong! The passage shook again. The war dolls had already broken free from their shackles, and were walking towards the two people. Xi Hui didn't pay attention to it. She waved her left hand, and half of the green lotus root fell into her hand. She pointed her hand at the top of her head, and chanted, "The green lotus burns my body, the sarira helps me to live forever, the flesh serves the lotus platform, the golden body protects Buddhism." Before Xi Hui's chanting fell, the sound of Sanskrit resounded in the passage, and countless tiny heavenly flowers appeared out of thin air. When Xi Hui's body touched the top of her head, it immediately collapsed, transforming into tiny lotuses. These lotuses flashed with 7-colored Buddhist light, and rushed towards the Bodhi-sarira in the air. This. Gu Zhan didn't understand at first, but suddenly turned pale with fright. He shouted, "This is the flesh lotus of the Xiang sect. You don't want the cultivation of 9 lives? You don't want to enter reincarnation? You don't want to attain Buddhism?" Gu Zhan asked Nob 3 times in a row. Obviously, he was extremely puzzled by Xi Hui's action. Ba! Xi Hui's body had already transformed into half of a lotus, but his voice still came. "Grandmaster has given up a lot in her life to protect Buddhism. Now that her state of mind has been possessed by the devil, I'm afraid that she can't attain Buddhism in the future. This ancient Buddha Sarira is what Grandmaster needs in this life. If Grandmaster can fulfill her wish, she will definitely be able to kill the devil in her heart. If she can keep a useful protector for Buddhism, how can I not attain Buddhism?" Xi Hui's voice wasn't loud, but it was extremely clear in the cadence of the Sanskrit words. There was no solemnity, only a faint calmness. This calmness, together with the sky, spread throughout the entire passage, even penetrating the stone walls. This. As a protector of Buddhism, Gu Zhan obviously couldn't understand Xi Hui's actions. He knew very well the drawbacks of the flesh lotus of the Xiang sect. Xi Hui turned his body into a lotus and sent it into the sarira. Although the Bodhi sarira was completed, Xi Hui's body was gone. Xi Hui had no chance to enter reincarnation. His body, and even the negative karma condensed by the sarira had completely ended in this life. Even if he had the chance to enter Buddhism again, he would no longer be Xi Hui. Moreover, if Xi Hui didn't enter reincarnation, how could he become a human again? In these few breaths, Xi Hui's body completely disappeared, and the Bodhi-sarira gradually became full again. In particular, the 4th grade lotus was complete. Xi Hui's voice came from the Bodhi-sarira. Ba! Grandmaster, take care. As long as you have kindness in your heart, a protector is also a Buddha." Before his voice died away, Xi Hui's Bodhi-sarira flashed rapidly, turning into a 7-colored lotus and falling towards the approaching war puppet out of thin air. Hiss! The war puppet's long spear suddenly pierced out. The tip of the spear that could tear the void fell on the colorful lotus, but it missed. The lotus covered the war puppet's head without any suspense. Whoosh! At the critical moment, the war puppet suddenly dodged to the left. When the lotus fell, it hit the right side of the war puppet. Swish! The sound was softer than the sound of the poisonous water falling from the alms bowl. The 7-colored lotus turned into a rainbow and rushed into the war puppet's body. Boom! Like a high wall collapsing, the entire right side of the war puppet's body completely collapsed. In a moment, 60% of its body was peeled off from the war puppet's body. Kill! Seeing that Xi Hui had succeeded, Gu Zhan urged his body to move again, forming a mudra with his little psyche power, and hit the war puppet's head again. Whoa. At the same time, the rainbow rushed out of the war puppet. It was abnormally dim, but this rainbow was like a kind and unyielding war soul. With a turn, it rushed towards the war puppet again. Unexpectedly, the war puppet shook the long spear in its left hand, and the whole spear turned into a big hand in an instant, covering the rainbow. Hiss! The war puppet hissed, and the big hand suddenly shrank. In a flash, the rainbow was condensed into a thumb-sized crystal bead. Then, the war puppet swung its hand, and the crystal bead turned into a trace in the air, hitting Gu Zhan's Buddhist mudra. This war puppet actually knew how to give someone a taste of their own medicine. Bang! With a loud sound, the crystal bead condensed by Xueqi's Dharma power broke Gu Zhan's Buddhist mudra. Without any delay, it immediately rushed into the stone wall behind Gu Zhan, and a huge crack appeared on the stone wall. Gu Zhan's body was even knocked back, and he slumped to the ground after hitting the stone wall. Whoosh! With the same sound of flowing water, the rainbow crystal bead that had sunk into the stone wall unyieldingly rushed out again, and hit the war puppet's face. However, the war puppet raised its hand tightly, and immediately grasped the crystal bead. This time, the war puppet did not hesitate. The war puppet closed its hand, and with a crack, the crystal bead was instantly crushed. When the crystal bead turned into rainbow-colored fireflies and scattered in the air, the Sanskrit chants that had filled the sky just now suddenly stopped. Gu Zhan struggled hard, but he could not stand up. He stared at the rainbow-colored fireflies, and he knew clearly that Xueqi did not exist in this world anymore. Boom! Right at this moment, something unexpected happened. Only about 30 meters away from Gu Zhan, an extremely dazzling blue light shone from the aqua-blue wall. The light was like a bright moon, and Gu Zhan couldn't help but close his eyes. In the bright moon, a figure walked out with the light, and the huge stone wall collapsed in the light. Gu Zhan paled in fright. He could not help but squeeze himself against the wall as if that was the only way to protect himself. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the figure, trying to get a better look at him. The figure was only 8 feet tall, and his eyes were slightly closed in the light. His body flashed with rainbow-colored brilliance. Looking from afar, he was a full-bodied heavenly court, and a rainbow-colored monk's robe was draped over his body, with thousands of golden runes flowing and flashing on it. Looking at the figure's head, the 5 buns on his hair were very eye-catching. However, Gu Zhan only glanced at the figure's appearance before his eyes fell on the figure's hands again. The figure's hands were not clasped together, but raised slightly. In his left hand was a green lotus, and in his right hand was a treasured sword. It was no different from Xueqi's sword. This is the ancient Buddha rainbow. Gu Zhan was shocked at first, but then he came to his senses and exclaimed while looking at the rainbow-colored light. Now that he had seen the ancient Buddha rainbow, how could Gu Zhan control himself? He struggled to fly up from the ground, but unfortunately, before he could stand up, the fireflies that had been crushed by the war puppet rushed into the rainbow-colored ancient Buddha rainbow like swallows returning to their nest. Chapter 34-43. The moment the shattered fireflies touched the ancient Buddha relic, they immediately fused with it. Like adding the finishing touch, the flamboyant 7-colored brilliance suddenly converged. The luster around the ancient Buddha relic gradually turned white, just like an ordinary physical body. What was special was that the light gradually gathered at the back of the relic's head. The face turned red with red lips and white teeth. Relic's eyes, which were originally closed, suddenly opened. His eyes were first filled with confusion, then clarity, and a look of great enlightenment flashed across his eyes. At the same time, a loud and clear noise resounded throughout the entire passage. Buddhist lights and Sanskrit chants resounded everywhere. Countless heavenly flowers appeared out of thin air and circled around Neli. Numerous heavenly maidens danced in the air along with countless heavenly dragons. Between the heavenly dragon and the heavenly maiden, there were countless flashes of Buddha's radiance. In the Buddha's radiance, there were illusions of small kiliacosms appearing one after another. The Buddha's radiance illuminated these illusions. In the Sanskrit chants, there seemed to be thousands of Buddhas chanting, Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva, this is what I heard. For a time, the Buddha gave his tree to the Garden of Solitude in the Xueqi kingdom, along with 8,000 monks of the Great Bhikkhu, Elder Sariputra, Mahakasyapa, Mahakasyapa, and so on. There were 16 bodhisattvas, mahasattvas, virtuous tribulation, 1,000 bodhisattvas, and Maitreya was at the top. There were also 1,200 bodhisattvas from the other side. The Avalokiteshvara bodhisattva was the leader. Then the Venerable One of the world entered Samadhi at night. His Samadhi was called all light. Once he entered Samadhi, his body would emit golden light. Its bright light shone brightly on the Jadori forest, like a golden color, circling around and illuminating the Manjushri room, turning into 7 layers of golden platforms. On each platform, there were 500 Buddha transformation altars. In front of Xueqi's room, 507 treasures lotus flowers were naturally born. They were as round as a wheel, with silver as the stem. Amarosa's mandala was its platform, and the variegated pearls were its whiskers. Its flowers illuminate the abode of the Buddha. When it exits the abode, it enters the abode of Manjushri. Amitabha. Ancient Buddha Tsaili, who was now like a living person, chanted amidst the Sanskrit chanting. Return to life, true, wonderful and auspicious. I recite according to the teachings of yoga. Body, mouth, mind, karma, vajra, tathagata, 3 secret doors. Practitioners should have the heart of Samantabhadra, and teachers should receive the diamond precepts. Only by being merciful in spite of one's life can one enter the wheel of liberation. Today, my merit is complete and I can repay the Bodhisattva's body. He should be called Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. Before Manjushri Bodhisattva's voice died away, the light behind him emitted a brilliant Buddha's light. The Buddha's light soared into the sky, ignoring the roof of the Xueqi palace and the ancient magic formation. It rushed out of the Saint River. It pierced straight through the void. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, and the wind and clouds changed colors. Endless power of faith poured out from the Buddha's light like a waterfall. The golden body of the Manjushri Bodhisattva became even more plump and even taller. It didn't stop until it was about 8 feet tall. However, the power of faith didn't stop. It continued to gather like crystal threads and rushed into the light behind Manjushri's head. How could Monk Guzhan not know the cause and effect of this? A bitter smile appeared on his face. He put his palms together and knelt on the ground with difficulty. He had mixed feelings in his heart. Amitabha. Manjushri Bodhisattva chanted again and looked up. His eyes were filled with infinite wisdom. The Bodhisattva looked at Guzhan, who knelt on the ground and slightly raised the green lotus in his left hand. A ray of Buddha's light fell and covered Guzhan. Inside the Buddha's light, Guzhan's injuries healed at a visible speed. The power of faith that had disappeared was even more turbulent than before. Then, the Bodhisattva waved his right hand and the sword flashed in the air. The brave and invincible battle puppet was instantly shattered into pieces. The indigo lion that was curled up near Guzhan now had an indigo cloud under its feet and flew into the air. Manjushri Bodhisattva put away the green lotus and sword and stepped on the indigo lion, sitting cross-legged. The indigo lion roared in the air. As the Buddha's light rose higher, the endless power of faith continued to pour into the light. However, the Buddha's light gradually disappeared and all the strange phenomena disappeared in front of Guzhan's eyes. When the Buddha's light disappeared, Xueqi, who had attained the Buddha's fruit of Manjushri Bodhisattva of no great wisdom, also left. Guzhan knelt on the ground and waited for a long time before he slowly got up. His dim eyes glanced at the messy tunnel and then fell on the broken battle puppet. He stared at it for a while as if he was recalling the days when he fought with Manjushri Bodhisattva. Then, he raised his head and looked at the stone wall where the ancient Buddha Sarira rushed out. He said to himself in a slightly sad voice, "The Bodhi Sarira is really amazing. Since it has attained the fruit in this life, it won't fall into the reincarnation cycle and won't stay in the next life. This Xueqi is really scheming." Since he knew that the ancient Buddha Sarira was left by him in his previous life, he waited here for his 9 lives of merit to be fulfilled. He even said that he wanted to give the ancient Buddha Sarira to me. I took the risk to enter this ancient magic formation and risked my life to get out of the tunnel. It turns out that I've made a wedding dress for someone else. Since Xueqi has attained the Buddha's fruit of Bodhisattva, then where is my merit? Could it be that because I'm a Buddhist protector, I don't deserve Xueqi's merit? The more Guzhan thought about it, the more puzzled he became. His face showed a trace of ferocity. He had forgotten that Xueqi had been good to him. Xueqi had sensed the origin of the ancient Buddha Sarira and wanted to fulfill his wish by leading him to this place again and again. Xueqi even sacrificed his body at the last moment and used the secret technique of Xueqi to save him. Xueqi wanted to help Gu Zhan become a protector. However, Buddha's fate was Buddha's fate. The ancient Buddha Sarira was similar to the Taoist sect's Ningxi treasure. If it was Xueqi's, it was Xueqi's. If it wasn't Gu Zhan's, even if Gu Zhan encountered it, he wouldn't be able to obtain it. If it was fate, they would meet even if they were thousands of miles apart. If it wasn't fate, then so be it. In particular, Xueqi gave up her physical body and secretly followed the Buddhist principles. She combined her spiritual wisdom and the Sarira into one. Finally, she achieved success in this life with a single thought. Unfortunately, such a living fruit of a thought and Xueqi's mercy didn't wake Gu Zhan up. Instead, it aroused the hostility in his heart and poked at his sore spot, causing him to be endlessly agitated. The hole in the stone wall that the ancient Buddha Sarira rushed out of was huge. Inside, there was a faint Buddha's light flashing. Gu Zhan looked at it for a moment and pondered for a moment. Then, he urged the cloud to enter the hole. Behind the stone wall was an even bigger hall. The hall was empty. Other than a tall stone pillar in the center of the hall, and a huge oil lamp floating on top of the pillar, there was nothing else. Gu Zhan flew to the top of the stone pillar and looked around. His eyes flashed with astonishment. This was an oval-shaped hall. The surrounding stone walls and the dome above were the same as the stone walls in the tunnel. They were all made of huge green stones. However, what was different was that these green stones didn't glow with the same aqua-blue brilliance as the tunnel. Instead, a layer of Buddha's light overflowed from them. Under the Buddha's light, there were many scenes of the Buddha kingdom engraved on the green stones. In the gaps of the Buddha scenes, there were also many densely packed Sanskrit characters. They were like bats and also like incantations that connected these Buddha pictures together. Looking at the dome, there was another 10,000 Buddhas painting. However, although the Buddhas in this 10,000 Buddhas painting had different images and postures, each Buddha's face was filled with a kind of solemnity and benevolence. It was far from the solemn and stirring 10,000 Buddhas painting in the Buddhist ruins of the Dawn Rain mainland. In the center of the 10,000 Buddhas painting, there was another image of an ancient temple. Sitting cross-legged in the ancient temple was the Namo Master Shakyamuni Buddha. To the left and right of the Buddha were the Namo Master Shakyamuni Buddha and the Namo Dipankara Archaic Buddha. Under the three Buddhas of the future, present, and past stood countless bodhisattvas and arhats. Around the ancient temple, flowers bloomed, heavenly dragons roamed, and heavenly maidens danced. It was truly a solemn scene. Gu Zhan's gaze swept past the 10,000 Buddhas painting and the ancient temple's Buddha scenes. Finally, his gaze landed on a bodhisattva in front of the Buddha. This bodhisattva was the Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva, who had the same appearance as the golden body in the tunnel. Haha. Gu Zhan laughed inexplicably. He laughed so hard that tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. After he stopped laughing, he cried out in sorrow, "I, Gu Zhan, have followed the Buddha for more than 200 years. Every day, I've racked my brains. Although I've never chanted any scriptures or worshipped Buddha, I've always disregarded my own life. In my eyes, all devils and heretics deserve to be killed. I'm a Buddhist who exterminates devils and protects Buddha. Why do I have Buddha in my heart but no path beneath my feet?" Thinking of this, Gu Zhan prostrated himself on the stone pillar and kowtowed hard. He cried, "Buddha, oh Buddha, I know this is the place where the golden body of the Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva is enshrined. It's also the place where the Buddha is wise enough to see. I kowtow here sincerely. I hope the Buddha will show me the path under my feet. How can I attain fruition? How can I?" At this moment, before Gu Zhan could finish speaking, an old voice rang out from the oil lamp above his head. "Little monk, do you want to become a Buddha?" Who? Gu Zhan's body stiffened. He almost blurted it out, but then panic appeared on his face. He hurriedly kowtowed again and cried, "Buddha, please forgive me." However, before he could finish his words, he jumped up from the stone pillar again. He formed a seal with both hands and stared at the oil lamp suspended in the air above his head. This oil lamp was different from the usual ones. It was a round plate a few feet in size. There was no wick on the plate, only a faint layer of bright yellow flame burning on it. The brilliance was very uniform. It shone on the ceiling of the hall, illuminating the million Buddha's picture and the ancient temple. Gu Zhen knew this was a longevity lamp. It was used to enshrine the golden body of the Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. He had some grudges against Manjushri Bodhisattva before, so he didn't look at it carefully. Now, he had to look at it again. The longevity lamp was sky blue. The bottom was still engraved with the golden body of the Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. However, Manjushri Bodhisattva wasn't holding a sword or a green lotus, nor was he riding on an indigo lion. Instead, he formed a seal with both hands and walked in the void. Chapter 34-44. What puzzled Gu Zhen the most was that there were no Sanskrit words anywhere else on the longevity lamp. There were also no images of heavenly maidens or heavenly dragons. Instead, there were layers upon layers of jade, which looked like thousands of tiny clouds. Under the blue light of the longevity lamp, the jade clouds shone with a blue brilliance. It was a rather strange sight. Gu Zhen rolled his eyes slightly. Following his gaze, the clouds started to float as if they were covered by the longevity lamp. Who are you? Gu Zhen had calmed down and didn't dare to move. He just stared at the longevity lamp and shouted, "Since you're here, why don't you come out to meet me?" "Sir." "Ha ha." The voice laughed loudly and sounded very cheerful. "Little monk, you should call me benefactor, right? You can't even keep your oral precepts. How can you become a Buddha? Besides, if I'm not dim-sighted, I think I just heard someone here resenting Manjushri, right?" Gu Zhen's expression didn't change as he replied blandly, "I'm a Buddhist Dharma protector. It doesn't matter if I keep my oral precepts or not. As long as I can eliminate demons and protect Buddha for Buddhism, it's a great merit." "A Dharma protector doesn't need to keep the precepts of Buddhism?" The voice asked curiously, "Why don't I know?" "Benefactor, you're not a disciple of Buddhism, are you?" Gu Zhen didn't answer but asked back, "You don't even know such a simple thing." "It doesn't matter whether I'm a disciple of Buddhism or not," the voice said again. "The important thing is that the longevity hall was built by Manjushri's body. Why did he build it at the bottom of the Saint River? Why did he build it in the antiquity times? How did he know to build it to worship his Saraira? I told him all that 100,000 years ago. It is precisely because of this that this old man has been accompanying his relic here for 100,000 years. 100,000? 100,000 years? Gu Zhen was dumbfounded. Then, a trace of curiosity arose in his heart. "Yes, little monk. Do you think it's so easy to attain enlightenment?" Manjushri Bodhisattva was a person of great wisdom and patience. As early as 100,000 years ago, he divided his relics into one and placed it here for worship. Do you know how much loneliness Manjushri had endured after cultivating here for 100,000 years? Manjushri Bodhisattva's body did this 100,000 years ago. Do you know how many times Manjushri Bodhisattva's body reincarnated? Do you know the hardships of cultivation in the mortal world? You have only cultivated for over 200 years. What right do you have to question the Bodhisattva? Gu Zhen opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He thought about his own suffering and then thought about Xueqi's previous life. She had already started her plan 100,000 years ago. He really wasn't worth mentioning. Little monk, cultivation is about cultivating the heart, not the body. All the hardships are the tribulations that Buddha imposed on you. Your jealousy, envy, and hatred are all obstacles to your cultivation. If you can't get rid of these obstacles, even if I tell you the secret of Manjushri Bodhisattva's enlightenment and let you divide a Saraira to worship here, you still can't attain enlightenment. The voice was so harsh that Gu Zhen's face turned green and red. Ba, thank you, senior. Suddenly, Gu Zhen put his palms together and bowed. I know I'm wrong. From now on, I'll cut off the anger in my heart and focus on Buddha's way. Good. The voice was very happy. If you have such thoughts, I'll do you a great service. After saying that, Gu Zhen didn't say anything else. He moved his body and flew toward the gap in the stone wall. It seemed that he intended to leave. When Gu Zhen came to the edge of the gap, the longevity lamp was still burning. There was no flickering light. It seemed that the lamp didn't care about Gu Zhen's departure. Gu Zhen stepped out of the gap. After a moment of hesitation, he retracted his foot, lowered his head, and flew back. When he landed on the stone pillar, he said in a low voice, "Senior, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask it." Gu Zhen's voice didn't come out for a long time. It was as if it had never appeared. Gu Zhen panicked. He spoke again, but there was no response from the longevity lamp. With a plop, Gu Zhen fell to the ground and kowtowed. "Senior, I know you're a senior of my Buddhism sect. It was all my fault. I thought this place was the most dangerous place of the mysterious water palace. Senior, your identity is unknown, so I don't dare to believe your words. I left just to test you. Please forgive me." With that, Gu Zhen kowtowed a few more times with a proper attitude. "Alas, forget it." The voice seemed to be helpless. "Get up. Who am I? Fly up and see for yourself. If you weren't the first bodhisattva to come here in tens of thousands of years, I wouldn't have helped you." "Yes, yes." Hearing the voice, Gu Zhen finally felt relieved. However, he still didn't dare to fly up. He smiled and said, "Since I know my mistake, I don't know who you are. Senior has accompanied Manjushri Bodhisattva for more than 100,000 years. How can you not be a senior of my Buddhism sect? Even if you haven't shaved your head, you're still a senior in my heart." "Shaved my head?" Haha. The voice laughed faintly. "I want to shave my head, but other than the Buddhist Lord, who can shave my head?" "Senior?" Gu Zhen was shocked. He didn't understand what the voice meant. "Little monk, come up and see for yourself," the voice said faintly. Gu Zhen hesitated. He wanted to see the true face of the voice, but he was also afraid that he would be disappointed. Just as he was thinking, the voice said, "Little monk, you're truly detestable. Why are you so calculative in your heart? Since you want to get the cultivation method of the Saraira from me, why don't you believe me? Now, I'm giving you a chance to see my true face. Why are you afraid that I'll harm you?" I don't dare. Gu Zhen trembled slightly and said with a smile, "I'm not doubting you, senior. I'm just thinking. I'm a Buddhist Dharma protector. I can't condense the Saraira. Without the Saraira, they can't contain the karma. All my karma and merits can't follow me to reincarnation. How can I put the Saraira here? When did the Buddhist Dharma protector have such a drawback?" The voice was surprised. "As far as I know, Manjushri was a Buddhist Dharma protector. How can he worship the Saraira here? How can it be?" Gu Zhen was shocked and said hurriedly, "How can Manjushri be a Buddhist Dharma protector? Little monk, if your heart is blind, could it be that your eyes are also blind? Didn't you see Manjushri's right hand?" The voice seemed to be disappointed and asked, "What's the use of the sword in Manjushri's hand? Isn't it used to kill demons and protect Buddha?" "Oh yes, I didn't think of that." Thinking of Manjushri's thunderous means before he left, Gu Zhen was shocked again and became more joyful. "Little monk, look at the million Buddha painting in the longevity hall." The voice laughed. "Not to mention the bodhisattvas, even the Buddha lords who achieved Buddhahood have swords in their hands. They all have the experience of being Buddhist Dharma protectors. Since they can achieve Buddhahood, why can't you?" Really? Gu Zhen was so happy that his voice trembled. "Senior, do you really know this kind of secret skill?" "Haha, of course, many bodhisattvas achieved Buddhahood in front of me." The voice laughed. "When these bodhisattvas achieved Buddhahood, I can see all their experiences and secret skills. Do you think I know that?" "Senior, who are you?" Gu Zhen was shocked and asked while staring at the longevity lamp. "Little monk, I asked you to come up and have a look. Why don't you come up? Do you want me to invite you?" Yes, I'll go over right now." Gu Zhen didn't dare to delay and hurriedly urged the cloud to fly up. However, when his respectful gaze landed on the longevity lamp, he was stunned again. Inside the longevity lamp, there was only a jade-green flame with a golden flame burning on it. He did not know what the jade-green flame was, but it was as clear as water. He could see through it with a single glance, but there was nothing inside. "Senior?" Gu Zhen looked at the longevity lamp and then looked around. He even looked at the million Buddha painting above his head. "I'm here." As the old voice spoke again, a ripple appeared within the green light. The ripple gradually increased in size, creating circular ripples within the longevity lamp. In the end, the ripples rotated, causing the flame to move as well. As Gu Zhen stared, a dark green heavenly dragon flew out from the longevity lamp, spinning in the air. Ah! Although Gu Zhan had already thought of many possibilities, she still couldn't help but cry out in surprise when she saw the heavenly dragon that was exactly the same as the one that flew out when Cai Hui proved the fruit. The heavenly dragon flew out of the longevity lamp, its body burning with golden flames. It circled around the entire palace before landing back into the longevity lamp. The palm-sized dragon head peeked out of the oil lamp, sending flames everywhere. A familiar voice came from the dragon's mouth. "How is it? Little monk, did this old man scare you?" Senior. Gu Zhen stuttered. "I was indeed surprised. I didn't expect you to look like this." Gu Zhan then probed, "Senior, are you really the heavenly dragon of the Buddhist kingdom?" "Ah, of course I'm the heavenly dragon." The dragon sighed. His ferocious face made Gu Zhan feel sorrowful. "If we trace back to our roots, I'm the same as you. We're both protectors of the Buddhist kingdom. No wonder you said you've seen many bodhisattvas attain fruition." Gu Zhan was enlightened. "So you're a protector for these bodhisattvas." Chapter 34-45. Little monk, you're right. Sky Dragon's head floated out of the oil lamp, and his body wandered in the green. "Then, why did you come here? Why did you build this immortal palace for Manjushri?" Gu Zhen probed carefully. "Alas, Manjushri asked me the same question when he was still a little monk." Sky Dragon laughed bitterly, his voice bitter to the extreme. This old man remembers clearly that this old man was protecting an Arhat Buddha fruit that day. But that Arhat's cultivation was not enough and he was attacked by the heavenly demon. I, Sky Dragon, was ordered to protect him, but this old man accidentally fell into the heavenly demon's trap and entered the void crack. Moreover, this crack in the void is very strange. By the time I broke free, I had already arrived at the Pure Land world. I was a Sky Dragon of the Buddha kingdom, so I couldn't survive in the mortal world. When I was about to vanish, I met the little monk who had just cultivated to the stationary spirit realm. At this point, Sky Dragon's voice was a little long, as if he was recalling the past 100,000 years. Gu Zhen didn't dare to disturb him, so he listened quietly. His heart was in turmoil again. What the Sky Dragon said was unimaginable. In the hands of Manjushri, a monk in his previous life who had cultivated to the 8th level of Yuanli, there was a pious heart jade, which was the thing inside the oil lamp that Gu Zhen saw. Gu Zhen had never heard of this pious heart jade, but this pious heart jade could accommodate the Sky Dragon and prevent him from dissipating in the Pure Land world. Sky Dragon suggested to the monk to use the immortal palace to worship the monk Saraira to repay his kindness and to return to the Buddha kingdom. Of course, the Saraira needed to be nourished by the power of faith. The monk chose the Sage River under Sky Dragon's suggestion. Although the monk had reached the 8th level of primary energy, he didn't have the ability to open a Buddhist formation under the Sage River to build the immortal palace. Therefore, he invited a Taoist expert to join him and set up a formation under the Sage River. The immortal town was on one side of the mysterious water palace, which was specially used to worship the Saraira of Manjushri and accumulate the power of faith for the later generations of Manjushri to come here. The benefit of the Sky Dragon was that it could survive at the bottom of the Sage River. When the Manjushri Bodhisattva attained fruition, it would see if it had a chance to return to the Buddha kingdom. The result was just as Gu Zhen had expected. Tianlong's Buddhist secret art was correct. The monk who was the protector of the Dharma in the past was now reincarnated as Xueqi. Finally, after 100,000 years, he attained the Buddha fruit of Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva and had the opportunity to forge the 8-Zhang golden body of Bodhisattva. But what made Sky Dragon depressed was that after 100,000 years of waiting, it did not bring him a good opportunity. When Manjushri Bodhisattva achieved fruition, although Sky Dragon had already found the path to the Buddhist kingdom, he still did not have time to enter. You know what? Namo Wise Manjushri Bodhisattva's last look at the Temple of Immortals was for me. Sky Dragon said sadly, it was a kind of helplessness, a kind of apology, and a kind of sadness. After all, this old man has helped him so much. He has attained enlightenment, but this old man cannot return to the Buddhist kingdom. He feels that he owes this old man a lot. However, he is now a Manjushri Bodhisattva. If he wants to cut off his mortal ties, he can no longer help me. But although he has left me another hope. Senior, are you talking about this disciple? Guzhan could not believe it, so he asked tentatively. Sky Dragon smiled, if it's not you, who else can it be? If it's not you, would this old man tell you so much? If it's not you, based on your temperament, would this old man tell you the secret method of achieving fruition? For a moment, Guzhan felt that the lights in the Temple of Immortals were so bright, and the Buddhas in the Million Buddha painting were so amiable. His chest was filled with joy. Little monk. Sky Dragon's words came at the right time. Don't be happy too early. This old man can only tell you the secret method of achieving fruition, and even help you keep the Saraira. But the one who really needs to cultivate is yourself. And you also need to cultivate for at least 100,000 years like Manjushri Bodhisattva. Think about your temperament. How confident do you think you are? Yes, this disciple understands. Sky Dragon said with difficulty. The more difficult it was, the less Guzhan's doubts were. He hurriedly smiled and said, this disciple can't compare to Bodhisattva's previous life. But this disciple's heart towards Buddhism is not inferior to Bodhisattva's. Not to mention 100,000 years. Even if it's 200,000 years, this disciple will not let go of even the slightest chance of achieving fruition. You're worth teaching. Sky Dragon seemed to be very gratified. His dragon head swayed in the oil lamp. Manjushri Bodhisattva was just as determined back then. Alas, the situation now is so similar to back then. It's just that. Sky Dragon stopped here and dived his head into the pious heart jade, not showing his head for a long time. Guzhan, who was beside the immortal's lamp, became a little impatient. Sky Dragon showed his head again. Guzhan asked impatiently, is there something you're worried about, senior? Or this disciple can't be cultivated? Alas, it's not like that. Sky Dragon sighed and said, this has nothing to do with you, it's this old man's problem. I'm afraid I can't wait until the day you achieve fruition. Thinking about this old man's interest is waning. Guzhan was shocked and hurriedly asked, Senior, what's going on? Can this disciple do his best for Senior? You. Hee, little monk, forget it. You're only at the Lotus Realm now. You're still far from what I expected. The Sky Dragon shook his head. His voice sounded especially lonely in the spacious hall. Guzhan frowned slightly and suppressed his wildly beating heart. After thinking for a while, he raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively, Senior, are you worried about this pious heart jade? Alas, that's right. Sky Dragon sighed again. Little monk, you're quite considerate. This pious heart jade is what sustains this old man's life. Although I still have a lot of it, I don't know if it can last for 100,000 years. 100,000 years, little monk. Not 10 years, 100 years, or even 10,000 years. Senior, why don't you extinguish the flame of the pious heart jade? Guzhan said regretfully. If it could be extinguished, wouldn't Sky Dragon have extinguished it long ago? Why wait until now? As expected, Sky Dragon said with a smile, the pious heart jade is a rare item in this world. The reason you don't know about it is because no one in the Pure Land knows its use. This pious heart jade is only useful to me when it's lit. If it's extinguished, I won't exist in this world anymore. Therefore, Manjushri Bodhisattva forged this longevity lamp and lit it day and night in this longevity hall. Senior, don't worry. Guzhan blurted out almost without hesitation. As long as this disciple escapes from the mysterious water palace, I'll definitely travel all over the 3 great continents to help Senior find this pious heart jade. Hee, little monk. This old man appreciates your kind intentions. If this pious heart jade could be obtained with human strength, why would this old man wait until now? Sky Dragon smiled faintly and shook his head in the pious heart jade. Then, where can I go to get it? Or how can I get it? Guzhan asked without hesitation. Senior, as long as you tell me, this disciple will definitely think of a way. Sky Dragon seemed to hesitate. After a while he said, Little monk, Manjushri Bodhisattva mentioned this to me in his past life. There's a place in the Pure Land where the pious heart jade can be found. However, with his spirit-halting realm, he doesn't dare to rashly go there. Hee, don't worry, Senior. Guzhan immediately understood and said with a smile, with Senior's help, even if this disciple can't reach that place now, this disciple still has tens of thousands of years left. This disciple doesn't believe that this disciple can't reach the spirit-halting realm by the time the pious heart jade in this longevity hall is exhausted. At that time, this disciple will definitely go there and help Senior find it. Amitba, I'll be happy. Sky Dragon's entire body trembled, and the green in the longevity lamp shook violently. Little monk, with your words, this old man can rest assured. If you can help this old man find the pious heart jade, this old man will help you attain fruition. Good. This disciple is willing to listen to Senior's instructions. Gu Zhen hastily called out. Haha. Sky Dragon laughed. Little monk, this old man will make a promise with you today. This old man will help you condense a relic, and you can leave it here, just like Manjushri did 100,000 years ago. Just like before, this old man will help you gather the power of faith. This old man will also teach you the Buddhist kingdom's secret arts and abilities, helping you reach the spirit-halting realm earlier. As for you, after leaving the profound water palace, you must help this old man find the pious heart jade. Especially, when you attain fruition, you must help this old man find a way to return to the Buddhist kingdom. As Senior said, this disciple swore a Buddhist oath before the Buddha that this disciple will do his best to find the pious heart jade for Senior. Once I reach the spirit-halting realm, I must enter it. At this point, Gu Zhen asked in a low voice, May I know where Senior wants this disciple to go? Haha, that's enough. Sky Dragon laughed. As for the specific location, this old man will first help you condense the relic and arrange the Buddhist formation to gather the power of faith. Gu Zhen was overjoyed when he heard this. He put his palms together and bowed. Amitba, this disciple thanks Senior for his kindness. No need to be so polite. Sky Dragon smiled. This plan for you is also for this old man. I only hope that you won't forget this in the future. In the Longevity Palace in the Sage River, there is still a Sky Dragon at death's door protecting you. This disciple doesn't wish to say any more superfluous words. This disciple sincerely hopes that Senior can escape. Even if this disciple can't attain fruition, this disciple will still help Senior out. Gu Zhen hastily said. Wrong. Sky Dragon shouted. You must attain fruition. Otherwise, how can this old man possibly escape? You are now one with this old man. Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple understands. At this moment, Gu Zhen had already forgotten that Xueqi had taken the initiative and nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Sky Dragon paused for a moment, then smiled. By the way, little monk, you have been talking to this old man for so long. What is your Buddhist name? Chapter 34-46. Disciple's Dharma name is Gu Zhen. Gu Zhen answered happily. Good, Gu Zhen. I've spoken so much nonsense. Now, I'll use the Buddhist kingdom's secret technique to condense a relic for you. Sky Dragon said solemnly, however, I'll need to use the Buddhist kingdom's grand technique to extract your karma from the 6 paths of reincarnation. Without the Buddhist kingdom's Buddhist treasure, it won't succeed. Disciple understands. Gu Zhen naturally knew how difficult it would be. He also knew that Sky Dragon must have a way. After all, Manjushri Bodhisattva's mistake was a good example. Thus, he only answered and waited for Sky Dragon to speak. As expected, Sky Dragon said flatly, when I condensed the relic from Manjushri Bodhisattva, I used a Taoist sex artifact. It's in the mysterious water palace on the other side. Gu Zhen was stunned. His eyes darted around and he said in a low voice, That. Senior, are you talking about the immortal artifact in the mysterious water palace? Immortal artifact? Oh yes. In your eyes, it's the Taoist sect's so-called immortal artifact from the immortal world. Sky Dragon was stunned and then nodded. In my eyes, it's just a Dharma artifact. But Disciple heard that the immortal artifact was used to suppress something. Moreover, besides Xueqi, there were 2 other people who entered the mysterious water palace before me. One of them was a woman who came here to see if the person she was looking for was suppressed under the immortal artifact. Haha, that's a false rumor. Sky Dragon laughed. That immortal artifact wasn't suppressing anything or anyone. Think about it, if that immortal artifact was suppressing something, could the person she was looking for be suppressed there? If the person she found could be suppressed there, could the immortal artifact still be called an immortal artifact? That immortal artifact was brought here to condense a relic for Manjushri Bodhisattva's predecessor. When Manjushri Bodhisattva's friend joined forces with him to set up the ancient formation, they also built the mysterious water palace. After an unknown number of years, that expert from the Tao sect returned to the Dark Water Palace and entered into closed-door cultivation for 10,000 years before he ascended. I was by his side when he ascended. Unfortunately, he headed to the Tao sect's immortal world and not the Buddhist sect's Buddhist kingdom. That's why I couldn't find a place I was familiar with even after searching for a long time. After that person ascended, for some unknown reason, he left the mystic artifact, no, the immortal artifact, in the profound water palace. Perhaps it was left for a fated person. Little monk Guzhan, are you the fated one? At this point, Sky Dragon chuckled. How strange. Who knows how many people had entered the profound water palace over the years? Forget the profound water palace, even the longevity palace had quite a number of people. However, they had either died here or returned with broken halberds. Not a single one of them had obtained this item. Little monk, you're really lucky to have met this old man here. Based on this old man's previous experience of using this item, you can easily take it away. But, little monk, don't be greedy. You can use this item in your current life. You'll have to return it to me when you return to the West. This old man might have other uses for it. Haha, senior, you think too much. Guzhan laughed. Even if it's an immortal artifact, it belongs to the Tao sect. I'm the Buddhist sect's Dharma protector. What can I do with it? It's up to you. If you want to use it, take it. If you don't want to use it, just put it somewhere far away after this old man condenses your Sarira. Sky Dragon was getting impatient. This is your own choice. It has nothing to do with me. Yes, I understand. Guzhan's doubts were all gone. Sky Dragon opened his mouth again and a thumb-sized jade pearl flew out. He said with a smile, "This is the secret technique to control the mystic artifact." That person told Manjushri about it. Now, this old man will tell you. Not to mention the Buddhist sect's divine ability, this Buddhist secret technique can also control the immortal world's mystic artifacts. Guzhan took the jade pearl and looked at it. The jade pearl seemed to be able to suck in his soul. He frowned and said, "Senior, how do I use this?" This is a Buddhist treasure refined by Manjushri. You only need to use your Buddhist sense to check it. Sky Dragon said with a smile. Guzhan tried to release his Buddhist sense. Sure enough, after a moment, Guzhan's face showed surprise. He asked curiously, "Senior, is this enough? Isn't this too simple?" How would this old man know? Sky Dragon smiled bitterly. This was used by Manjushri in the past. But he was in the stationary spirit realm. You're only in the lotus formation realm. I'm afraid you'll have to use more psyche power. Of course, if you can't get the mystic artifact this time, then this old man can't condense your Sarira. You can try again when you're in the stationary spirit realm. Yes, I understand. I'll try. If it doesn't work, then I'll have to wait for the next time. Guzhan had already lost his confidence. The record in the jade pearl was too simple. He felt that it must be done by a Buddhist master in the stationary spirit realm. Sky Dragon saw this and comforted him. It's okay, Guzhan. Go and try. Give yourself some hope. Maybe you'll get a surprise? Yes, this disciple will go now. Guzhan forced himself to stay alert. He was so close to eating a delicious vegetarian meal. Suddenly, someone asked him for money. But he didn't have a single copper coin in his 100 treasures pouch. Sigh, poor little monk. Sky Dragon sighed. This old man shouldn't have given you so much hope. Sky Dragon's figure disappeared into the jade pearl. The jade liquid in the longevity lamp began to rotate. The faint flame also rotated at the same time. Not long after, a small whirlpool appeared in the jade liquid. The whirlpool became bigger and bigger, gradually reaching the bottom of the lamp. At the same time, the flame gradually condensed into a swastika character in the air. Waves of faint Sanskrit chants spun faster and faster. Go! A mantra that sounded both Taoist and Buddhist rang out. The swastika character rushed into the whirlpool and hit the bottom of the longevity lamp. Hum! The bottom of the longevity lamp emitted a slight rumbling sound. The layers of clouds under the lamp seemed to have come to life and floated to the top of the pillar. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. There were 81 consecutive sounds. Then, the sound of a bell rang in Guzhan's ears. Golden light flashed in front of Gu Zhan and an entrance appeared on the pillar. A long flight of stairs appeared at the entrance. Go. Once you get that magic item, you'll be able to condense a relic. Sky Dragon's voice was a bit hoarse. He didn't show his head from the jade pearl. Gu Zhan was full of joy. He landed at the entrance of the pillar and bowed. This disciple understands. This disciple will be back soon. Gu Zhan waited for a while but didn't hear Sky Dragon's voice. He knew that Sky Dragon was too tired and didn't want to wait any longer. He looked at the stairs and quickly walked down. After Gu Zhan left, the longevity hall regained its tranquility. The longevity lamp continued to burn dimly. It was as though Gu Zhan had never appeared in the first place. There were so many stairs under Gu Zhan's feet that he couldn't see the end of them. However, he was in such a good mood that he didn't care how far the stairs were. He knew that as long as he walked down step by step, there would be an end to the stairs. At the end, he would be able to fulfill his wish of condensing a relic in his lifetime. According to Gu Zhan's knowledge, condensing a relic was very simple for arhats who practiced Buddhist magic because the relic was the foundation of their cultivation. As long as they could step into the dust realm, they would be able to condense a relic. In the future, their Rugu and Bright Pool realms could be reflected in the relic. Different Buddhist mantras had different effects. Some could transform into different golden bodies in different realms, and some could trigger different Buddhist divine abilities in different realms, such as heavenly vision, heavenly hearing, and so on. For ordinary monks who didn't practice Buddhist magic, they could also condense a relic if they were proficient in Buddhist Dharma and Zen theory. However, this kind of relic could only be condensed after the monk had passed away. In other words, after the monk had finished his mortal life. The condensation of this kind of relic depended on Buddhist secret magic. The monk couldn't do it by himself. Of course, this was common sense. There were exceptions. Occasionally, there would be senior monks who were proficient in Buddhist Dharma but not Buddhist magic who condensed a relic. However, Gu Zhan also knew that for a guardian like him, even if he was in the Lotus realm, he couldn't condense a relic. This was because he had too many evil creatures in his hands. The resentment of the creatures he killed was enough to drown his relic, making it impossible for him to go further on the path of Buddhist magic. For this reason, in the Buddhist magic, the mantras for the guardians to practice did not allow the bodhisattvas to condense a relic from the beginning. This prevented the karma of killing creatures from affecting the cultivation of later generations. If he wanted to condense a relic, there was only one way. That was to ask a Buddhist master to condense a relic for him like ordinary monks when he passed away. However, the possibility of this kind of relic was too small. He didn't practice Buddhist Dharma and couldn't eliminate the karma. The resentment of the creatures who died in his hands would not only destroy his relic, but also implicate the senior monk who performed the magic. No guardian would ask others to do this, and no one would do this for a guardian. These were all known by the guardians at the beginning of their cultivation. However, the Sky Dragon who had just descended from the Buddhist kingdom gave Gu Zhan hope. The Manjushri Bodhisattva who was also a guardian in his previous life gave Gu Zhan hope. The Sky Dragon used a Taoist fairy weapon to condense a relic for Gu Zhan when he was alive. Then, he used a Buddhist formation to gather the power of faith to eliminate the karma of the relic and increase the psyche power. This eliminated the drawbacks of the guardians who couldn't condense a relic from several aspects. To Gu Zhan, this was reasonable. Moreover, this method would not affect Gu Zhan's current cultivation. Even if Sky Dragon made a mistake, this mistake would affect the future. It was not like Gu Zhan who couldn't bring the cultivation of this life to the samsara robber as a guardian. Therefore, Gu Zhan didn't doubt the possibility of the Sky Dragon's incredible secret magic. Chapter 34-47. In particular, in Gu Zhan's heart, the Sky Dragon had accompanied Manjushri Saraira in the longevity lamp for more than 100,000 years. The imperceptible influence between him and the Saraira was quite profound. Gu Zhan did not believe that the Sky Dragon would do anything wrong. Because if the Sky Dragon did anything wrong, how could the Saraira have allowed it to live until now? The only thing that made Gu Zhan feel uneasy was the fairy weapon of the mysterious water palace. However, the fairy weapon was related to his Saraira and had nothing to do with the Sky Dragon. Even if the Sky Dragon was suppressed by the fairy weapon, it was still the fairy weapon of the Taoist sect. The Sky Dragon was also the Sky Dragon of the Buddhist kingdom. If he took away the fairy weapon and released the sky dragon, wouldn't it be a great merit? When he thought of this, Gu Zhan, who originally did not have any good impression of the Tao sect, removed even the last trace of it. He raised both of his hands into the air and appeared to be stretching his waist. Then, he pulled himself together and swiftly descended the stairs. He seemed to be able to see the scene of him, who had condensed the Sarira, attaining nirvana 100,000 years later. He did not know how many steps he walked down, but when he turned a corner, he saw a small arched bridge in front of him. Under the bridge, streams of extremely pure water-based yuan qi of heaven and earth condensed into water and flowed. The other end of the bridge was hidden in a blue halo, which Gu Zhan could not see with his naked eyes. Even his Buddhist consciousness could not leave his body. However, Gu Zhen knew that this place must be the real mysterious water palace. He felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. He reached out and pinched the jade bead in his tattered monk robe. He quickened his pace and walked across the bridge. Gu Zhen's figure easily passed through the blue halo. His eyes flickered slightly. When he saw the scene in front of him clearly, he could not help but be shocked. As Xiao Hua's consciousness emerged from the space, he had the intention of trying to use the technique that Xiao Hua had comprehended. However, he also knew that he couldn't risk his own safety in the perilous profound water palace. Even if he managed to escape from the profound water palace, he couldn't risk the collapse of his nascent soul to try such a powerful technique with his nascent soul cultivation base at the early nascent soul stage. He could only wait for his nascent soul to fuse with his physical body and reach the body integration stage before he could try. Due to these misgivings, Xiao Hua resentfully stopped and helplessly urged Xiao Gua to take all the spirit fruits and spirit grasses into his space. Only then was he able to slightly alleviate the regret in his heart. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua had only just reached the nascent soul realm. How could he know that his physical body was that of a demigod? Moreover, it was formed from the flesh and blood of a demonic phoenix. His nascent soul was a Taoist spiritual nascent soul. The two were completely unrelated, and they were even two different paths of cultivation. How could they possibly fuse together? How could he have reached the body integration stage? If Xiao Hua knew about it now, he would probably move the entire profound water palace away to comfort his wounded heart. Little monk, come quickly, come quickly. Just when Xiao Hua was trying to take advantage of the situation, Xian's surprised voice came from afar, as if she had discovered something special. Alas, benefactress. Xiao Hua raised his head from the spirit grasses and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can you not be so loud? This little monk still hasn't finished his business here. What you saw, this little monk will see it sooner or later. It won't make a difference in a little bit of time. Little monk, are you coming or not? If you don't leave, then I'll leave by myself. If you can't leave in a while, then don't blame me. Xian sneered and didn't say anything else. Io, Xiao Gua, you have to work harder here. Wait until you find a way out, Xiao. This little monk will immediately call you over. Xiao Hua saw that there were still a lot of spirit grasses that he hadn't plundered yet. He was reluctant to part with them and hastily ran in the direction of Xian's voice. When Xiao Hua could see Xian clearly, he naturally saw the things in front of her. When he saw these things clearly, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be shocked. Because in front of Xian was a huge pile of 10 zhang tall bluestone. These bluestones seemed to be a whole piece, but if one looked carefully, there were some faint cracks in it. Moreover, these cracks were very strange. They weren't particularly neat and were even extremely distorted. When these distortions fell into Xiao Hua's eyes, they gave him a very familiar feeling. This is... Xiao Hua slightly narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a kind of unimaginable feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. This is the Tao Sect's rune. That's right, the lines on the pile of bluestone were actually the runes commonly used by the Tao sect. What kind of formation is this big bluestone pile? Xiao Hua pulled his gaze away from the lines on the bluestone. He looked up and down, then looked left and right. The bluestone pile wasn't just in front of Xiao Hua. There were also piles on the left and right. Moreover, it seemed that there were more in the distance, even endless. As for Xian, she seemed to have just come out from the pile of bluestone. She was looking at Xiao Hua with a smile. He didn't know what she was thinking. What kind of formation is this? Is it what you're looking for? Xiao Hua probed. Xian slightly shook her head. There was some disappointment on her face as she replied, "This isn't what I'm looking for. However, as for what it is, I can't be sure." "Why don't you take a look? Do you know what it is?" "What can this little monk know?" "Aren't you teasing this little monk?" Xiaohua slightly frowned. He knew that Xian was testing him again, so he immediately shirked his responsibility. "Little monk, you take a look first. I'll go look elsewhere." Xian saw Xiaohua frown, but she smiled and said, "If you have any clues, call me back." Okay. Xiaohua didn't understand the meaning of Xian's words. Xiaohua was still busy at the back. Wasn't he lacking time right now? Therefore he casually agreed. After Xian left, Xiaohua quickly walked back to the place where Xian came out. Sure enough, behind the bluestone pile, there were still some bluestone piles. These bluestone piles were taller and bigger than the bluestone piles behind Xiaohua. Looking at the huge bluestone formation in front of him, Xiaohua scratched his head. Right now, he couldn't release his divine sense, so how could he see the entire bluestone formation? Could it be that Xian, that little girl, can use the so-called golden pupils? Xiaohua secretly pondered. However, when his gaze once again fell on the bluestone piles, Xiaohua subconsciously raised his head and knocked it on his head. Damn it, being a cultivator is too stupid. Without divine sense, I can't fly. Don't I still have martial arts? Wouldn't it be fine if I just climb up the bluestone piles? Hee, Xian. Seems like she also has a unique skill. Immediately, Xiaohua quickly walked into the bluestone formation. Only when he came across a bluestone pile that was dozens of feet high did he stop. He used his hands and feet to climb up the bluestone pile. Hiss, when Xiaohua reached the top of the bluestone pile, he looked around and subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. This bluestone formation was different from the one outside. It didn't have the kind of restriction that could block people's vision. Xiaohua's gaze could actually see the entire bluestone formation. This bluestone formation was really too big, so big that it exceeded Xiaohua's imagination. With just a glance, Xiaohua already knew that this bluestone formation was at least several mu in size. The bluestone piles, big and small, high and low, were innumerable. The bluestone piles seemed to be scattered without any pattern. However, when Xiaohua's gaze swept across the bluestone piles, he could see that the entire bluestone formation was a whole. It was very obvious that this was a huge formation. What kind of formation is this? Xiaohua looked at the familiar runes and an indescribable feeling appeared in his heart. It was as if he had been studying this formation all this time. However, for a moment, he actually couldn't remember what it was. I can't see it, but how could Xian see it? Xiaohua was somewhat bewildered. This little girl actually said she wanted to leave? A transmission formation. This is a great transmission formation. How could there be such a big transmission formation here? Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly understood. This was the transmission formation hidden in the Grand Cosmos teleportation token. The reason why Xiaohua didn't recognize it before was that the transmission formations he had seen before were not big. The largest transmission formation should be the one he saw in the Sky Patrol City. That transmission formation was only a few 100 feet long. How could it be compared to the several mu in size? Any random bluestone pile was probably bigger than that transmission formation, right? In an instant, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He was even more excited than when he saw the large pile of spiritual herbs. Compared to this huge transmission formation, those spiritual herbs were, cough, naturally still spiritual herbs. Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua called out almost casually. However, as soon as he said that, he realized that this wasn't his space. How could the green-robed Xiaohua come out? Immediately, Xiaohua sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. The information about the transmission formation flowed through his mind little by little. After a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua opened his eyes. At this time, there was a trace of clarity in his eyes. Almost without hesitation, he entered the space with his mind. With a wave of his hand, the Cosmos teleportation token appeared in his hand. Then he smiled and said, "Where is fellow Taoist?" Fellow Taoist just left. What's the matter now? The green-robed Xiaohua appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua very lazily. The expression on his face was as lively as the soul cultivator Xueqi's. Would fellow Taoist be willing to go out with I? Jade Archive Xueqi asked with a smile. Very strangely, the green-robed Xueqi's face suddenly showed a kind of excitement. Even Jade Archive Xueqi was very excited. Didn't fellow Taoist promise to let that person go out first? The green-robed Xueqi pointed up with his hand. Obviously, he was talking about the soul cultivator Xueqi. Jade Archive Xueqi smiled and said, "That was then and this is now. Today is fellow Taoist's turn to work. Naturally, I'll ask fellow Taoist to go out for a walk." "Good," the green-robed Xueqi clapped his hands and said, "I'll listen to fellow Taoist's instructions. Come out with I." Jade Archive Xueqi nodded and pulled the green-robed Xueqi out of the space with his left hand. Chapter 34-48. When Xueqi opened his eyes again, the nascent soul in his lower dantian had already crawled out from the top of his head. To Xueqi's surprise, although he could sense the nascent soul's existence, he couldn't see it with his naked eyes. In other words, his nascent soul was the same as the golden core in his lower dantian. It couldn't be sensed by others and could only be sensed by himself. However, when the invisible nascent soul emerged from the top of Xueqi's head, its eyes were far less agile than when it was in the void. Even its limbs were stiff. Its small head turned left and right in a daze, just like an ordinary child's doll. Fellow Taoist. Xueqi could naturally sense this situation. He asked with a smile, "Are you not used to it?" "I'll let you know." The nascent soul said softly, "Indeed. This body is like a prison, making I feel very uncomfortable. I don't have the freedom I had before." "Actually," Xueqi said with a smile, "the ancients have a good saying. The people in the city look at the beautiful scenery outside the city and think of all kinds of ways to get out. The people outside the city look at the prosperous life in the city and think of all kinds of ways to get in. This city gate is the clash of two different ideas. Fellow Taoist, you have a good life inside. The world is vast, and you can do whatever you want. But here, although there is a lot of vitality, there are also many restrictions. Fellow Taoist, you can't do whatever you want. Fellow Taoist, you have a good life now. This nascent soul is condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and I's body is far inferior to it. In the future, you don't have to envy I's freedom anymore." "Hee, of course I know this." The nascent soul grinned and stretched its limbs. "I will go and see what's so special about this teleportation array." "Don't!" Xueqi turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Taoist, you must not act rashly. Not to mention that this nascent soul has just condensed and can't withstand your torment. Even if you can ride the clouds, you can't just walk around. This is a dangerous place in the profound water palace. Who knows what dangers lie inside? If something swallows this nascent soul, or if it is damaged, you and I will cry but have no tears." "All right," the nascent soul said resentfully, "if I can't fly freely, why did fellow Taoist call I out? Isn't it the same as you looking at it?" "Fellow Taoist, I'm doing all this for you. You've been working hard to refine artifacts, concoct pills, and comprehend cultivation methods. Now that you have a chance to come out for a breather, I thought of you first." "Forget it." The nascent soul waved his hand. "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You just want me to see how to set up a teleportation array, and you want me to refine the materials for the array for you. At the very least, I can help you activate the teleportation array." Hee. Fellow Taoist is wise. When Xueqi hears that the nascent soul didn't call himself I but Ib instead, he knows that this guy isn't unhappy. He giggles and jumps down from the pile of bluestones. Using a lightness technique, he rushes towards the teleportation formation. Not long after Xueqi's figure disappeared, on another pile of bluestones, Xion's not very graceful figure quietly appeared. Xion's vigorous figure was actually not much inferior to Xueqi's. Looking at Xueqi's back that was like a pellet, Xion's face revealed a very surprised expression. She muttered to herself in an embarrassed and angry voice, Which family does this little monk belong to? Why haven't I seen him before? I don't think I've seen this kind of lightness technique before either." After speaking, Xian no longer chased after Xiaohua. Instead, like a butterfly fluttering in the wind, she descended from the pile of bluestones and headed in another direction. Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua didn't see Xian, but the nascent soul above his head did. He reminded in a low voice, "Your little tail was peeping at you from behind just now. Be careful." "And whatever." Xiaohua slightly tilted his head. It's unknown whether he saw or not, but he said with a smile, "After leaving this profound water palace, I will return to the hidden immortal continent. I will no longer be some little monk Tipu. Who cares who she is? She can do whatever she wants." "Ai, you should know that women are very troublesome." The nascent soul sighed in a very mature and prudent manner. Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He probed, "Fellow Taoist, you. How did you know?" "Haha." The nascent soul laughed loudly. He used his hand to hit Xiaohua's head and shouted, "You know. I naturally know." Humph. Xiaohua heard this and his face immediately turned green. "Fellow Taoist is angry?" The nascent soul laughed. "Fellow Taoist is I is fellow Taoist. How can it be the same?" Xiaohua muttered. However, he had to admit that the nascent soul was right. Fellow Taoist." Just when Xiaohua was somewhat distracted, the nascent soul cried out, "Quickly look over there." Following the nascent soul's voice, Xiaohua naturally looked to his right in front of him without the nascent soul's finger. The empty space, which was about 1,000 feet in size, was in a complete mess. The originally orderly piles of bluestone were now scattered on the ground. The huge bluestone had also been smashed, and pieces of it the size of a fist were scattered all over the place. Xiaohua's face was somewhat gloomy. He only took a rough look and asked, "How long will it take to refine these materials?" The nascent soul didn't answer Xiaohua's question. Instead he asked, "Fellow Taoist, even if this place is intact and the entire teleportation formation is intact, are you sure you can activate it?" "Why not?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Don't tell me you really don't know?" The nascent soul asked again. "Ayo." Xiaohua patted his head and bitterly smiled. "I forgot. I don't have enough spirit stones." Of course, activating such a large teleportation formation not only required Xiaohua's magic power, but also spirit stones. Xiaohua frequently bid at the auction in the Copper Pillar Nation, looking rather arrogant. However, he relied on spirit herbs. In fact, Xiaohua had left most of his spirit stones in the Myriad Thunder Valley when he left the Imperial Thunder Sect. He didn't have many spirit stones on hand. However, when he arrived at the profound water palace, he could only rely on spirit stones. He didn't have any spirit herbs left. "Does that little girl have any spirit stones?" the nascent soul asked. "Let's take a look first." Xiaohua said dejectedly, "If you and I can repair this teleportation formation, it won't be too late to find her." And the nascent soul didn't say anything else. Xiaohua wasn't just looking around aimlessly. He ran deeper into the teleportation formation's core while studying the real teleportation formation with the nascent soul. He compared what he saw with his own comprehension. Therefore, his speed was quite fast at first, but towards the end, he became slower and slower. It wasn't until an hour later that he arrived at the center of the teleportation formation, an empty space that was several hundred feet wide. To Xiaohua's disappointment, this place was also a mess. Fist-sized fragments could be seen everywhere. Obviously, this teleportation formation couldn't be used at all. "Fellow Taoist, you and I can now lay down the teleportation formation. We can also refine the materials used for the teleportation formation. How long do you think it will take to repair this formation?" Xiaohua looked at the ground and asked in a low voice. The nascent soul smiled. "Do you still need I to answer? You already have the answer in your heart." "Forget it," Xiaohua almost cried. He waved his hand and said, "Looks like our luck isn't good. Not to mention that we don't have any spirit stones. Just repairing this teleportation formation is far away. Let's go and ask Benefactor Xian if she has any spirit stones. If she doesn't, we have to find another way out." After saying that, Xiaohua turned around and was about to leave. "Don't go." The nascent soul was anxious. Although these materials are already broken, they are all rare materials. As long as we refine them a little, they can be used again. How can you ignore them? Hee, that's true. Xiaohua laughed. His nascent soul was the same as him, greedy for money. When it saw a little bit of advantage, it would take advantage of it. Moreover, was the advantage in front of him small? Xueqi released his mind and stored these fragments into the space. The nascent soul above his head suggested again, "Fellow Taoist, in my opinion, you should go and ask Benefactor Xin. If she doesn't have any spirit stones, we can just move the entire teleportation formation away." Xueqi's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, "That's exactly what I want." "It's decided then." After saying that, Xueqi hurriedly went to find Xin. The nascent soul had been outside for a long time and was also very tired. The green-robed Xueqi had no choice but to return to the space early. "Little monk, did you find anything?" Xin had already returned to the blue stone of the teleportation formation. Seeing Xueqi using his lightness skill, her expression didn't change at all, as if she didn't see him at all. Xueqi flew into the sky and also landed on the blue stone. He shook his head and said, I found something, but I'm afraid Benefactor will be disappointed." "What did you find?" Xin asked with interest. Xueqi didn't have the patience to beat around the bush with her and asked directly, "Let's not talk about what we found first. Benefactor, do you have any top-grade spirit stones in your Xueqi bag?" "Yes." Xin nodded. "How many?" Xueqi was delighted and hurriedly asked. "There should be more than 1,000. Xin said in a low voice. Then, she looked in front and asked, "Could this be a Taoist sex teleportation formation? It needs spirit stones to activate?" Xueqi sighed and nodded. Benefactor Xin is right. This is a Taoist sex teleportation formation. If there are no accidents, it should lead to the outside of the profound water palace. However, this teleportation formation is now damaged. Moreover, you and I don't have enough spirit stones, so this teleportation formation is no different from not existing. "Little monk, you have good eyesight. You actually know about teleportation formations." Xin mocked. "The teleportation formations of the 3 continents were destroyed long ago. I really didn't expect that a little monk from the tantric sect would know about it. I don't know what to say." Xueqi rolled his eyes and ignored her mockery. Instead, he asked, "Benefactor, did you find anything else?" "Yes," Xin snorted and pointed in the distance. "There's an entrance to a hole there. It might be the real profound water palace." Chapter 3449. "Oh, okay." Xueqi glanced at her and nodded. "Benefactress, please wait for a moment. This little monk will go with you in a while." "And in a while? Why?" Xin frowned. "Are you still going to plunder the spirit herbs? You still haven't finished after such a long time?" "Haha, of course not." Xueqi laughed and jumped down from the blue stone. He walked to the pile of blue stones and hugged a blue stone, shouting, "Rise, rumble." The boulder let out a rumbling sound and disappeared in Xueqi's hands. Xin, who was not far away, was dumbstruck. What are you doing? What can this little monk do?" Xueqi smiled. "These blue stones are all trash. This little monk's small temple in the snowy mountain has been in disrepair for a long time and needs to be repaired. This little monk sees that these blue stones are not bad, so I might as well take them away. It can be considered recycling trash." Xin raised her hand and pointed at Xueqi. She had never seen a monk as stingy and greedy as Xueqi. After saying "you" a few times, she weakly said, "Can't you buy some stones and the like near the Great Snow Mountain?" Cough cough. "My tantric sect's small business doesn't have any extra money." Xueqi cried. Now this little monk is the only one left. This little monk has no choice but to be careful. "I have primeval stones here. Can I give them to your tantric sect?" Xin shouted in exasperation. "Don't. This little monk is poor but ambitious. I won't accept a reward without any effort." Xueqi deftly put away the blue stone as he said, "What's more, I've taken your primordial stones. If I encounter any danger in a while, how can I not care?" "You go die." Xin was so angry that she jumped up and down. She couldn't help but curse. She jumped down from the bluestone and ran far away. Xueqi only stopped in front of a 10-zhong tall building. Her qi and blood slowly calmed down. Only now did Xueqi think, what's wrong with me? This little monk clearly had the intention to take away the transportation array. Why can't I see it? Does his temple need some big bluestones? Even if you want bluestones, don't you have plenty of them in the Great Snow Mountain? Xueqi was a little stunned. She looked at the indistinct transportation array in the distance, then looked at the 10-zhong tall tower not far away. She suddenly felt a little cold, and couldn't help but tighten her palace dress. An inexplicable regret rose from the bottom of her heart. She raised her head again, and looked at the distant sky, her gaze a little lonely. After a full 2 hours, Xueqi, who was beaming with joy, walked over with quick steps from afar. From afar, he said with a smile, I've made benefactress wait for a long time. I'm truly sorry, truly sorry. Nothing. At this moment, Xueqi had already regained her cold demeanor. She said faintly, this one congratulates the little monk Tip on returning with a rewarding journey. Xueqi hastily put his palms together and said with a smile, after the small temple is repaired, Xiao Seng will definitely invite New Tanyue and Ci Hui Shixiang to come to the small temple and have some spiritual fruits and spiritual tea. Oh, that's right. There's a pool in the small temple. Not only is the scenery beautiful, but the water in the pool is also scalding hot. If Tanyu is willing to do me the honor. How about? At this point, Xueqi felt somewhat embarrassed. What's with the pool? Why did I invite her in front of Xueqi? What's the meaning of this? Fortunately, Xueqi acted as if she didn't hear him. She waved her hand and said, let's talk about this after we leave the profound water palace. Xueqi hastily shrunk his neck and said with a smile, yes, Xiao Sing understands. The balcony in front of them was very strange. It looked as if it extended out from the palace. However, the other end of the balcony was covered by the blue light of the sky. It was as if there was an extra section that appeared out of thin air. What was special was that other than the white jade stairs in front of Xueqi, there was also a building above the stairs that looked like a corridor. In the middle of the building, there was a rather large bulge that looked a little out of place. However, no one would dare to underestimate any strange place in the dangerous profound water palace. As soon as Xueqi set foot on the steps, he had already felt somewhat uneasy. He had a feeling that there would be some trouble inside the balcony. New Tanyue. Xueqi couldn't help but whisper, is there no other entrance besides this balcony nearby? If there is, Xiao Seng can go look for it himself. Xueqi didn't turn her head. She said coldly, when Xiao Seng found this place with great difficulty, some people were still filling their pockets. Do you think some people have the right to ask where to go? Hee, of course not. Xueqi said vehemently. This is all thanks to Tanyue. Who dares to say no? Humph. Xueqi didn't expect Xueqi to answer like this. She snorted coldly and said no more. However, after Xueqi took a few more steps, he thought of something and hurriedly whispered, by the way, Xiao Sang has made a strange discovery. Would New Tanyue like to hear it? If Xueqi had only said that he had a question, or if he had something to say, Xueqi might have blocked him with a sentence, not allowing Xueqi to speak. However, Xueqi said that it was a strange discovery. Xueqi couldn't help but say, let's hear it. Did Tanyue notice it? We're not the first to arrive at the profound water palace. There must be many others before us. Of course. Xueqi replied grumpily. The ancient array under the Sage River isn't unknown to begin with. It's just that many people come in and few go out. It's long become a dangerous place. Very few people have come here in the last 1,000 years. But why? Xueqi's words exposed his true nature. Those who died here didn't leave their Qianku in bags? Humph, you're only thinking of taking advantage of others. Xueqi became angry again. Her voice was a bit loud. Didn't you see the river water in front of the profound water palace? Presumably, when the river water flooded the profound water palace, this place was also flooded. Even if some people died here, their corpses were washed into the Sage River by the river water. If you want to find them, you can go to the bottom of the river to look. That. Xiao Seng was just saying that it was strange. Xueqi muttered. Why are you so angry? Xian rolled her eyes at him and asked, "What are the bones for?" Seeing that Xian didn't regard him as an outsider, Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. He shrugged and replied indifferently, "Xiaoxing really doesn't know." "Humph, I've never seen a monk as greedy as you in the Pure Land world." Xian lectured him with a bit of resentment. "Monks rely on their feet to walk, and those who eat rely on offerings. How can they use money? You got so many spiritual herbs." "Alas, I won't talk about it." At this point, Xiaohua didn't say anything. Xian also felt that she was too long-winded. She was really more talkative than Hui, so she hurriedly shut up. The two of them walked a few steps and reached the top of the stairs. They saw another passageway with blue stone walls. Xiaohua felt a bit awkward and probed. "I wonder how senior brother Hui and Grandmaster Guzhan are doing. They're all eminent monks. You don't need to worry about them." Xian warned Xiaohua in a low voice as she looked around vigilantly. She had already drawn her flexible sword from her waist. Yes, Xiaoxing knows. Even Xiaohua didn't seem to understand the meaning of "they" in Xian's words. After walking for a long time, seeing that the passage was quiet and only the footsteps of the two people could be heard, Xian's heart became more and more uneasy. She couldn't help but scold Xiaoxing. "Where's your Buddhist treasure? Didn't you have a stick in the passage before?" Xiaohua had always wanted to hide his identity. When he heard Xian mention the wishful wand, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a magic wand and said, "It's here." Devil tool? Who would have thought that Xian would recognize the origin of the magic wand at a glance? She raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, "You? Who are you?" "New Tan Yu." Xiaohua didn't know how many times he had heard Xian ask him who he was. He bitterly smiled and said, "This is a stick. You can call it a devil tool or a Buddhist tool. In this poor monk's hands, it's a sharp weapon to eliminate evil and protect Buddha." Xian slightly clenched her teeth. Her eyes had an indescribable meaning. She stared at Xiaohua and said, "You didn't learn anything from Hui. This ability of yours has the tendency of the student surpassing the master." "They?" Xiaohua was stunned. He blinked his big eyes, but the confusion in his eyes was even thicker than when he was small. However, before Xiaohua could think more, the two people had already arrived at the bulge in the middle of the building. Looking from the inside of the passage, it was a circular dome. The dome was the same as the passage, blue in color. However, within this blue color, there were some densely packed silvery white colors. These silvery white colors flickered slightly like the stars in the sky. It looked very beautiful. Xiaohua glanced at the sky and then looked forward. Xian was different. After glancing at the sky, she didn't want to look away. She didn't even move her feet. She stared at the sky and her eyes were filled with joy. Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled, but he didn't disturb her. He walked a few steps forward until he was in front of Xian's head. It wasn't until they were almost out of the dome that he opened his mouth and said, "New Tan Yu, it's better to go out and look at the stars. There's no moon here, and there's no one to accompany you." "How boring." "AI, that's right. Every day, I see thousands of stars surging endlessly. Every star is like a lively person. I envy them very much. Their life is different every day. It's as colorful as their starlight. How I want to be like them, free and unrestrained." Xian let out a long sigh and said softly, rather than saying it to Xiaohua, it was better to say it was her own self-pity. "AI, pitiful child." Xiaohua naturally knew that Xian, a woman born in the world of Confucian cultivators, had always been restrained. This kind of sadness of admiring flowers and playing with the moon was natural. He only curled his lips and expressed a bit of sympathy. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.